gospel of Jesus Christ is that one day God will take us, take our shabby and worn out bodies and make us new again. God's love is a reality in today's world. It's a reality that He offers each one of us. Are you willing to accept that reality in your life today? Amen.
Sawyer, an anchorman who rolls up his sleeves and goes into action so you can see the news and the news makers.
Years ago, this old building behind me was proudly occupied as the Wesco Hat Company. But for years now, it has been standing empty until it finally...
Forrest Sawyer, a reporter who digs for the news.
Can you tell us how you've been affected by it, how you've taken it?
Well, I think in terms of looking at what we have to do in the investigation myself.
Forrest Sawyer, sound reporting, weeknights on 5, WAGA-TV, Atlanta.
It is well past dawn here in London, the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral warming to the day and to the occasion. The wedding of Prince Charles and Lady Diana, and it's a lovely day for a royal wedding. Welcome to joyous and jubilant London, England. Welcome to spectacle by sunlight. Momentarily, the wedding procession begins from Buckingham Palace and elsewhere here to St. Paul's Cathedral. Already here, thousands and thousands of well-wishers, some of them out there all night long. Some of them, indeed, have been here for 2 nights in succession to ensure their places. All under the watchful eyes of massive security deployed all along the procession route. But the accent all day is on celebration, and what a celebration it already has been. And mind you, the wedding itself is an hour away. And of course, it's a celebration with a distinctly British accent. And you need look no further than this magnificent St. Paul's Cathedral that is the backdrop across the way from our rooftop perch for the perfect symbol of this wedding and this wedding day. A symbol of antiquity and tradition, and shattering a few traditions as well. Well, this is to be the first royal wedding at modern St. Paul's. Modern, that is, by British standards. It was completed in 1708, this cathedral, and it's the 5th church to stand at the site. In one form or another, there has been a church at this location for 1,300 years. This so-called modern St. Paul's will also witness some other breaks with the past. The first wedding by a Prince of Wales to an English woman in 300 years. And this English woman, Lady Diana Spencer, will strike a modern note in her marriage vows. She will not promise to obey. It's to be a great day for the British. Great expectations about to be fulfilled. A 20th century, once upon a time, with much of the whole world watching.
This is the CBS News Special Report. The Royal Wedding. This portion sponsored by the investment firm of Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it. From London, here is CBS News correspondent Dan Rather.
With me at our CBS News anchor position here, just what a marvelous view we have of St. Paul's Cathedral. Those of you who've been to London know the cathedral well. As one who lived in London for a couple of years, I've never seen a better view of St. Paul's Cathedral, and what a view we have for you today for this wedding of the century and one of the great spectacles of our generation. With me this morning, David Frost, international journalist and broadcaster. Also with me this morning to help with our commentary and help to have a good time on this celebration, Lady Antonia Fraser. Good morning to you both. David, you've been in these kinds of situations, that is, in a broadcast situation, so many times over the years, but as a British subject, as a subject of Her Majesty, what are you feeling this morning?
a great sense of elation. We can hear it, and people hear it all through this. I've watched these sort of ceremonies before. I've never been this close before. We can only reiterate to people across America that this is the real thing. This is not a backdrop. It really does look this way. So a sense of great excitement, this amazing figure of 750 million viewers around the world watching it, and there may never be another wedding quite as spectacular as this. I think it'll be an occasion of great joy, and I think emotion too. I think there'll be more emotion in that huge cathedral than we really anticipate.
Lady Antonia Fraser, as one who is, you're a biographer of many monarchs past, what's the historical significance of this wedding?
Well, it's particularly thrilling because we haven't had the wedding of a Prince of Wales since 1863, when the future Edward VII married Alexandra of Denmark. And we haven't had a Princess of Wales at all for about 70 years. And so we're thrilled because we've been waiting for at least 10 years for Prince Charles to give us a Princess of Wales.
And why should anyone care?
Because our monarchy is symbolic. It's symbolic of our future, and at present it seems to be about the brightest symbol there is around.
Thank you very much, Lady Antonia Fraser and David Frost. We'll be back with you, of course, throughout the morning. I hope that, as is the case with our viewers, that you will lean back, watch, enjoy, have a good time, and help us have a good time.
Special salute to the people in America who've switched on this early.
The wedding day begins with the Queen's departure from Buckingham Palace, and Tom Fenton is outside the palace now. Tom,
Good morning,
what is the scene there? Good morning, sir.
It's a marvelous scene. If you love a wedding and if you love a parade, you're going to love this day. It's just about perfect. Everywhere else in the United Kingdom, they're expecting a bit of rain. Here, for London at least, it's good weather. In just a few seconds from now, the minor members of the royal family will leave for St. Paul's. And in about 20 minutes or so, the Queen's procession will leave. Most of the people who are here have been here for 5 or 6 hours. Some have been here since the weekend, Saturday or Sunday. It's a very cheerful crowd. They're in a marvelous mood. They cheered a garbage truck a little while ago when it went by here. They're ready to cheer almost anything. Dan?
Tom, the mood could not be more festive here outside St. Paul's Cathedral. I wonder if it is the same at Buckingham Palace. From what I could gather, that it might be a bit more subdued there as we await something to happen at the palace. Now, nothing, frankly, has happened at St. Paul's Cathedral other than some of the guests have started to arrive, and we appear to be just a little behind schedule.
We may be a minute or two off, but it won't be much. Someone once said if the world was going to hold a parade, they'd want it to be organized by the British. They're very good at doing this sort of thing. A couple of things I've noticed: the carriages that are usually open, the state landlords, have got their tops up. They're convertible, so they're preparing perhaps for a bit of a sprinkle.
And checking out the procession route. We'll be back with more CBS News coverage of the royal wedding in just a moment.
Yes.
Sorry.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
The New York Stock Exchange. Trading is over. Some tally their profits, some lick their wounds, and some still look for the ultimate financial formula. For over 100 years, Smith Barney has used only one investment formula: good old-fashioned hard work. Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
I used to think a hot dog on a bun was fine. Then I got a taste of the rich life.
I was always happy with hot dogs. Then I got a taste of the rich life.
This is the rich life, the delicious, meaty, flavorful life of Louis Rich hot dogs. The hot dog that's rich in protein because it's made from specially seasoned lean turkey. Once you get a taste of the rich life, you'll never go back to the same old hot dog.
Personally, the rich life is the only life for me.
That's Jane Russell, starlet, full-figured then and full-figured now. And today we gals know how to keep our full figures looking pretty. Under the smoothest fashions, try the Playtex 18-hour seamless bra. Not a seam showing to spoil the smooth look. And the unique fabric that stretches for real support, real comfort in the 18-hour bra makes 18-hour girdles control comfortably. Try Playtex 18-hour bras and girdles. Full figures never look better.
Buckingham Palace in London, and the Queen Mother has been driven from Clarence House, where she lives, to Buckingham Palace, where, of course, she will ride in a coach in one of those wonderful processions we're going to see this morning. And this shot is the Queen Mother's automobile going into Buckingham Palace. This, I believe, is inside the cathedral itself. Indeed, Mrs. Reagan, the First Lady, has arrived at the cathedral. We saw, perhaps if you were with us just before we went to the commercial earlier, caught a glimpse of her going into the cathedral. I think it's important for the understanding as we go along this morning, the depth of feeling for the Queen Mother in this country, David Frost and Lady Antonia, that it seems to be, she is by far the most popular member of the royal household, I suppose, excepting the Queen. One always has to say that.
Well, I think in any newspaper poll, the Queen Mother generally wins. The Queen's in a different league, but she's looking wonderful. Did you see her sea green outfit by Norman Hartnell, who is, of course, the royal dress designer?
And there we just had also the Duke and Duchess of Kent following the Queen Mother across to Buckingham Palace there, where they're all going to prepare within Buckingham Palace for the big drive, which will take 20 to 22 minutes, of course.
These are various guests being seated in the cathedral. They are running a little behind schedule because all of the guests were to have been seated by 10 o'clock, but they obviously, it's after 10 now. The Crown Prince of Jordan being escorted to his seat in the cathedral. Now, this has been the scene for about the last hour and 10 minutes. Now, mind you that some of the guests arrived before 9 o'clock, and interesting to me, they were not allowed in the cathedral until 9 o'clock. But for the last hour and 10 minutes, various dignitaries from abroad and some from here, the invited guests of the wedding, have been going into the cathedral and are being seated. Now, let's try to bring you up to date on what is happening at the moment and what is going to happen as this spectacle unfolds during the day. At the moment, the guests being seated in the cathedral. The Queen Mother has arrived at Buckingham Palace, where she will prepare in a very short time to get into her coach and be taken in a procession, wonderful procession, to St. Paul's Cathedral. At Clarence House is the bride-to-be, Lady Diana, who early this morning awakened, and one can well imagine that she looked out from those curtains at Clarence House, thinking about what was to take place for her on this glorious day of celebration in Britain. The bride-to-be is in Clarence House. She will, of course, be the last to arrive to church. What's going to happen over the next hour, and we do hope you'll stick with us and watch the pageantry of all of this. I think it's fair to say that when it comes to putting on a show, nobody does it better than the monarchy in general, and certainly nobody does it better than the British monarchy. I don't think you disagree with that, David.
Absolutely not. And this, of course, a great deal of money has gone into this very exciting spectacle today. Someone, in fact, estimated that this wedding was going to cost almost as much as some American divorces, which I thought was an interesting fact.
I was wondering whether Lady Diana wrote a little note to Prince Charles, or he wrote a little note to her, because Queen Victoria, before marrying Prince Albert, sent him along a little note which contained the very British sentence, "I do believe the rain will stop quite soon." Lady Diana, of course, has had better luck. No rain so far at all.
I was going to say, we're hoping that the rain won't start soon. We had sunshine, very brilliant sunshine, for about an hour early this morning. Now it's started to cloud up, and then the clouds seem to be breaking back just behind us. I think it's fair to say that we're going to have a bright day and a bright early afternoon. Mrs. Reagan in the crowd. Perhaps you again caught a glance of her. I say in the crowd inside St. Paul's Cathedral.
It's interesting here that as we look there into St. Paul's Cathedral, this is a moment of discovery for everybody, because the seating plan was very carefully kept secret in advance. And for instance, there's Lord Hailsham, a distinguished member of the House of Lords, in the middle there with spectacles, but no one knows exactly the full lineup of the guests or where they're going to be sitting.
Mrs. Reagan was looking very pretty, I thought, in that pale pink crepe outfit. She's very much taken everybody with her fashion sense in her visit here. Everybody's been delighted with her outfit.
Now, this is the King of Tonga going up the steps of St. Paul's Cathedral.
Yes, that was the King of Tonga there. In fact, the Queen of Tonga was a great star of the coronation, and the King of Tonga, no doubt, will be today.
She stayed out, of course. It rained throughout the coronation, and the Queen of Tonga was in an open carriage, and she refused to go inside. That's why we all loved her.
She was in an open carriage with her tiny, meek little Prime Minister next to her, and someone said to Noel Coward, "Who's that?" with Queen Saloti of Tonga, and Coward replied, "Her lunch."
Of course, that was in 1953.
That was the coronation of the present Queen.
Coronation of the present Queen, and there hasn't been a spectacle in Great Britain. In fact, it might be fair to say there hasn't been a pageantry of such staging anywhere in the Western world, perhaps nowhere on the planet, save President Nixon's visit to China in the early 1970s. There hasn't been a pageant staged anywhere on the scale of this one since the coronation of the present Queen. Again, for those of you who are just waking up in the United States and maybe just joining us, if those rest of you who have perhaps been with us from the beginning, but over your coffee are trying to get your brain focused on what is happening here, the best is yet to come. The processions leading from Buckingham Palace to St. Paul's Cathedral here should be something to see. When is the last time you saw a princess riding in a glass coach? You're going to see that. The crowned heads of state are about to depart Buckingham Palace, and Tom Fenton is there. Now, these are the crowned heads of state, major guests, fair to say, who will be among the last seated inside the cathedral before the official processions, including the Queen Mother, the Queen, the Prince Charles, and the bride-to-be arrive. Tom Fenton at Buckingham Palace, can you see any of those crowned heads of state as they leave?
They're just going by behind me now, Dad. Most of them, incidentally, are descendants of one sort or another of Queen Victoria, whose statue is just behind me, sort of the unseen presence brooding over this whole affair. Queen Vic.
One notable absentee, of course, is the King and Queen of Spain, of course.
And more about that later. I do want to take a moment to observe this high shot from inside the cathedral as most of the invited guests have been seated. Some last-minute arrivals, again, the King of Tonga being escorted to his chair. The procedure here is most of the invited guests were asked to get into the cathedral by 10 o'clock. It's now shortly afterward. As mentioned earlier, we're running a little behind schedule. Then following the crowned heads of state. Then following the arrival of the crowned heads of state. I'm sorry, David. Did you
No, I just was thinking it's a daunting thought in this age of 3.5 minutes.
Yes, she told us in her last interview as a maiden lady last night that it was 3.5 minutes. She knew, and Prince Charles didn't know. He turned to her and said, "How long is it exactly?"
It's a good point that the bride-to-be, Lady Diana, soon-to-be Princess Diana, the first Princess of Wales in 300 years, at least 300 years.
The first Princess of Wales since 1910. That's nearly 300 years.
Oh, I didn't realize there was a princess in 1910.
Yes, that's when the future Queen Mary stopped being Princess of Wales and became Queen Mary. But why should you?
Well, a question to be answered later on, but it's one of the reasons we have Lady Antonia Fraser here with us this morning. I didn't realize that there hasn't been an English woman who's the Princess of Wales.
No, there hasn't been an English woman for at least 300 years. It depends what you count as English. Probably you have to go back almost to Lady Anne Neville, the time of Richard III, and a very long way back.
3 points to Rather for clawing that one back.
Our coverage of the royal wedding will continue after this pause for station identification.
This is CBS.
5 presents another in its continuing series of locally produced primetime specials. Thursday night, the 1981 Georgia High School All-Star Football Game. The first and one of the most exciting football games of the season. See the top high school players meet head-to-head in an exciting North-South clash. Live's Bill Hartman brings you the play-by-play with University of Georgia head football coach Vince Dooley on color. Preview the college stars of tomorrow on the Georgia High School All-Star Football Game. Thursday night at 8 on 5.
The basement. Right. Yes, sir. To work. Right. Pipes and ducts used for heating need insulating if they pass through unheated areas. Precisely. And if the pipes and ducts are used for cooling, you have to install a vapor barrier. Exactly. I'll take the pipe. No, you take the pipe. I'll take the duct. Hey, this is easy, killer. Well, then hurry up and come help me. Right. I've got them insulated, but I'm having trouble with the vapor barrier. Killer.
Call your county agent and keep this quack team out of your basement. WAGA-TV, Atlanta. A CBS News special report continues. The Royal Wedding. Now from London, here again is Dan Rather.
Back at just outside St. Paul's Cathedral in London, with me, David Cross, Lady Antonia Fraser, and just outside Buckingham Palace, my CBS News correspondent, friend, and colleague, Tom Fenton. We are running just a little bit behind schedule, which may be fortunate. Gives us all a chance, and those in charge of today's wedding spectacular chance to get settled. This scene inside St. Paul's Cathedral as the ecclesiastical procession is beginning to form. This ecclesiastical procession, part of the necessary programming to make sure that everyone is seated in the proper order, to make sure that all goes according to schedule and plan this morning. All of our pictures, what you're seeing this morning, in terms of inside, outside the cathedral, Buckingham Palace, all supplied by the marvelous British Broadcasting Corporation, world-renowned and with good reason BBC, and our thanks to our BBC friends for their coverage this morning. Guests chatting inside. Yes, Antonia.
That's Mrs. Shankid, isn't it? The mother of the bride.
Mother of the bride.
I think so, standing in a sort of Hyacinth blue, and I think that's Viscount Althorp, the brother of the bride.
This is part of the procession for the arrival of crowned heads now. Some of the crowned heads who started at Buckingham Palace being brought by automobile.
And now we've switched there, Dan, to some of the bridesmaids who are being taken across, ready for their vital chores today.
We shall probably see their dresses better when they get out.
Of course, Lady Diana's dress we will not know about for another 15 or 18 minutes. Right. 10:35.
It must be thrilling for these tiny children. The smallest bridesmaid is Clementine Hambro, who was at Young England, the kindergarten where Lady Diana taught, and she is the great-granddaughter of Sir Winston Churchill, so she is in her tiny person a link with history.
And the pageant begins to build as you see scenes from inside St. Paul's Cathedral.
And there's an interesting historical point there, because that ecclesiastical procession looks like any other, but except it's bigger and more colourful. But it also contains the Roman Catholic Archbishop of Westminster. This is a first.
Now that the noise, the wonderful music and crowd cheering that you hear in the background is coming from just outside the cathedral, where the tremendous crowd is barely restrained as the first musical aggregation of the day comes. And let's pick up a little bit of that music and this scene outside the cathedral. Now this scene is from in front of Buckingham Palace, and Tom Fenton. It is the air of expectancy just literally bursting at the seams there as it is here outside St. Paul's. It must be.
No question about it, Dan. This is a crowd full of young people, and they're very enthusiastic. Very enthusiastic, but very well behaved. We're going to see now very, very shortly the Queen in her carriage. I don't know yet whether it will be an open or a closed carriage, depending on the weather. It'll be the first time we'll have a chance to see what she's wearing. Incidentally, all the female members of the royal family and the bride's family were asked to submit the design and color of their dresses so they wouldn't duplicate the Queen's dress. I don't know whether that's a British tradition, but it seems to me it's just good common sense.
I have this idea that any number of people in the United States, welders in Waxahachie, truck driver in Wichita, a waitress in Detroit, may be waking up and saying, well, you know, this is mildly interesting, but what's the big deal? It is impossible to overstate how big this is for anyone in the United Kingdom.
Well, I think for anyone in the United Kingdom and perhaps for hundreds of millions of people in the world, I believe there's going to be a television audience of somewhere between 500 million and 700 million. It is, as someone mentioned, not so long ago. Perhaps the last great wedding of this type, if not in this century, perhaps forever. Who knows what will happen the next time a Prince of Wales is married.
And our audience is looking at one of the centerpieces in terms of location for today's spectacle, Buckingham Palace. Buckingham Palace, of course, the home for the royalty here in London. They have many homes, Windsor Castle outside of London, Balmoral Castle in Scotland being among the others. But Buckingham Palace, the center today from, let's call it the hub, from which things begin, and move to St. Paul's Cathedral, the other hub of today's pageant, and then back to Buckingham Palace. And this scene, if you were here in London, we like to think that one of the things television does best, perhaps the thing we do best, is take you there. You are right now inside one of the main gates of Buckingham Palace, which was completed in 1703 to become the principal residence of the sovereign under Queen Victoria in 1837.
Any moment now. Here comes the Queen.
Her Majesty the Queen.
She's wearing
Tom Fenton.
Yes, the Queen. The crowd hasn't seen her yet. She's still in
a short dress whose color by custom will not be matched by any other member of the royal family today, right, Antonio?
Absolutely, and most successful outfits recently.
Queen, her great procession here, leading off the processions, but delighted to be knowing that she'll be taking second place today after the wedding ceremony, when it will be the bride and bridegroom's procession that leads the way.
Keep our audience in the picture as to what exactly is happening. This is the first of the carriage processions, carrying the Queen, arriving at St. Paul's Cathedral well ahead of this, about 2 miles away. The crowned heads of state have arrived and are being seated inside the cathedral. It's about 2 miles from Buckingham Palace to St. Paul's. Take about 22 minutes to go by carriage from Buckingham Palace to the front steps of St. Paul's. The carriage rate is about 8 miles per hour. They'll go up the Mall, or as they say in Britain, the Mall, past Trafalgar Square, along the Strand, Fleet Street, to St. Paul's Cathedral.
Princess Alice and the Duchess of Gloucester.
There's Princess Alice there, and the Duchess of Gloucester in that carriage we just saw.
Princess Alice will be 80 on December the 25th, but she's very popular, wonderful. And that was her daughter-in-law, the Danish Duchess of Gloucester.
Now, I'm informed that the carriage order has been changed after carriages 1 and 2. No reason yet given. It could have something to do with security, but that's an absolute guess.
Do we know the change yet?
We do not know the change. Now, again, these marvelous pictures, this, I believe, just inside the great west door of St. Paul's Cathedral, as the crowned heads of state are still arriving. This is St. Paul's Cathedral. The other pictures, we go back and forth between the two, are from Buckingham Palace. These moments inside the cathedral. This on the procession route from Buckingham Palace to St. Paul's. We're told that the change involves the Queen Mother's carriage. It has been moved back later in the procession. And we know that the Queen Mother hasn't been feeling all that well lately.
But we saw her earlier.
We saw her earlier, so it may have something to do with security. This is on the procession route. The Queen of England coming by carriage. Other carriages in the procession, of course.
That's Lord Rupert Neville there, the Prince Philip's private secretary.
Riding with Her Majesty the Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh, who from time to time has been, and just a moment, inside the cathedral, Princess Grace of Monaco, with...
Incidentally, Princess Grace, so people wonder, just as they wonder whether the Queen's going to abdicate here, whether Prince Rainier is going to make way for his son in Monaco, and whether he's training him by having him here today.
Prince Rainier, we're calling now. These are some of the bridesmaids, yes.
These dresses are absolutely charming. They're sort of Victorian, aren't they? And you see there are different lengths for that little bridesmaid, and the older bridesmaid next to her is wearing a long one.
That's Clementine Hambro there.
She's the the fair one is, I think, Clementine Hambro.
We're not.
And one of the great favourites of the royal family, Lady Sarah Armstrong, adores her, so she's a very good choice.
Let's pause for a moment as the bells ring and the bridesmaids go up the red carpeted steps at St. Paul's. Now our picture are back on the mall again as the Queen's procession is, roughly maybe a third of the way of the 2 miles from Buckingham Palace to St. Paul's Cathedral. Later there'll be the procession, of course, for the bridegroom, Prince Charles, and we may have a shot of Prince Charles very shortly. This inside Buckingham Palace, as some of the horses and other carriages move into position.
And now we're getting a first look. There we're getting a first look.
He's with Prince Andrew, who would be one of his two supporters.
We are seeing there before the crowd there, we saw a glimpse of Prince Charles.
Prince Charles riding, pardon me, David, riding with his brother.
Absolutely. One of his two supporters today. No best man, just two supporters.
That's conventional for a royal prince.
Prince Charles dressed in a naval uniform.
There he is.
Tom Fenton is at Buckingham Palace, and Tom, after we hear a few bars of God Save the Queen, perhaps you'd want to describe this scene.
I think he does look a bit nervous.
I certainly think he does, yes.
Prince Charles riding with Prince Andrew. The carriage normally used by the Queen to meet visiting heads of state, but today being used to transport Prince Charles, future king, from Buckingham Palace to St. Paul's Cathedral.
With 4 international horses carrying him there, called Rio and Santiago and Sydney and Cardiff, after assorted royal visits.
Tom Fenton at the palace. I gather that the reception is overwhelming.
An overwhelming reception, perhaps even more of a reception than the Queen got. After all, it's his days, it's Prince Charles' day. He's traveling in the same carriage that will be used to carry the bride and the groom back after the wedding. Just listen to that crowd. He's surrounded by the mounted Life Guard. It's the senior regiment of the British Army. Very handsome.
Salutes from Prince Charles and Prince Andrew. Prince Charles wearing the naval blue commander's uniform with 12 brass buttons and the blue sash of the Order of the Garter. Now,
Ascot liveries too, because of the royal family's interest in racing.
crowds along the procession route are being kept back by a solid fence of 8,000 steel barriers along some 7,000 feet of curbside. Prince Charles in the foreground of your screen, Prince Andrew on the other side, that is on Prince Charles's left. Ahead of them, the Queen and her procession, all proceeding toward St. Paul's Cathedral. The Lady Diana, soon to be Princess of Wales, is still at Clarence House, but her procession, of course, will be coming later and last.
Yes, they've reached Admiralty Arch, the Queen and Prince Philip there. Past that.
Some 3,000 police and soldiers are standing 12 feet apart with other officers behind the crowds, looking at closed-circuit cameras, and 2 helicopters are overhead that transmit pictures back to Scotland Yard, all part of the security for these processions.
There we saw that Ascot liveries again there in the background on the postilions because of Prince Charles' love of horses. Although it's not always reciprocated, he's had a couple of problems with horses, a couple of accidents where the horse, for reasons of protocol, has got to a jump and stopped and let Prince Charles carry on first. Some of the crowd along the route.
All of this coming to you live from London, England. On the procession route between Buckingham Palace and St. Paul's Cathedral, as the wedding of the Prince of Wales to Lady Diana is now approximately 25 minutes away. Lady Diana, as mentioned, has not yet started along the procession route, but will be shortly. The Prince of Wales, full name Charles Philip Arthur George, Duke of Cornwall under a charter dating from 1337, which gives title to the sovereign's eldest son.
Central gateway there of Admiralty Arch as the processions approach. It's an awesome sight.
And the history of Admiralty Arch, Antonio?
Well, it's, I suppose, the great thing about it is it's normally closed. You and I have probably, Dan, if I may say so, will probably never travel through the centre of it. And it's very much associated with London ceremonial. To see it flung open and the Prince of Wales going to his destiny. I must say I've been noticing how happy the Queen has looked. Queen Elizabeth II is sometimes criticised for looking rather glum on state occasions. But on this occasion, it's the Prince of Wales who looks, understandably, a little nervous. And she looks marvellous.
Prince Andrew looked nervous for him, too, I thought at the beginning, but now he's smiling, too, a bit.
Does Prince Andrew have the ring? In which case, he's quite right to look nervous.
Now, keep in mind that the procession order is not as was planned. That we have the Queen's procession, which started for St. Paul's Cathedral. Then it was supposed to be followed by the Queen Mother's procession.
This is Clarence House, Dan.
Clarence House, we'll be looking for our first sight, for our first glimpse of Lady Diana. Clarence House, the home of the Queen Mother.
Any moment now we will see the glimpse.
And the bride and her procession are now moving out of Clarence House, which is not far from Buckingham Palace.
There she is.
Through the glass. There she is.
Isn't that wonderful?
Antonio,
I think it's so romantic. I think it's probably the most romantic dress that a lady about to be a princess has ever worn. It's a sort of winter halter kind of dress. And what is so charming, it's something old, that's some old lace, which once belonged to Queen Mary. Something borrowed, that's the Spencer family tiara. Something new, which is the marvellous silk woven in Britain. And there is something blue, that's not been forgotten. A little blue bow has been sewn into the waistband, along with another charming touch, a gold horseshoe dotted with little diamonds. And there are other traditional and romantic touches, like myrtle in the bouquet and Veronica from Queen Victoria's own wedding bouquet. I think it's I certainly think it's the prettiest wedding dress I can remember a royal bride wearing, probably prettier even than Princess Alexandra. And it's also a young girl's dress, because she is just 20 years old.
There is the princess-to-be in the glass coach. Lady Diana, riding with her father, the Earl Spencer.
This is the glass coach, of course. It's been reserved for royal brides going to their wedding day. It was used by Princess Anne and the Queen and Princess Alexandra.
Now, the bride's mother, Mrs. Peter Shan Kidd, has already been seated in the cathedral. Her parents are divorced. Mrs. Shan Kidd, her mother, we caught a glimpse of her early on in our broadcast being seated at the cathedral. Escorting her to the cathedral in the glass coach with her is her father, the Earl Spencer.
It's interesting, she is wearing a veil over her face. There was a lot of speculation about this. Royal brides never used to wear veils over their faces, but Princess Anne in 1973 broke with tradition. And I must say, I think it is very charming to see her veiled.
Tom Fenton, do you have the glass coach with the bride-to-be and the princess-to-be inside as yet?
The glass coach, no, it's come out of Clarence House, which is slightly to the east of me. You'll notice, however, I think you'll see it on your picture, that the bride has a police escort rather than a military escort. This is her last trip as a commoner. When she comes back, she'll be the Princess of Wales, and we'll have a military royal escort.
Now, for those of you watching at home, this is, of course, a high shot of the processions as they proceed from Buckingham Palace to St. Paul's Cathedral. For those of you watching at home, we will have our first full look at the bride as she arrives, of course, at the cathedral. What you've been seeing are those glimpses and those trying to get the camera lens as close as possible up against the glass to the glass coach. But we'll have a full shot just a little bit later on.
Yes, at the moment that veil is very strong, and indeed we talk about it's the last time we'll see her as Lady Diana. So far it's the last time we've not seen her as Lady Diana.
That last shot, another of Prince Charles and his brother Prince Andrew riding in their open coach. The weather, by London standards, is spectacular. God has smiled on the wedding, or if you prefer, luck has been with this royal couple.
It's incredible. The weather in London has been really bad. It's been cold and rainy. People have been putting antifreeze in their suntan lotion. It's been really cold, but it's all come right this week.
Our royal occasions generally are very unlucky. The coronation was driven with rain in June.
The Queen and the royal consort, her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. Now, the Queen's procession is ahead of Prince Charles's procession. We've not yet seen the Queen Mother's carriage procession. We were told that it would be out of order, and if it has started out, I am not aware of that. And we may have a developing side story as to why the Queen Mother's procession has not yet started. But not to worry, at least for the moment. We have no official word on why it has been delayed. Ordinarily, that is, by the schedule, the order would have been the crowned heads of state arriving by automobile, the Queen's procession, then the Queen Mother's procession, Prince Charles's procession, and then the bride's procession. Along the route, by carriage, from Buckingham Palace to St. Paul's Cathedral. Lady Diana Frances Spencer, age 20, the first English girl to marry an heir to the throne in over 300 years. You say, well, why wouldn't English girls be marrying heirs to the throne all the time? And that's because so often that royalty wants to marry royalty. And so you find an heir to the British throne marrying someone from Germany or Denmark.
I think this is one of the reasons that there's such emotion today, is that this is a love match. It's not made for reasons of state to create alliances with countries abroad. This is a love match, and I think this is one of the reasons for the emotion we're seeing.
Again, a shot through the arch as the procession makes its way from Buckingham Palace to St. Paul's Cathedral. Keep in mind that once the vows are exchanged, it will no longer be Lady Diana, it will be Princess Diana. And should Prince Charles become king as expected, she would be the Queen Consort, but not the Queen.
Yes, of course she will be officially the Princess of Wales, not Princess Diana. I've no doubt we'll always refer to her as that, but she is officially, Buckingham Palace has said she will be Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales. The last British woman to marry an heir apparent was Anne Hyde in 1659. But that was a very, very long time ago, as you say.
One of the morning's minor mysteries cleared up. We're now informed that the Queen Mother, indeed, is in a coach toward the end of the Queen's 8-carriage procession.
She was due to be second, so she's been moved towards the back.
That's right. The Queen Mother was to have had a separate procession, but now that we know that she's in that coach riding near the end of the Queen's own 8-carriage procession, what a relief that is, because the Queen Mother hasn't been feeling all that well in recent times, and my fear, frankly, was perhaps that she wasn't feeling well this morning, but that turns out, happily, not to be the case. Now, at St. Paul's Cathedral, the Queen has arrived.
The pictures there at the moment you're seeing from the BBC are still of Prince Charles, but I suspect we'll be switching any moment now to St. Paul's, where we can see down below it, and now you can see it. There it is. And this is Queen and Prince Philip.
One of the most emotional moments of the day. Now the Queen will get out of her coach and be greeted by the Lord Mayor of London, who's standing on the steps of St. Paul's Cathedral. The symbolism here will be heavy, in the sense that the Lord Mayor will greet the Queen on the steps, the Duke of Edinburgh, the royal consort, the Queen's husband.
That is the Queen Mother. We've just seen the Queen Mother. She got back into second place somehow.
If the information was correct that she was behind earlier, that we heard from Buckingham Palace, she's caught up, and there she is in
she cut
second
in
place.
In the traffic.
She must have done some mystery overtaking, or the word from Buckingham Palace was incorrect. The Queen and Prince Philip, they're going first of all up the steps,
followed by the Queen Mother.
And Prince Edward, the other supporter.
And received by the Lord Mayor of London, which is required.
Prince Edward.
And the Queen touches the sword of the Lord Mayor, and then is escorted into St. Paul's Cathedral.
Interesting pause there, where first of all the Queen and Prince Philip and the Queen Mother and Prince Edward. Only now is the next members stepping forward.
Now, once inside the cathedral, the Queen will be received by the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Dean of St. Paul's. The symbolism on the steps being received by the Lord Mayor as she enters the City of London, then inside the cathedral by the Archbishop and the Dean of St. Paul's. The Queen in the blue dress, followed by the Royal Consort, the Queen Mother, behind them.
That's Princess Alice, Duchess of Gloucester, in royal blue, and then Princess Anne in sort of cream colour.
There's Princess Anne and Captain Mark Phillips. Captain Mark Phillips, who, when he married Princess Anne, rejected a title himself.
Princess Anne being the sister, the only sister of Prince Charles.
And Princess Margaret in a sort of peach colour. She went in with her son. She is, of course, divorced from Lord Snowdon.
Wonderful picture of the Queen Mother with the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Queen Mother, a lady for whom the phrase natural grace could have been invented. Whenever you meet her, you're just so impressed by her grace and no pomp at all. More than 80.
This is inside the cathedral. The Queen Mother moving just off your screen to the right. The Queen there in the blue.
They're forming up now for their procession, of course, because their order is slightly different than it was in the carriages.
Yes, they're forming up inside the cathedral now for their procession inside the cathedral.
Right.
The royal family has arrived, that is to say the Queen and the Queen Mother at the cathedral, been greeted by the Lord Mayor of London on the outside, greeted by the Archbishop of Canterbury on the inside, and now
a quick shot there of Prince Charles there,
giving his salutes in his naval uniform, naval blue commander's uniform. The Queen Mother, we should mention, was injured his shin when she stumbled on a step at Royal Ascot last month, and that's the reason there was some question about how she'd be feeling today, but she certainly looks fine to us in those pictures we had a moment ago. These pictures are along the procession route as Prince Charles, the bridegroom, and his brother Prince Andrew proceed now toward the cathedral. For those of you who may have joined us, Dan Rather and Tom Fenton in London, along with our British friends David Frost and Lady Antonia Fraser, with live coverage of the royal wedding. The wedding itself beginning to pick up on schedule. This wonderful shot, Prince Charles on the left, Prince Andrew, his brother, on the right, as the procession makes its way from Buckingham Palace, nearing St. Paul's Cathedral now. We've had one tremendously emotional outpouring outside St. Paul's as the Queen and the Queen Mother arrived a few moments ago and are now inside the cathedral being seated.
They're getting very close now.
You can hear the sound of the crowd well up. Listen to it. As the word spreads quickly that Prince Charles is nearing.
The horses were trained, of course, in long exercises, not to be put off by this sort of noise, because otherwise they could shy.
Now they're coming into sight outside St. Paul's, and listen to the crowd. This inside the cathedral as the Queen and her procession proceed inside. This outside. The Prince of Wales arrives at the cathedral. What a moment.
And once more, with impeccable pageantry, he has got to the church on time. So we only have the suspense of making sure that Lady Diana does the same. In unison, the crowd with three cheers. Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray. Prince Charles, I think, deliberately suppressing any feeling he may have of wanting to acknowledge the crowd. The moment for joy and ecstasy will come later. Oh, there he is, just a rather discreet wave.
The last wave of a bachelor.
The last wave.
Now Prince Charles taking his hat off, being received inside the church by the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Dean of St. Paul's Cathedral, and others inside the church. Educated at Gardenston, graduated in history at Cambridge, gaining his colors in polo. Prince Charles, known throughout Britain and beyond as an all-rounder. One of the better athletes and scholars among heirs to the throne ever.
The first one to qualify for an Oxford or Cambridge or a university degree, in fact.
Where he got a very good one, considering all his duties. A very good one indeed.
First Prince of Wales educated at a regular school. First Prince of Wales to have earned a university degree. First to have ridden steeplechase. First to jump from an airplane. First to have flown jets and a helicopter. The list is long of this young man's accomplishments, and one does not have to be a British subject to appreciate how hard he has worked to prepare himself for the throne, if, as expected, that is his destiny.
And there we see the procession, the Queen's procession now.
That's the Mistress of the Robes, the Duchess of Grafton.
The Queen, of course, to be seated just to the right, looking from the rear of the cathedral. Just to the left, for those of you looking on the television screen.
That's Princess Anne, a very pretty dress.
Princess Anne just behind.
That is Prince Charles's sister, just behind the Queen.
Princess Margaret there, next to Captain Mark Phillips and Princess Anne.
And Princess Margaret, of course, being the sister of the Queen.
And that's her son, Viscount Linley.
And a moment of prayer. Just a quick moment of prayer as they reach their seats. Now, Prince Charles will be, at this moment, being taken to his preliminary place in the cathedral, awaiting the arrival of the bride, who is in procession on her way to St. Paul's Cathedral. Lady Diana Frances Spencer, only 20 years old and just turned 20.
Fleet Street there, where the bride's procession now is. Fleet Street, the home of so many British newspapers.
Back inside the cathedral for a moment. We're about 7 minutes away from the scheduled beginning of the matrimonial ceremony.
There we saw a close-up there, which we hadn't really done until now. The bridegroom flanked by Prince Andrew on the left of your picture, but by Prince Edward on the right. His two brothers, his two supporters. Rather than the best man in royal tradition, his two supporters.
Now,
Prince Edward 17, this is his first sort of major state occasion.
On Prince Charles's right.
That is Prince Andrew. On the left of your picture, Prince Andrew.
And on Prince Charles's left,
on the right of your picture, Prince Edward, age 17.
His two brothers and his sister, Princess Anne, already seated behind the Queen.
Unless you're watching this in a mirror, in which case we've reversed what we've just said.
He's smiling. The Prince of Wales is smiling to various people he's recognizing in the crowd.
He's dressed in this naval uniform because he served in the Royal Navy. That's a family tradition dating back to the time of his great-grandfather. He served in the Navy as a helicopter pilot and commander of a coastal minesweeper for a total of 5 years' service. Wonderful portrait there. The Queen, left of your pictures, straining for a look at her son, Prince Charles. Duke of Edinburgh, the royal consort, to the Queen's left, and to his left, the Queen Mother. Behind the Queen Mother in the bright peach dress, a little brighter peach color than the dress that Nancy Reagan is wearing, is Princess Margaret. And then to Princess Margaret's right, Princess Anne, the bridegroom's sister.
He's being led by two gentlemen ushers there. In fact, those are the figures in front of him. Behind him, his private secretaries.
I think you just caught a glimpse of the kind of smile there that has made Prince Charles so popular. There's a gentle quality to this man, as well as a disciplined quality to him. Now outside, as the Lady Diana's coach, the glass coach, makes its way and nears St. Paul's.
Now we see the bridesmaids' dresses. They are sort of scaled-down versions of the bride's dress. That's Lady Sarah Armstrong-Jones, daughter of Princess Margaret, senior bridesmaid.
With India Hicks, the granddaughter of Lord
India
Mountbatten.
Hicks is 14.
Now the bride is arriving outside St. Paul's.
And now we may really see more of the dress and more of Lady Diana.
The princess-to-be in the glass coach arrives at the steps of St. Paul's Cathedral, just outside the Great West Door.
And you can see the dress, which has a crinoline underskirt, too, in a thoroughly Victorian way. We still can't see her face, David. You'll have to wait till she's Princess of Wales for that.
Yes, we won't get our last glance.
Smoothing the voluminous skirt, which was, of course, made by two very young designers, the Emanuels. There's her father, Lord Spencer. He was very ill a few years ago, so everybody's very moved to see him lead his daughter up the aisle.
Inside the cathedral now, the bride on the arm of her father.
That's the Spencer family tiara, which has been led to her. Historic family and an historic occasion. Beautiful.
Lady Diana Spencer, related through the years to James the First.
Charles I, Charles II. She's descended from Charles II through some of his merry mistresses, which the Prince of Wales is not. Oh, there's the wedding bouquet, which contains sprigs of myrtle from the cuttings of the bouquet of Queen Victoria, as well as wonderful gardenias, freesias, stephanotis. And it's traditionally presented by the Worshipful Company of Gardeners. She's wearing diamond drop earrings lent to her by her mother, Mrs. Shankid.
We are seconds away from the beginning of the wedding ceremony.
Mrs. Shankid there.
And her brother, Viscount Althorp.
The bride's mother and brother.
Younger brother, age 17.
The Queen. The Duke of Edinburgh, the Queen's husband, the royal consort. The Queen Mother, and behind her, Princess Margaret, sister of the Queen.
Looking not too nervous, really.
Yeah, she managed a few smiles,
She
didn't
smiles. How's that for time?
procession is moving by way of the central aisle to the Great Dome. At the same time, the bridegroom and his supporters are moving from the Dean's aisle.
Mystery remains. Earl Spencer, 2 or 3 years ago when he was mortally ill, everybody thought, would never have hoped to be alive today. Never yet experiencing a moment like this.
The bride told us last night in her last interview would take her 3.5 minutes to walk up.
Prince Charles with a pensive moment as he has moved to his place below the dome. The bridesmaids. You want to keep in mind that Lady Diana and Prince Charles are married as soon as the promises or vows are made to each other. They are actually married before the ring and before they join hands. In pagan times, bridesmaids were dressed in festive garments to confuse the devils who it was thought would otherwise attack the bride for leaving her father's home. The bride's veil was also intended to confuse those same devils.
Princesses sometimes have as many bridesmaids as years of their age, but that would have given Lady Diana 20, and she has been more economical.
It's about a 3,500 feet walk, this walk. The first hymn is the choice of Prince Charles, in fact. Christ is made the sure foundation.
Jones has taken the bouquet. She's with Margaret's daughter. She's a very experienced bridesmaid. She was also bridesmaid to Princess Anne.
You can see there the bride's family gathered facing there the royal family.
That's her engagement ring, of course. Shortly to be joined by another.
Christ is made the sure foundation, favorite hymn of Prince Charles. conversation begins with the Dean of St. Paul's reading a description of the state of matrimony.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here in the sight of God and in the face of this congregation to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony, which is an honorable estate instituted of God himself, signifying unto us the mystical union that is betwixt Christ and his church, which holy estate Christ adorned and beautified with his presence, and first miracle that he wrought in Cana of Galilee, and is commended in Holy Writ to be honorable among all men, and therefore is not by any to be enterprised nor taken in hand unadvisedly, lightly, or wantonly, but reverently, discreetly, soberly, and in the fear of God, duly considering the causes for which matrimony was ordained. First, it was ordained for the increase of mankind according to the will of God, and that children might be brought up in the fear and nurture of the Lord and to the praise of his holy name. Secondly, it was ordained in order that the natural instincts and affections implanted by God should be hallowed and directed aright, that those who are called of God to this holy estate should continue therein in pureness of living. Thirdly, it was ordained for the mutual society, help, and comfort that the one ought to have of the other, both in prosperity and in adversity, into which holy estate these two persons present come now to be joined. Therefore, if any man can show any just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together, let him now speak, or else hereafter forever hold his peace.
I require and charge you both, as you will answer at the dreadful day of judgment when the secrets of all hearts shall be disclosed, that if either of you know any impediment why ye may not be lawfully joined together in matrimony, ye do now confess it. For be ye well assured that so many as are coupled together otherwise than God's word doth allow are not joined together by God, neither is their matrimony lawful. Charles, Philip, Arthur, George, wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love her, comfort her, honor and keep her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all other, keep thee only unto her, so long as you both shall live?
I will.
Diana Francis, wilt thou have this man to thy wedded husband, to live together according to God's law in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love him, comfort him, honor and keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all other, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live?
I will.
Who giveth this woman to be married to this man? I, Charles Philip Arthur George.
I, Charles Philip Arthur George.
Take thee, Diana Francis.
Take thee, Diana Francis.
To my wedded wife.
To my wedded wife.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
For better, for worse.
For better, for worse.
For richer, for poorer.
For richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health.
In sickness and in health.
To love and to cherish.
to love and to cherish,
till death us do part,
till death us do part,
according to God's holy law.
according to God's holy law.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
I, Diana Francis,
I, Diana Francis,
take thee, Charles Philip Arthur George,
take thee, Philip Charles Arthur George,
to my wedded husband,
to my wedded husband,
to have and to hold,
to have and to hold,
from this day forward,
this day forward,
for better, for worse,
for better, for worse,
for richer, for poorer,
for richer, for poorer,
in sickness and in health,
in sickness and in health,
to love and to cherish,
to love and to cherish,
till death us do part,
till death us do part,
according to God's holy law.
according to God's holy law.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
Bless, O Lord, this ring, and grant that he who gives it and she who shall wear it may remain faithful to each other and abide in thy peace and favor and live together in love until their lives end. Through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
With this ring, I thee wed.
I thee wed.
With my body,
I
thee honor. And all my worldly goods with thee I share.
All thy goods with thee I share.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son,
and of
the Holy Ghost, Amen.
Amen.
Let us pray. O eternal God, creator and preserver of all mankind, giver of all spiritual grace, the author of everlasting life, send thy blessing upon these thy servants, this man and this woman, whom we bless in thy name, that living faithfully together, they may surely perform and keep the vow and covenant betwixt them made, whereof this ring given and received is a token and pledge, and may ever remain in perfect love and peace together, and live according to thy laws, through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Those whom God has joined together, let no man put asunder. For as much as Charles Philip Arthur George and Diana Francis have consented together in holy wedlock, and have witnessed the same before God and this company, and thereto have given and pledged their troth either to other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving of a ring and by joining of hands, I pronounce that they be man and wife together, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost, bless, preserve, and keep you. The Lord mercifully with his favor look upon you, and so fill you with all spiritual benediction and grace, that ye may so live together in this life, that in the world to come ye may have life everlasting.
Amen.
This is an anthem by William Matthias, a Welsh composer specially composed at the Prince's request. Let the People Praise Thee, O God, by William Matthias. Inside St. Paul's Cathedral, the Right Honorable George Thomas, Speaker of the House of Commons, will give the lesson from 1 Corinthians 13.
With the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become a sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned and have not love, it profiteth me nothing. Love suffereth long and is kind. Love envieth not. Love vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth, but whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know, even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love.
The Right Honorable George Thomas, Speaker of the House of Commons, has just given the lesson from 1 Corinthians 13, to be followed by the Most Reverend and Right Honorable Robert Runcie, Archbishop of Canterbury, who will give the address.
Here is the stuff of which fairy tales are made. The prince and princess on their wedding day. But fairy tales usually end at this point with the simple phrase, "They lived happily ever after." This may be because fairy tales regard marriage as an anticlimax after the romance of courtship. This is not the Christian view. Our faith sees the wedding day not as the place of arrival, but the place where the adventure really begins. There is an ancient Christian tradition that every bride and groom on their wedding day are regarded as a royal couple. To this day, in the marriage ceremonies of the Eastern Orthodox Church, crowns are held over the man and woman to express the conviction that as husband and wife, they are kings and queens of creation. As it says of humankind in the Bible, "Thou crownedst him with glory and honor, and didst set him over the work of thy hands." On a wedding day, it is made clear that God does not intend us to be puppets, but chooses to work through us and especially through our marriages, to create the future of his world. Marriage is, first of all, a new creation for the partners themselves. As husband and wife live out their vows, loving and cherishing one another, sharing life's splendors and miseries, achievements and setbacks, they will be transformed in the process. A good marriage is a life, as the poet Edmund Muir says, where each asks from each what each most wants to give, and each awakes in each what else would never be. But any marriage which is turned in upon itself, in which the bride and groom simply gaze obsessively at one another, goes sour after a time. A marriage which really works is one which works for others. For marriage has both a private face and a public importance. If we solved all our economic problems and failed to build loving families, it would profit us nothing, because the family is the place where the future is created good and full of love, or deformed. Those who are married live happily ever after the wedding day if they persevere in the real adventure, which is the royal task of creating each other and creating a more loving world. That is true of every man and woman undertaking marriage. It must be especially true of this marriage, in which are placed so many hopes. Much of the world is in the grip of hopelessness. Many people seem to have surrendered to fatalism about the so-called inevitabilities of life: cruelty, injustice, poverty, bigotry, and war. Some have accepted a cynical view of marriage itself. But all couples on their wedding day are royal couples and stand for the truth that we help to shape this world and are not just its victims. All of us are given the power to make the future more in God's image and to be kings and queens of love. This is our prayer for Charles and Diana. May the burdens we lay on them be matched by the love with which we support them in the years to come. And however long they live, may they always know that when they pledge themselves to each other before the altar of God, they were surrounded and supported not by mere spectators, but by the sincere affection and the active prayer of millions of friends. Thanks be to God.
Now the choir will sing the anthem, I Was Glad, by Harry. This 17th century masterpiece of a cathedral built by Christopher Wren after the Great Fire of London, finished in the early 18th century. When Prince Andrew, Prince Charles's brother, gave Prince Charles the ring to place on the bride's fourth finger immediately after she became the Princess of Wales, you might want to know that that ring is made of plain gold, the last gold from the nugget found in a Welsh mine at the turn of the century. That same gold has provided the rings of the Queen Mother, the Queen, Princess Margaret, and Princess Anne. Wonderful view of the outside of St. Paul's Cathedral. As you can see, some clouds begin to gather, but rain is not threatening, we say happily. St. Paul's Cathedral, chosen personally by Prince Charles as the site of his wedding, the first royal wedding in this structure since the last royal wedding of Prince Arthur, son of Henry VII, to Catherine in 1501 in the old St. Paul's, keeping in mind that there has been a church at this site since before the year 700 AD. The organ that just completed being the spine of that great music, built in 1695. And now prayers. The Lesser Litany sung by the minor canon.
Let us pray. Lord, have mercy upon us. Christ, have mercy upon us. Lord, have mercy upon us. O Lord, save thy servant and thy handmaid. O Lord, send them help from thy holy place. Be unto them a tower of strength. O Lord, hear our prayer.
Heavenly Father, we thank you that in our earthly lives you speak to us of our eternal life. We pray that through their marriage, Charles and Diana may know you more clearly, love you more dearly, and follow you more nearly, day by day, through Jesus Christ, our Lord.
That was the Right Reverend and Right Honorable the Lord Duggan from the high altar, former Archbishop of Canterbury, and now a historic moment as the Cardinal Archbishop of Westminster, the ranking prelate of the Roman Catholic Church in this country, offers a prayer.
To the riches of his grace, that they may bring forth the fruit of the Spirit in love and joy and peace, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
The historic aspects of that moment fade into the moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland.
To share in your work of creation, bless this couple in the gift and care of children, that their home may be a place of love, security, and truth, and their children grow up to know and love you in your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord.
The prayers continue with a friend of Prince Charles, the Reverend Harry Williams.
O God, you who are the giver of all happiness, you are the giver of all love. We thank you and praise your name for the love you have given to these your servants, Charles, Prince of Wales, and Diana, Princess of Wales. Bless and enrich them in their joy. Grant that they may continually grow in their understanding and support of one another, so that their home may be to them a sanctuary in which they may constantly be renewed. Give them the courage to meet the responsibilities of their life of service to this kingdom and commonwealth. And when, as all people must, they have to encounter times of hardship and trial, give them the wisdom and strength to bring them through victoriously. We thank you for all they mean to us and will do for us. And as we rejoice in their happiness, grant us all to see that it is in the service of your self-giving love alone that true happiness can be found, as was shown us by your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
The friend of Prince Charles, Reverend Harry Williams, now leads a blessing of the couple.
Pour upon you the riches of his grace, sanctify and bless you, that you may please him both in body and soul, and live together in holy love unto your lives' end.
And now the congregation standing, all shall sing the hymn, I Vow to Thee, My Country. The words of this hymn were written by the British ambassador to the United States during the First World War, composed at a time of great stress. The first verse is intensely patriotic, the second full of faith and hope.
God, the Holy Trinity, make you strong in faith and love, defend you on every side, and guide you in truth and peace, and the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be amongst you and remain with you always.
All shall stand to sing, save our gracious Queen. The director of the Royal College of Music. Inside the cathedral, the ceremony beginning to close. Outside, the crowds with wave after wave of hip hip hooray. The bride and bridegroom, attended by Lady Sarah Armstrong Jones and preceded by the Archbishop of Canterbury, moved now to the Dean's Aisle, where they will sign the registers. During the procession is being played the march from the overture to the occasional oratorio by Handel. Maybe worth mentioning, Lady Antonia, as you did before, that Mendelssohn's Wedding March, we all know and recognize, was composed for the marriage of Queen Victoria's daughter.
Her eldest daughter, Princess Victoria, to the Crown Prince of Prussia in 1857. There's this wonderful musical link.
And and the link in the structure that Charles II was under him that St. Paul's Cathedral was rebuilt after the Great Fire of London, Prince Charles choosing it for his wedding procession. And what a picture here. The royal family, the Queen, Duke of Edinburgh, followed by the Queen Mother.
Princess Anne there.
Princess Anne.
Earl Spencer and Mrs. Shan Kidd reunited momentarily at this special moment.
The mother and father of the bride reunited for this very special moment. Now, I want to emphasize that the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, with those who are to sign the registers and preceded by the Dean, have all started moving over to the Dean's aisle, but we won't see the signing of this register. We won't see the actual signing, but we will hear the singing of the New Zealand soprano, Kirite Kawana, of the Royal Opera, who was asked specifically by Prince Charles to sing. And I know, Lady Antonia, that you were especially looking forward to that.
Yes, I'm a tremendous admirer of singing, and I love the fact that Prince Charles is such an opera buff. Incidentally, Jenny Lind, the Swedish nightingale, sang at the wedding of the last Prince of Wales married in 1863. So this is yet another delightful tradition. Now we have the New Zealand nightingale.
At St. Paul's Cathedral, London, England, the Prince of Wales and Lady Diana have been joined, now Princess Diana of Wales. The bridal couple are in a side aisle inside the great Cathedral of St. Paul's for the signing of the registers. As the singing of Handel's aria continues, we're going to slip away for a pause for station identification.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
Being born with a silver spoon in one's mouth is not enough. How quickly it can tarnish in today's topsy-turvy economy. When it comes to growth and the preservation of capital, many prudent investors look to Smith Barney. Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
For the best of times, for the worst of times, for what's been, for what will be. For all the years and all the tears, for what you mean to me. Because
sorry I'm late.
Happy anniversary.
A diamond. You remember
The diamond anniversary ring. The gift that says you'd marry her all over again.
Do you know me? I'm one of the biggest names on 2 wheels. 3 wheels. And 4 wheels. But being a company president isn't a title you wear on your sleeve. That's why I carry the American Express card. With this, I'm treated like a big wheel.
To apply for a card, look for this display wherever the card is welcomed.
The American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue after station identification. This is CBS.
Next on Barney Miller, the boys are worried about a graft investigation.
Policeman has to be careful about accepting any sort of gratuity.
You want me to throw out the stakes?
Kelly's always had a thing about Orientals being on the police force. He says we screw up the look of the St. Patrick's Day parade.
And I deducted all the expenses for Bernice.
There's nothing illegal about that.
Yes, there is. I didn't take Bernice.
Barney Miller today at 5.
What kind of eggs do I like? I tell you, I love Western omelets.
Eggs with onions in them? That's a horror thought.
I like eggs with cream cheese.
That's kind of disgusting.
I can't eat eggs.
They're loaded with cholesterol.
I still prefer my omelets.
Okay, you could, but I like them sunny side up, and I'm not going to change.
The right to have and express your own opinion. Freedom of thought. That's the American way.
Brought to you by People for the American Way, P.O. Box 37300, Washington, D.C.
Bewitched, weekdays at 5:30 on 5.
A CBS News special report continues. The Royal Wedding. This portion sponsored by the investment firm of Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it. And by you from Formfit. Now from London, here again is Dan Rather.
Outside St. Paul's Cathedral, an explosion of joy and noise and spectacle is building up beneath the surface. Inside the cathedral itself, the now married couple, Prince Charles and the Princess of Wales, the former Lady Diana, are signing the register as the soprano from New Zealand, Kiri Te Kawana, is singing the aria from Handel's Samson. With me, David Frost, Lady Antonia Fraser. We've been here through the morning, listening to this fantastic musical spectacle. And inside the cathedral, watching the procession of the glass carriages to the cathedral. We'll soon be seeing them leaving, and I think you'll agree, David, that when the royal couple, when they emerge from the church, we're going to see the next great emotional moment of this day.
I think this is absolutely true, because out here from our position, we've been able to hear, and I found it very moving, the cheers of the crowd as the vows in the church were repeated out to them on loudspeakers, and they cheered at every crucial moment of the service. And that very touching moment when Lady Diana, in making her vow, got Prince Charles' first 2 Christian names the wrong way round, a magic moment of humanity there. But all through, the people have been cheering out here, although they can't see the service as our viewers have. And I suspect in a moment or two, or a few moments, when they come out here from the cathedral, this place is going to just, as you say, explode.
Lady Antonia, you can hear the crowd now saying, Charles, 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 Charles. The last, Lady Antonia, the last royal wedding at this church site, keeping in mind that the cathedral has been rebuilt, 1501.
That was Prince Arthur, the son of Henry VII and Catherine of Aragon. And I'm sure it was nothing like this, although the extravagance of the celebrations were mentioned by all the contemporaries. I still think this must be the best ever. And of course, it's a new church.
There have been many joyous occasions here. The Queen Mother's 80th birthday recently, the Queen's Silver Jubilee service. None more joyous than this.
When one says a new church in Great Britain, keep in mind we're talking about a church that was rebuilt in 1703. When you say new...
And started by another Charles, by Charles II.
Let's go inside St. Paul's Cathedral and listen again to the music. See the Archbishop of Canterbury now beginning to lead the procession out. The Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh, the royal consort, and those who've signed the registers return to their seats now by way of the Dean's Aisle Gate. They have been preceded by the Dean, who, with the Bishop of London and the Archbishop of Canterbury, are continuing to the west door. We're nearing the end of the wedding ceremony. A fanfare will be sounded by the state trumpeters of the household cavalry from the Whispering Gallery as the bride and bridegroom, attended by Lady Sarah Armstrong Jones, enter from the Dean's Aisle. We'll see the bride and groom again soon now. This, the father and mother of the bride. Lady Shan Kidd.
That's Mrs. Shan Kidd, the mother of the bride. She's next to her former husband, Earl Spencer, the father of the bride, and her only son, Viscount Althorp, and that was the grandmother.
This, the royal family, the two families facing one another inside the cathedral. The royal family on the right as you look from the rear of the cathedral. The bride and groom. They're emerging from just having signed the registers. I don't want to suggest that way it was practiced, but perhaps just being around the Queen Mother gives one that special touch. The family's still on the steps of the cathedral.
The Queen determined to let her son and her new daughter-in-law lead the way. Indeed, she has to do that because, in fact, at one stage, the new bride and groom will slow up in the mile so everybody can see them. And so if the Queen's carriage left too soon, we could have a pile-up.
That would certainly be a first.
Great pan down from the dome of St. Paul's. Wide shot moving in now. At the top of the red carpet, the Queen, Queen Mother, royal consort. Now, along the procession route back to Buckingham Palace, the joyous and jubilant procession of the Prince of Wales and the Princess of Wales. Man and wife now for all in the order of 15 minutes.
The beautiful romantic neckline is shown perfect advantage in the coat. She really does look like a fairy princess, doesn't she?
Back on their way to Buckingham Palace. And I say it's the spectacle, the pageantry of this is the kind of thing that has not been seen in my lifetime, with the possible exception of the coronation. I don't even think then, do you, David?
And in those days, of course, for all of us sharing this experience, there was no color television, and so we couldn't share the richness of the occasion in that sense.
The Queen having a word with the father of the bride. You may have noticed the father of the bride being helped down those steps a bit. He's had some leg trouble.
Yes,
in recent years.
He was very ill a couple of years ago.
Terrible stroke. The Queen will be riding, of course, in her coach with the father of the bride. The mother of the bride will be riding with the Duke of Edinburgh.
The Queen is a very old friend of Lord Spencer, and she will be very concerned about his health and sort of look after him.
Following on here, but behind the joyous couple are both the pages and the bridesmaids in Queen Alexandra's state coach behind there. And in the glass coach, which last time we saw it, the bride was on her way to the cathedral.
All weddings, I think, David, you'd agree, all weddings symbolize things. Commitment, tradition, optimism, romance. All alliances, especially personal ones.
Moments, aren't there? The moment which David referred to when she said, I take Philip Charles instead of Charles Philip, that just made it for me. It was so charming.
This particular wedding, of course, symbolizes all of that, and also the amazing durability, whether you like it or not, agree with it or not. Wonderful shot of the bells.
Yes.
They'll be ringing for most of the rest of the day. There's half hour now, and then later for a 4-hour stretch.
It's a good thing those bells are so magnificent, because we are going to be hearing them for 3 hours, 50 minutes.
Costumes, drama, music, animals, mysticism. A spectacular. And CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue in a moment.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
Good investments don't walk up, bite you on the bottom, and say, we're here. Finding them takes good old-fashioned hard work, research, the kind they do at Smith Barney. Smith Barney is among a handful of top investment firms singled out for their work in research. Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
That's no way to treat a lady. For years, we've thought nylon panties with a cotton lining were a solution. Well, they're not. Nylon traps moisture and cotton stays damp, so when you put them together, that's no answer. Now there's you. You, the revolutionary new panty that lets moisture evaporate. You panties are made with Lita, a silky new fabric that breathes like your skin, so you stay cool and comfortable. You just started a revolution.
If you think you need extra strength pain relievers for headache relief, you should know this. A new medical study shows the amount of pain reliever in extra strength Tylenol is no more effective for headaches than Bayer aspirin. The fact is, there is no medical study proving that any pain reliever you can buy gives more headache relief than Bayer. Not Anacin, Excedrin, nothing. Why pay for extra medicine? For headaches, nothing gives you more relief than Bayer. Nothing.
At my mouse parties, my friends want diet cheese, but not all diet cheese products are alike. Some have more calories than you think. That's why I serve Lightline from Borden. Lightline has 1/2 the calories of processed American and says so. If a diet cheese product doesn't say half the calories, it could have more. So when calories count on Lightline. Delicious. And now there's new Swiss flavor Lightline. It has a delicious nutty taste like processed Swiss cheese, but with half the calories.
In the streets of London, England, the royal wedding couple, the new Princess of Wales and the Prince of Wales in open carriage, making their way back to Buckingham Palace as the bells of St. Paul's Cathedral peal.
Prince Philip there with Mrs. Shan Kidd, mother of the bride.
David Frost and Lady Antonia Fraser with me here providing commentary of this colorful pageant in the streets of London, symbolizing the durability of the throne.
Most of the people in the crowd brides we can see have slept out at least last night in order to get such a good place.
Yes, some of these people have in fact slept out for 2 nights in a row to make sure they had a place along this procession route. The celebration seemed to break at or near full last night for the fireworks display when Prince Charles attended. Then Lady Diana, now Princess of Wales, did not.
Yes, she expressed some regret in her last interview as a girl that she wasn't allowed to go.
This is the open carriage with the Queen and the father of the bride, Earl of Spencer. Yes, she is a queen, also a mother, and this day a very proud mother of the bridegroom and mother-in-law of the bride. With all of this panoply, all of the spectacle of it, one perhaps needs to remind oneself that it is, with everything else, a very personal occasion, to say the least, for every member of the family involved here.
Well, in fact, it's not officially a state occasion. It's a private family wedding, but not your average private family wedding.
Yes, I think it's a distinction that few would appreciate, that it's not a state occasion.
The cost of this wedding, put unofficially at well over $1 million, and it probably wouldn't be too far-fetched to guess that it might approach $2 million as a cost. How much, as we see a picture of the couple waving as they make their way back to Buckingham Palace, I've heard very little complaining about the cost of the wedding. And David Frost and Lady Antonia, it surprises me a bit. Unemployment here, 11% going to 12%, very high cost of living, one of the highest costs of living in Europe, low wages. I'm a little surprised there hasn't been more complaining.
I think the reason really is twofold. One, as we see, this sort of occasion overcomes it all. I remember when the Queen herself was married. It was a time of austerity after the war. People wondered if it should be an austerity wedding, but the joy overwhelmed everything. It's doing it again here. And of course, on a simple cash basis, say it is $2 million, the tourists who flocked into London have brought with them more than $2 million. And with the state of the pound now, you need every dollar.
With Lady Antonia Fraser and David Frost, with Tom Fenton standing by at Buckingham Palace, this is Dan Rather, and CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue in a moment.
For the best of times, for the worst of times, for what's been, for what will be. For all the years and all the tears, for what you mean to me. Because
sorry I'm late. Happy anniversary.
A diamond you remember forever.
The diamond anniversary ring, the gift that says you'd marry her all over again.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
Being born with a silver spoon in one's mouth is not enough. How quickly it can tarnish in today's topsy-turvy economy. When it comes to growth and the preservation of capital, many prudent investors look to Smith Barney. Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
Stovetop stole my secret. Chicken broth. What, Mom? Says here, Stovetop stuffing is new and improved because they added real chicken broth. That's my secret for making stuffing taste better. Now it's Stovetops, too.
This Stovetop's better than ever.
Tastes delicious, like homemade. What's the secret?
Mine. Chicken broth.
New stovetop stuffing instead of potatoes. Now it's got real chicken broth.
Wait till you taste it.
CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue after station identification. This is CBS.
PM Magazine, Atlanta's best nightly entertainment program. On Wednesday's edition, we'll take you to Helen, Georgia to meet the Cherokee Indians of North Carolina. They were in Helen to show their goods and share their culture with us. Then we'll meet Tom Blackcollar, the fastest skipper on the water. We'll slip out with Tom for a thrilling race in the windiest spot in the world, San Francisco's Golden Gate. All on the next edition of PM Magazine, Wednesday at 7:30.
Most people think Atlanta's High Museum of Art is that big building on Peachtree Street. But take away the Atlanta College of Art, the Symphony Hall, the Alliance Theater, auditoriums, lounges, and offices, what's left is the High Museum. So small, only 1 out of 5 work.
Outside St. Paul's Cathedral in London, as the bells peal the news that the wedding is over and the celebration has begun. Let's go quickly to the pictures again, because on a day like today, there is nothing like the pictures being shown in the streets of London. One doesn't have to be a monarchist to understand and appreciate the splendor of what is happening at this moment between St. Paul's Cathedral and Buckingham Palace, and our Tom Fenton is at the palace.
Dan, the excitement is building up here in the crowd outside the palace. Most of them have been following the ceremony on their radios, and when the Archbishop of Canterbury pronounced the two man and wife, there was a great cheer here. I can begin to hear the cheers coming up the Mall. The procession is slowed down to a walk to allow the crowd to see and to applaud. This is the moment they've been waiting for the last hour during the service. There's a great wave of cheering slowly coming up the Mall, this red paved avenue, paved in red to denote its royal status.
Tom, I don't know whether you could see your monitor or not, but what a marvelous shot that was, past the Queen Victoria statue, down on the procession as it approaches Buckingham Palace.
I can see, I've seen that shot, yes, it's a marvelous view.
The bride and bridegroom, their procession leading now. The Queen in her procession following on this return trip to Buckingham Palace.
There they are. The procession is now coming into the circle in front of Buckingham Palace, approaching the monument to Queen Victoria. The crowd is really going wild. This is the moment they've been waiting for, the moment they can cheer their new Princess of Wales. Escorted by the lifeguards, the senior regiment and the British Army, with all the panoply and pomp that stems from centuries and centuries of royal tradition.
Tom Fenton, for those in our audience who may have joined us just a little late, to set the scene, that wonderful shot of the Queen again. Even for one who, for those who don't see the occasion being of much importance, you can certainly appreciate the great splendor of it all. But for those of you who may have just joined us, the wedding is over. The processions are proceeding to Buckingham Palace, where there will be a gathering of the family that includes the crowned heads of state.
Will be an honoured guest of Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher instead, and that will be the sort of official lunch where I think perhaps Monsieur Mitterrand from France will be there. People suppose there may be some politics. I think the rest of England are too interested in politics today.
My point is that certainly no discourtesy is intended by this when you say the Queen of the Netherlands will be at the breakfast and the First Lady of the United States will not. One must understand that the Queen of the Netherlands is considered family in the crown sense.
And an old long-time friend. And it's worth adding, in fact, that Mrs. Reagan has had a triumphant visit here this week. People have taken her to her hearts who had not met her before. She's had a triumphant visit. But literally, I think this wedding breakfast is one time when this almost joke phrase about a private family occasion becomes a private family occasion.
Tom Fenton at Buckingham Palace. The procession has arrived.
There is no guard of honor in front of Buckingham Palace. Instead, place has been made for the disabled. The Prince is the patron of the International Year of the Disabled, and he asked that they be given the place of honor. Now we're in the inner courtyard of Buckingham Palace, and for the first time there's a camera inside. And very shortly we will see at close range as the bride and groom, and later the other guests, descend from their carriages and enter Buckingham Palace. About a half an hour after that will be the great balcony appearance.
Tom, I'm sorry to step on your words there. We did want to make the point that we're seeing from inside the palace courtyard a rare inside shot as Prince Charles and the Princess of Wales come down from their carriage, step down from it, and go inside the palace itself. Much of the palace staff is gathered around them. And the Princess of Wales having a little difficulty, Lady Antonia, with that long train. It's how long?
It's 25 yards, the train.
Hard to believe that she could maneuver at all in that long train.
Prince Charles trying to be helpful there, but as I would be, or you, Dan, in the same situation, not knowing quite how you are helpful.
Yes, he's looking like a mere man at that moment.
As I'm reminded that it was Thornton Wilder, I think, from our town, who said a man looks pretty small at a wedding, all those good women standing shoulder to shoulder, making sure that the knot's tied in a mighty public way. It'd be hard to imagine a more public way than the knot being tied with Prince Charles today. The Queen's carriage procession. First the Queen and the Earl Spencer, father of the bride, then Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, royal consort, and Mrs. Shand Kidd, the mother of the bride, followed by the Queen Mother and Prince Andrew. Let me say at this point that I was wrong about something earlier in the broadcast, and I'm happy to clear it up now. We talked of the Queen Mother, her carriage being out of place in the procession for what we had been given. It was never intended that the Queen Mother would have a procession. It was talked at one time that she would be in a carriage immediately behind the Queen in the Queen's procession. Turned out they put her in her carriage was 8th in that procession, and that's what led to the confusion earlier and the thought that perhaps she wasn't feeling well.
But by the time they got here, anyway, when we saw them with our own eyes, she was back in the right place.
So we think she cut in the traffic. That's our theory. She's very keen on racing. We think she raced on this occasion.
She had a very fast postilion.
Tom Fenton, I don't know whether the Queen and Earl Spencer riding together, the Queen and the father of the bride, have yet come into your view.
Just come in my view. The crowd is cheering very enthusiastically. I must say, the Earl Spencer looks very, very good for a man who had a massive stroke not so long ago. He had to be helped down the steps from St. Paul's, but he's certainly looking fine now. Queen, of course, radiant. And the crowd overjoyed.
The procession has moved well past now, for those of you who know London, the Strand, Fleet Street, well past Trafalgar Square, Admiralty Arch. It's nearing the very gates of Buckingham Palace. Buckingham Palace, which was the principal residence for Queen Victoria, became her principal residence in 1837, named, however, for the original owner, the Duke of Buckingham. It was completed in 1703. Before that, the sovereign usually resided at Palace of St. James.
Yes. Some of the postilions we saw there have been in the royal service for incredible length of time, 43 years, I think, one of them. We saw them riding behind the Queen's carriage.
And it took me a few days to learn this, postilions being those, what we would call in the west of the United States, the outriders who help the carriage along. Mind you that some of the coaches are driven from the coach itself, but not the Queen's carriage. And again, this shot from inside Buckingham Palace itself as members of the palace staff gathered to welcome the Queen back to the palace.
The Queen is probably the one woman who is confident that the wedding breakfast is all right, even though she was out at the church all morning.
David Frost, what do you consider to be the key to the durability of the English throne, its ability to last as a hereditary monarchy for 1,000 years?
I think a combination of moving slowly with the times, slightly behind the times, but adjusting all the time, and providing a unity that our political leaders don't necessarily do, and a center for worship and adoration, which is very difficult for a political leader in the middle of controversial policies, tax cuts, or anything else to provide. And when you have a political leader with power, then you tend to get an imperial presidency if you see any spectacle like this. Here's the Queen, in fact, arriving back home.
Queen Elizabeth and Lady Antonia Fraser, I'm reminded that historically that the two most memorable reigns, certainly in the last 400, 500 years, have been the reigns of queens, Queen Elizabeth, Queen Victoria.
Yes, queens regnant, and both lasted for a very long time. And in both cases, I think the fortunes of Britain flourished. I don't believe that Queen Elizabeth II will be in any hurry to abdicate as long as she feels that she can offer something to her country.
I want to pick up on that point shortly as to whether you think that she will step down, how soon step down and allow Prince Charles to become king, if indeed she does.
Prince Philip there, Dan, and Mrs. Shan Kidd just entering the palace.
The mother of the bride. Our CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue after first please these messages.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
Old-fashioned Smith Barney. Not something out of Dickens, no green eye shades and long ledgers here. Today, computers do the paperwork, the old-fashioned part. The real work of creating a sound investment program is still done up here. Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
Daddy?
I was hoping you'd come looking for me.
Serious card.
It's a Hallmark.
Hallmark has 1,690 different ways to say happy birthday, and one of them is your way.
You never said this to me before.
Hey, what a card can say for you.
Daddy, I'm gonna keep this forever.
Hear what a Hallmark card can do.
I am stuck on Band-Aid brand, 'cause Band-Aid stuck on me. Hold on tight in the back of Band-Aid, clean and soapy set.
Only Band-Aid brand adhesive bandages from Johnson & Johnson have our Super Stay-On adhesive. You'll notice the difference because it stays on you better than anything else you can buy.
I am stuck on Band-Aid, 'cause Band-Aid stuck on me.
I used to think a bologna sandwich was fine, and then I got a taste of the rich life.
I always liked my bologna sandwich. Then I got a taste of the rich life.
This is the Rich Life, the delicious, meaty, flavorful life of Louis Rich bologna. All Louis Rich cold cuts are rich in protein because they're made from specially seasoned lean turkey. Once you get a taste of the Rich Life, you'll never go back to the same old sandwich.
The rich life is a very good life for my big brother and me.
Well, they are now allowing the crowds to come closer to Buckingham Palace. The Queen has arrived back at the palace, following just behind Prince Charles and now the new Princess of Wales. Here, this is the scene at Buckingham Palace as some of the horsemen who are riding protection, having escorted the processions inside, now come outside. We've had some unique, very special pictures from inside the palace itself. These crowds gathered outside. The crowd being held back in some sections outside Buckingham Palace. The police, and need one be reminded, that respect for law enforcement officers in Great Britain, I think it's fair to say, is well above that in virtually any other country of the world. It'd be hard to find any country where respect for police is any greater than it is voluntarily, than it is in this country. But the police have let some crowds go close in toward the Buckingham Palace while holding back others. They're leading the crowd to the palace. Now, that's anticipating the minutes, some minutes from now, when the royal family and the newly wedded couple will appear out on the balcony. We heard earlier there the police leading the crowds, controlled leading portions of the crowd toward Buckingham Palace. The bells continue to peal at St. Paul's Cathedral, and a lot of political power, as you remarked earlier, David Frost, still on the steps of St. Paul's Cathedral, waiting for their cars to take them away.
Yes, well, the Queen only reigns and doesn't rule. We've got half the rulers of the world waiting for a taxi outside St. Paul's.
As you can see, the crowd being led by police to Buckingham Palace, some portions of it. Inside the palace itself, hugs and celebration of the wedding that took place earlier this morning inside St. Paul's Cathedral. The crowd control for this occasion, not an easy chore, has up to this point been marvelous. David Frost and Lady Antonia Fraser. Tom Fenton is now with some of the spectators near the palace. Tom?
I'm standing in front of a family here from Devon. Why are you here watching it instead of being home and watching it on television where you'd see it much better?
Well, I'm asking myself that question now, actually, because we haven't hardly seen anything. We just keep going from pillar to post, and we really haven't seen anything at all except the tops of helmets and things. But it's been a good day out.
I see here a sergeant. What kind of a crowd have we had here today?
Vast, yes.
Well behaved?
Yeah, very well behaved, yes, no trouble at all. Everybody's been quite happy and really enjoying it.
Some of these people have been here for quite some time, haven't they?
Yes, they've been here, some of them since 7 o'clock Friday morning. Anyway.
That doesn't surprise you?
No, it doesn't. No, not for an occasion like this. No.
There are many, many young people in these crowds. It's surprisingly so, perhaps. Why would someone your age be interested in a royal event like this?
Well, because, I love the Queen, and I just wanted to come and give us some support and everything. And it's such a tremendous atmosphere here and everything. It's really marvellous, wonderful, in fact.
What do you think of the bride and her dress?
I think she's beautiful. She's really gorgeous. I mean, every bride would love to look like that when she's older and everything. It's everyone's dream. Everything.
Those out there will.
Is this the first royal wedding that you've seen, ma'am?
First royal wedding. I was up here for the Jubilee. I've usually been all the victory parades, all of them. I don't miss any. Yeah, I love it. And,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're all back on the telly.
Buckingham Palace with some of the spectators. And is frequently the case for people who sleep outdoors for a night or two wanting to get a glimpse. All that they get, as the young woman said, was a look at the top of someone's helmet.
And yet I guess there's a shared feeling of excitement at the end of it all. I mean, it's a little like, I suppose, in another area, people who attend a pop concert, and they're just small figures in the distance, but they're part of a shared experience. That must be why people attend a concert with 100,000 people, or why they're part of the millions in the streets today.
Now, the last time there was a royal wedding at the site of St. Paul's Cathedral, 1501, was it, Lady Antonia?
Yes, that was Arthur, Prince of Wales, son of Henry VII, to Catherine of Aragon.
Was there a large crowd present?
There wouldn't have been a crowd outside because the public weren't excited in the way they are now. It was a year or two before television, but there were tremendous celebrations afterwards. And Henry VII, really pushed the boat out on that occasion, and he was criticized for extravagance.
The Lady Diana Spencer has become the Princess of Wales. It was a lovely wedding ceremony inside majestic St. Paul's. We know that it may have been a little early for some of our viewers, as it was for us, as a matter of fact. So here again is what part of that ceremony was like. And Lady Antonia, if you and David will help me guide our viewers through it, let's go back and see some of that lovely wedding ceremony.
Philip Arthur George, wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love her, comfort her, honor and keep her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all other, keep thee only unto her, so long as ye both shall live?
I will.
Diana Francis, wilt thou have this man to thy wedded husband, to live together according to God's law in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love him, comfort him, honor and keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all other, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live.
I will.
Who giveth this woman to be married to this man? I, Charles Philip Arthur George.
I, Charles Philip Arthur George.
Take thee, Diana Francis.
Take thee, Diana Francis.
To my wedded wife.
To my wedded wife.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
For better, for worse.
For better, for worse.
For richer, for poorer.
For richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health.
In sickness and in health.
To love and to cherish.
To love and to cherish.
Till death us do part.
Till death us do part.
According to God's holy law.
According to God's holy law.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
I, Diana Francis.
I, Diana Francis.
Take thee, Charles Philip Arthur George.
Take thee, Philip Charles Arthur George.
To my wedded husband.
To my wedded husband.
To have and to hold.
To have and to hold.
From this day forward.
This day forward.
For better, for worse.
For better, for worse.
For richer, for poorer.
For richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health.
In sickness and in health.
To love and to cherish.
To love and to cherish.
Till death us do part.
Till death us do part.
According to God's holy law.
According to God's holy law.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
Bless, O Lord, this ring, and grant that he who gives it and she who shall wear it may remain faithful to each other and abide in thy peace and favor and live together in love until their lives end. Through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
With this ring, I thee wed.
I thee wed.
With my body,
I
thee honor.
I thee honor.
And all my worldly goods with thee I share.
And all thy goods with thee I share.
In the name of the Father.
In the name of the Father.
And of the Son.
And of the Son.
And of the Holy Ghost.
And of the Holy Ghost.
Amen.
Amen.
Let us pray. O eternal God, creator and preserver of all mankind, giver of all spiritual grace, the author of everlasting life, send thy blessing upon these thy servants, this man and this woman, whom we bless in thy name, that living faithfully together, they may surely perform and keep the vow and covenant betwixt them made, whereof this ring given and received is a token and pledge, and may ever remain in perfect love and peace together, and live according to thy laws, through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Those whom God has joined together, let no man put asunder. For as much as Charles Philip Arthur George and Diana Francis have consented together in holy wedlock, and have witnessed the same before God and this company, and thereto have given and pledged their troth either to other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving of a ring and by joining of hands, I pronounce that they be man and wife together, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
That on videotape, the wedding ceremony completed just short of 2 hours ago inside St. Paul's Cathedral. We're back live now outside St. Paul's Cathedral. With me, David Frost and Lady Antonia Fraser, and at Buckingham Palace, Tom Fenton. At Buckingham Palace, the royal couple, they have arrived back at Buckingham Palace, as has the Queen Mother. They're all inside Buckingham Palace now, and as you look past down the mall, some of the crowd being led by the police toward Buckingham Palace for the next big event in this huge event, speaking of the whole day, where the royal family and the wedding couple will come out on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. This will be the first balcony appearance since 1922 and Queen Mary, that is, balcony appearance after a royal wedding.
Oh, no, they've always had it. 1922 was the first one.
It was the first balcony appearance.
Yes.
Well, of course, because we had Princess Anne that came out on the balcony after her wedding. Indeed, but the first one was in 1922.
And the reason it was the first one is that when they redid up Buckingham Palace, they created the balcony, which wasn't there before. So this is one of our newer traditions. It's merely 1922 onwards.
David Frost, this is very interesting here, how the police, and we have a close-up shot of it now, how the police are, in a disciplined fashion, leading the crowd, waving the Union Jack right behind them toward the palace.
I think this is really a remarkable example of what could almost be described as an experiment in crowd control here, because here you have a situation where these people were hoping to throng forward to the palace after all the guests had got in. But to see it done in this extraordinary combination, on the one hand, of ad-lib response of the crowd who want to move forward, but controlled ad-lib response, is a masterpiece of police skill. I would think, in fact, it's almost got the skill of a formation movement by a military organization.
And with this picture from in front of Buckingham Palace and just over the statue of Queen Victoria, allows us to say our CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue in a moment.
We'll go to another.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
Smith Barney executives continually learn about the art of investing. Precious little about selling. You don't sell clients, you work for them. You work very hard researching the right investments. And when they're right, no one has to be sold. Smith Barney, they make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
Germac introduces a new conditioning secret.
Germac's new instant conditioners, I think they're sensational. My hair feels so clean. And look, it's so shiny, full of body, healthy looking. There's a new Germac instant conditioner just right for your hair, too. That's Germac's secret. Every conditioner, every shampoo is professionally formulated to meet your hair's special needs.
Germac's new instant conditioners. The trade secret for beautiful hair.
Oh, Mr. Goodwrench, can I get a tune-up?
Sure can.
What's that?
Your written estimate.
Mr. Goodwrench wants you to know in advance just about how much the job will cost. He has the GM training and tools available to do the job right.
Gee, that's reasonable.
Mr. Goodwrench knows our customers don't like surprises.
Keep that great GMP
Where Mr. Goodwrench works.
with genuine GM parts.
CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue after station identification. This is CBS.
Boy, are you gonna get it now. What? Look at that greasy mess you made. And our mom just drove up. Give me something fast. Here, 409 works fast. Yeah? Before you start to wipe.
409 Special Grease Dissolvers cut through grease fast.
Hurry.
409 is so effective, it starts to work before you start to wipe.
Hey, that shines. What have you two been up to?
Formula 409. It starts to work before you start to wipe.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to have an audience with the royal family. Don't be nervous. They're models of simplicity, down to earth, easy to communicate with. Despite all their duties, they just go on and on, quietly, clearly, calmly. It's all breeding, you know. Presenting the Royal family of reliable copiers. There's a Royal copier with precisely the speed, features, and price you need. The Royal family. The office is their castle.
Barney Miller, weekdays at 5.
A CBS News special report continues. The Royal Wedding. This portion sponsored by the investment firm of Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it. And by De Beers. A diamond is forever. And now from London, here again is Dan Rather.
And the chant outside Buckingham Palace is, "We want Charles, we want Charles." David Frost, Lady Antonia Fraser here with me outside St. Paul's Cathedral, watching the activities at Buckingham Palace. The next big event, as we said earlier, an air of expectation now growing about the appearance of the royal family out on the balcony outside Buckingham Palace. The crowd, we had a high shot a moment ago. There it is. You see how the police have let the crowd in, led the crowd from different directions to the gates of Buckingham Palace. And David Frost, as you pointed out, it's a new experiment in crowd control. I think, Lady Antonia, you were saying at the time of the marriage of the present Queen, now Queen Elizabeth, that you were in the crowd outside Buckingham Palace.
I was. I was a teenager up from school. I don't think I had permission.
A
5-year-old, as David rightly points out. And when the royal procession vanished and the gates clanged too, they clanged just in time to keep us. We were all shouting and screaming. It was great fun. It wasn't like this at all. They have learnt a thing or two.
Now, this being the fountain, as you can see as the shot widens out, around the statue of Queen Victoria, crowd having been let into this area now in anticipation of the balcony scene. Inside, the royal family and members of those crowned heads of state been brought back to Buckingham Palace, getting themselves together. You can see faces pressed up against the bars outside the Buckingham Palace gates.
The first police estimate apparently is 500,000 people in the Mall at the moment.
It was mentioned earlier that St. Paul's Cathedral was hit during the Blitz, during the German bombing of Britain on December 29th, 1940. Buckingham Palace itself was not hit, was it, Lady Antonia?
Oh, yes, it was hit, and the Queen Mother, the then Queen, made this wonderful remark. She said, well, at least now we've been hit, I can look the East End of London in the face, you know, which had been so terribly bombed.
Yes, the East End had taken so much punishment.
Yes, but you know, that I believe the balcony was quite weakened by the bomb which hit Buckingham Palace, and now whenever there is an appearance scheduled, I believe a structural engineer comes in and vets it pretty carefully, for which we're all duly thankful.
And we want to keep that in mind when we see, which we expect to see in the next few minutes. There's no set time schedule. As the royal family walks out on that balcony, we've mentioned the historical context a number of times today. And while one doesn't want to be too reverent, certainly as an American, one from the western part of the United States, when you talk about the monarchy and Buckingham Palace and seeing royalty, one mentally, psychologically, emotionally always has a certain distance. But in the historical context, you want to perhaps keep in mind as you watch the royal family when it walks out on the balcony that the very balcony itself was weakened by the German bombers during the early 1939-40 period. Official photographs are being taken inside Buckingham Palace now. The official wedding photographer is Lord Litfield, a cousin to the Queen. Also taking pictures in Buckingham Palace are two press photographers. It might be, and you see the faces pressed again against what a joyous crowd it is.
The Union Jack is obviously everywhere. We noticed earlier today that as a patriotic gesture, a number of the crowd had actually painted their faces with the Union Jack, but I don't think it's ever going to replace the natural forms of makeup.
Well, Tom Fenton has not painted his face for the occasion, but he has made his way.
This is disgraceful. He didn't even try.
He is down with the crowd outside the palace awaiting the bridal couple. Tom?
The crowd is still moving up, Dan, and the balcony appearance will not take place until the crowd has completely settled down in front of Buckingham Palace. These balcony appearances, which are the culmination of most great royal occasions, are something like the encores at the end of a play. The royal family will come out several times, usually, perhaps in different groups. And indeed, it has been a great play, a great spectacle. Prince of Wales at a dinner for American correspondents not long after his engagement told us that he understood there would be some 500 or 600 million people watching his wedding, and he said, I would like to give them a good run for their money. Certainly, they've had that today. It's the sort of spectacle that the British seem to put on better than anyone else. And now the crowd is moving up closer. The first sign that the appearance will take place will be the opening of the doors.
We want Charles, the chant coming up from the crowd. One is reminded that Prince Charles himself has said that he thinks the modern monarchy should never be too remote, dash, or too familiar.
There we see one of the figures of Charles just there for a moment that have been on sale as a souvenir. I wonder whether he thinks they're a graphic likeness or not.
Tom Fenton, you've been there in front of Buckingham Palace throughout the morning as the carriage processions went to St. Paul's Cathedral and came back. What are some of the memorable moments that stick in your mind as that was happening?
I think perhaps the greatest moment was the moment when there was no one here, when it was all taking place in St. Paul's. Most of the crowd were following the service on portable radios, and when the Archbishop of Canterbury announced the Prince of Wales and Lady Diana, man and wife, a great roar went up from the crowd. And later, when God Save the Queen was sung at the cathedral, the crowd here picked that up too. It's been a remarkable morning, a really remarkable morning.
Tom, for just one moment, let us listen to this crowd in front of Buckingham Palace. We've seen the pictures. Let's pause for a moment and listen to this crowd for a moment. Fleming of the BBC has said of this cheering by the crowd out front, and I quote, "It's as though an entire nation is saying, we like each other, we can get along, we like being British."
You know, it's true. Everything in this country, we've got the worst unemployment here since the Depression. There have been riots in a number of major cities, in the inner cities. There were troubles in the last 3 nights in Liverpool. There's been a civil servant strike that has shut down the airport many times in the last few months. The strike is almost over now. So many things could have gone wrong, and in fact, none of them did. The British seem to have a way of pulling themselves together and living up to the moment in these great national moments of their history.
Well, Tom, it's an excellent point. As we await, for those who may have just joined us, our coverage, this is our CBS News coverage live from London of this glorious, intermittently sunny day of the wedding. Now the Princess of Wales with the Prince of Wales inside Buckingham Palace. We're awaiting their arrival out on the balcony to wave to the crowd and receive the crowd. But you made an excellent point, Tom, that historically, it may be that what the British do better than most is endure and survive. Lady Antonia Fraser had said that in a previous time that, no, these are not the best of times for the British. Unemployment is high, the cost of living is high, wages are low. Britain economically and in a geopolitical sense, if one can use a 12-cylinder phrase, may be a little out of fashion. But what this country and what these people, what Mark Twain called the Shakespeare people, have done through the centuries is hold it together. And Tom, you've lived here on and off for many years and steadily for the last several years. One certainly has a sense of that today.
Indeed, one does. The British, you know, love a show. They like a spectacle, and they put on a show perhaps better than anyone else. The substance may not be here anymore. The empire's gone. The greatness of Britain is perhaps gone, but the show is still here, and the British really love it. They're great traditionalists. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the monarchy endures. The population gets these little injections every now and then, these big injections, I would say, of royal pomp and ceremony, and they love it. The British are very traditional.
Tom, I'm reminded of what King Farouk once said. He said that the time is soon coming when there will be only 5 houses of kings and queens. The king and queen of diamonds, hearts, spades, and clubs, and the king and queen of England.
And that probably will be true. Most of the kings and princes who are here now have a very modest lifestyle, almost no power. The King of Sweden, for example, has to pay income taxes of all things. There's a great roar going up now. The curtains have been parted in the center door of the balcony room. Someone's looking out to see if the crowd is ready. I'm looking. Indeed, they are almost ready. The door is open. Coming out now, the bride and the groom. Looking radiant, and the crowd goes wild.
And you could just see the, excuse me, Tom Penny, you could just see the bridesmaids just to the left of Prince Charles on the balcony. Immediately to the Prince of Wales' left. Now, there is no order to these balcony appearances, nor is there a traditional number of appearances to be made. This is entirely up to the couple and to the queen.
You can only imagine what must be going through the head and the heart of this young lady, just 20 years old, facing the adulation of who knows how many people out here. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. And of course, it will be like this for the rest of her life. She is now the Princess of Wales. She's royal.
The Queen on the balcony at Buckingham Palace.
The Queen, who rarely seems to look pleased, today is absolutely delighted.
The father of the bride, Earl Spencer. Left to right, the father of the bride, the Queen, the bride, and Prince Charles.
We can't give you the names of all the people in this particular.
This will go on as long as the crowd wants it. There's no order, there's no schedule for this sort of thing. The royal family plays it by ear. And I think as long as the crowd asks for them, they'll stay out on the balcony.
Lovely shot there as the newly married put their heads together while holding hands on the balcony. Rather nice toss of the head, I thought, by the Princess of Wales. She seems to be fitting right into this role immediately.
That's right. There's an English soccer song based on that song of You'll Never Walk Alone, and they're singing it, some of them I can hear, in fact.
Let's take up some of that sound and hear the crowd. The din is overriding whatever singing there was in the back. Live from London, the Queen Mother.
Really one of the most popular members of the royal family. And the crowd is still moving up. One of the great problems that the police are going to face here will be to get the crowd to move away once the balcony appearance is over.
Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, just to the right of the screen for a moment, and now the royal couple moving back toward the inside of Buckingham Palace after their appearance on the balcony. Now, other members of the royal family will stay out there for a moment or two, perhaps, and then move inside. This is the mother of the bride.
Lord Nicholas Windsor, one of the pages there.
One of the pages, you had to grab his hand to put him back inside. He rather liked that outside. They'll probably come back out on the balcony, wouldn't you think, Lady Antonia? They've moved back inside for the moment, but I would think they'd probably come back out again.
When they come back, I shall point out that was Edward Van Cutsem, the page.
I'm delighted to hear someone else make a mistake about Queen Mary and others during the day.
He looked rather determined. He could get cross.
He's been very well trained.
Fantastic. And we can all say amen to that. There have been some things written in the United States during the last day or two, David Frost. I know you know our country well, as do you, Lady Antonia Fraser. And Tom Fenton, you may want to come in on this. Some things written in the United States saying, well, in effect, wait just a minute. This is all a big media hype. There's less here than will meet the eye and ear. You want to comment on that in any way, David?
Well, I think the eye and the ear are very important parts of the human body, and this is primarily a spectacle of the eye and the ear, but also of the heart, too, I think. I think there'll be a renewed sense of unity in this country as a result of this, and an assertion of traditional values around the world, too. I don't think it'll just pass as a 2-minute wonder. Of course, it's more potent at this moment than it will be in a little while, but I think there's an example here. There's an example here for the people of England, too, about law and order in the midst of war.
And back out on the balcony come Prince Charles and the Princess of Wales. And that is Clementine Hambro.
Yes, Clementine Hambro, great-granddaughter of Sir Winston Churchill, and one of the children taught by the former Lady Diana when she was a nursery school teacher, and she wanted to have one of the children she taught.
And just in front of Lady Diana, she now Princess of Wales, she had her hand on that young man.
That was Edward Van Cutsem, and to the right was Lord Nicholas Windsor, son of the Duke and Duchess of Kent. And these bridesmaids and pages were all chosen by the bride and groom together.
No way to hear what Prince Charles is saying to the princess.
But the deaf people who can lip read always do lip read, and they let us know later. And when there was first television, the societies of the deaf had to inform the royal family that their members could hear what they were saying in the coaches. And after that, they were very careful.
Maybe worth mentioning here that while she is now the Princess of Wales and he is the heir to the throne, if and when he ascends to the throne, she will not become queen. She will become queen consort.
No, she will be called Queen Diana, but she will be queen consort, like Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, was queen consort, and Queen Mary was queen consort.
Now, they're going back inside the palace again. That's their second appearance out on the balcony. This not unlike a curtain call at the end of an opera or play.
The same exhilaration, I would think, the same excitement. I remember interviewing Prince Charles at the time of the investiture, and he said that the greatest thrill of his life in many ways had been the first time he ventured onto this balcony, which was at the time of the coronation. He can only have been, about 5 years old at the time.
Tom Fenton, it must look from your vantage point there at Buckingham Palace as though you're participating in some opening scene of a Verdi opera.
Or perhaps the closing scene of the first act, Dan, and what a marvelous show. There comes the Queen now.
Back out onto the balcony.
Duke of Edinburgh. And the crowd is likely to keep calling for encore after encore of members of the royal family. And the bride.
We mentioned earlier today for romance and spectacle and pageantry. Also a day for, without apology, patriotism.
The British are unashamed, unabashed, old-fashioned patriots. And they do love their royal family.
I'm sure when that hymn was sounding out about "Vow to Thee, My Country," I'm sure that Americans could feel that sense of patriotism and link it with "From Sea to Shining Sea."
There's one thing I think Americans might find surprising, and that is the manner in which the royal family is exposed to the dangers that must obviously exist of the lone assassin. It's the sort of thing that you don't really mention on a day like this, but now that it's almost over, it's amazing the little protection that they have, and that was at the request of the royal family. They simply refused to have a wall of glass or people interposed between them and the public.
Tom Fender, I'm not sure, pardon me for interrupting, that tremendous photograph there, hand in hand on the balcony.
It's a marvelous scene, Dan, rather. It's the sort of thing that people will treasure 50 years from now. They'll say, we were there at the wedding of Prince Charles and the Princess of Wales.
Our CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue after these messages.
For the best of times, for the worst of times, for what's been, for what will be. For all the years and all the tears, for what you mean to me. Because sorry I'm late. Happy anniversary. A diamond you remember forever. I give to you.
The diamond anniversary ring. The gift that says you'd marry her all over again.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
The New York Stock Exchange. Trading is over. Some tally their profits, some lick their wounds, and some still look for the ultimate financial formula. For over 100 years, Smith Barney has used only one investment formula, good old-fashioned hard work. Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
If you think you need extra strength pain relievers for headache relief, you should know this. A new medical study shows the amount of pain reliever in extra strength Tylenol is no more effective for headaches than Bayer aspirin. The fact is, there is no medical study proving that any pain reliever you can buy gives more headache relief than Bayer. Not Anacin, Excedrin, nothing. Why pay for extra medicine? For headaches, nothing gives you more relief than Bayer. Nothing.
I used to think a hot dog on a bun was fine. Then I got a taste of the rich life.
I was always happy with hot dogs. Then I got a taste of the rich life.
This is the rich life, the delicious, meaty, flavorful life of Louis Rich hot dogs. The hot dog that's rich in protein because it's made from specially seasoned lean turkey. Once you get a taste of the rich life, you'll never go back to the same old hot dog.
Personally, the rich life is the only life for me.
For the third time, the royal couple with, that is, Prince Charles and now the Princess of Wales, the mother and father of the bride, bridesmaid, Clementine Hambro, great-granddaughter of Winston Churchill. That's the Queen waving on the right side of your picture. The very front gates of Buckingham Palace.
Lady Fermor in the background there, the grandmother of the bride.
This is the third time this scene, this curtain call has taken place. The first time we've seen the couple kiss in public. Out on the balcony. She wearing the gold ring placed on her wedding finger about, well, what, 2 hours and 25 minutes ago. Ring made of Welsh gold. And as the bridal couple appear and then disappear behind the balcony doors, Tom Fenton is there.
That's it. There we are.
Tom, I don't see any sign that the crowd is ready to disperse, despite the fact that the couple disappeared after their third appearance on the balcony, and then someone closed that balcony door. The crowd seems to be in no mood to thin out.
Dan, the police now do face a major problem. It's a rather difficult but not overly complicated matter to get the crowd to come up to the gates of Buckingham Palace. Now they will have to persuade them to leave. They'll have to make room in several hours from now for the Prince of Wales and Lady Diana, now the Princess of Wales, to leave in a carriage to go from here to Waterloo Station. Wow, the crowd saw someone behind the door, but I think that's the end of the appearances. Speaking of the problems of the police, something that might surprise Americans is the almost and seeming total lack of protection for the royal family. There are policemen in the crowd, there are sharpshooters, but no one is bodily between the royal couple, between the Queen and the others, and the crowd. The royal family insists that they won't be surrounded by walls of steel or walls from people. I suppose that's one of the great things about the monarchy is contact with the people. And thank goodness there have been no problems today.
Tom Pinnon, you are our senior European correspondent, and I know that you've been thinking about this, and we mentioned it earlier in talking with David Frost and Lady Antonia Fraser here. There has been considerable conversation about Queen Elizabeth abdicating and allowing Prince Charles to become king rather quickly. I have a feeling that that's unlikely to occur. What do you think?
The matter was first raised by Queen Elizabeth herself many years ago at a luncheon in the palace. I think she thought that it would be better for him to take over when he was still in the prime of life, perhaps thinking about other princes of Wales who spent their life in dissolution because they had to wait so long. However, I think she has enjoyed the job so much, it's most unlikely now that she would do any such thing. There was an editorial in the Times of London not so long ago which suggested that that would be unthinkable, that the British monarchy is not like what the English call the bicycle monarchies of Holland and the other countries. There is this mystique. There was, however, a poll taken only last week, and surprisingly enough, this poll showed that 2/3 of the British people would like to see the Queen retire at 60. That would be only a few years from now. Abdicate in favor of her son.
Lady Antonia Fraser, what do you think? The Queen would be 60 in how many years? It would be...
In 1986.
Right. Guessing. Always a dangerous thing for a historian or a journalist to try to do. Would you guess that she would step down anytime soon?
No, I would guess she wouldn't, and for this particular reason. In 1986, the Prince and Princess of Wales will only have been married 5 years. We hope they'll already have a family, but it may not be very old. Perhaps they'll be in the midst of having a family. I think that the fact that the Queen ascended to the throne at the age of 26, when her first 2 children were very young, meant that she had very little family life. And I think she would want Prince Charles and the Princess of Wales to have a young family life. If she steps down at 60, she's suddenly saying, now you take over all the responsibilities, and she's denying them those early precious years. So in my view, it's not at all likely. I think the Queen is a very dutiful woman, however much she may want to live in the country, breed dogs or whatever. I think she will put duty first, as she always has done.
Prince Charles is now age 32. Yes. So if she waited 5 years to step down and allow him to ascend to the throne, he'd be 37. If she waited 10, he'd be 42. David Frost, it occurs to me that with the 2 best-known queens, certainly in the last 500 years, Queen Elizabeth and Queen Victoria, that they got stronger as they got older and they became more popular the longer they stayed on the throne.
Well, Helen Hayes always says self-mockingly, and it's her career would win her this acclaim anyway, that the older she got and the older she gets, the more acclaim she gets. And I think there is an element of that. There's that building up of capital, that love will grow and grow for this Queen. And I suspect that retirement would look suspiciously like abdication to her, and that's a word that I don't think the family particularly like, you know.
We're going to continue our coverage of the royal wedding live from London, from St. Paul's Cathedral and Buckingham Palace. But first, these messages.
That's no way to treat a lady. For years, we've thought nylon panties with a cotton lining were a solution. Well, they're not. Nylon traps moisture and cotton stays damp, so when you put them together, that's no answer. Now there's you. You, the revolutionary new panty that lets moisture evaporate. You panties are made with Lita, a silky new fabric that breathes like your skin, so you stay cool and comfortable. You just started a revolution.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
Being born with a silver spoon in one's mouth is not enough. How quickly it can tarnish in today's topsy-turvy economy. When it comes to growth and the preservation of capital, many prudent investors look to Smith Barney. Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
At my mouse parties, my friends want diet cheese. But not all diet cheese products are alike. Some have more calories than you think. That's why I serve Lightline from Borden. Lightline has 1/2 the calories of processed American and says so. If a diet cheese product doesn't say half the calories, it could have more. So when calories count on Lightline. Delicious. And now there's new Swiss flavor Lightline. It has a delicious nutty taste like processed Swiss cheese, but with half the calories.
CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue after station identification. This is CBS.
To feel like an insider at this week's royal wedding, you have to read this week's People and meet some of the people who made it all work. People like the grandmother who made Lady Di's wedding garter, the English silk farmer whose cloth became the wedding gown.
People like the coachman getting them to the church on time.
The people who made their bed, king size, of course.
People like the cake maker who's in the Navy.
And other everyday people who talked about the royal couple.
Plus a revealing story about what Joan Baez is up to these days.
And very serious criticism of the Beverly Hills diet. So treat yourself.
Treat your family
to this week's People, where you're invited behind the scenes at the wedding of the year.
Okay, honey, bye.
Hey, man, I'm sorry. What a time to get laid on.
Yeah.
How long you been with the company?
Long time.
Hey, what'd the wife say?
Well, what would yours?
Hey, come on, I'll buy you a beer.
No, thanks a lot, Bill. I better get home.
Ta-da! We think you need a hug. Yay!
Who in the world needs your hug? WAGA-TV, Atlanta.
A CBS News special report continues. The royal wedding. From London, here again is Dan Rather.
The sun breaks through again outside Buckingham Palace and outside St. Paul's Cathedral. Inside Buckingham Palace, what is called the wedding breakfast. Since, as we mentioned earlier, it's afternoon in London now. It's actually a combination breakfast and lunch. Is just about now getting underway. And the wedding cake, if not already cut, will soon be cut inside. More about that cake, a very special cake and quite different from what you might expect perhaps a little later on. But even though the few here on this day in London are interested in news from other parts of the world, there are things going on elsewhere around the globe, and we thought this might be our best moment to break away for a moment and go to the Duke of Tarrant County, Bob Sheeper in New York.
Morning, Dan. Good morning, everyone. Iran's former president, Bani Saad, has turned up in France. He was flown there in a stolen Iranian Air Force 707 jet about 6 weeks ago. When Ayatollah Khomeini assailed Bani Saad, he went underground and became a fugitive. Bernard Redmont now reports on his arrival near Paris.
Escorted by French police, Bani Sadr drove to an apartment house in the southern Paris suburb of Cachan, where his daughters live. He arrived at the French air base at Évreux, west of Paris, before dawn this morning. The French government announced a few hours later that it has granted asylum to Bani Sadr on the condition that he does not engage in political activity here. Despite the conditions of asylum, Bani Sadr told reporters he was here to encourage the resistance of his people. He said the struggle would continue. Bani Sadr said he was flown from a Tehran military base by an Iranian Air Force pilot, Colonel Behzad Moazi.
I'm glad to be out of that country. And I'm telling you, be sure that Army, Air Force, and Navy, all three forces, are supporting President Bani Sadr.
Tight security precautions have been taken to protect Bani Sadr, as other Iranian exiles here have been targets for assassination attempts. Bernard Redmont, CBS News, Paris.
Iran's news services report today that an earthquake in Iran has killed hundreds of people. Reportedly, more than 700 bodies have been recovered, and the provincial governor says the toll may exceed 4,000 dead. The quake was centered about 500 miles south of Tehran, near the city of Kerman. Israeli radio reports its warplanes today shot down a Syrian MiG-25 jet fighter in a dogfight over Lebanon. The Syrian plane apparently had been sent up to challenge Israeli reconnaissance planes. The House of Representatives decides today whether to support President Reagan's tax cut plan or the Democrats' plan. The president's plan calls for a 25% tax cut over 33 months. The Democratic plan calls for a 15% cut over 21 months. Susan Spencer has the story.
With nobody knowing the outcome of today's vote, pretending you were sure that your side had the momentum yesterday was important.
We think we've narrowed the gap. We're probably about even, and we think we'll surge ahead at the final bell.
Similar sounds came from Ways and Means Committee Chairman Dan Rostenkowski about the Democrats' plan.
Are you ahead?
Oh, I think by a slight margin we might be ahead.
And everyone was lobbying as hard as he possibly could. The president seeing a total of 43 congressmen, most of them Democrats, and some of them even diehard supporters of the Democrats' proposal.
I told him in advance of my commitment. I said, if you still want to talk, we can talk. It's not going to do you any good. But we'll talk philosophically or practically, politically, whatever you want to talk about it. I'm not against you, but I'm for this Democratic proposal.
Before yesterday's session, House Speaker O'Neill predicted victory, saying by his count, only 14 Democrats would stray for sure. He didn't know about 6 or 8 others. Every single vote counts at this point, so just to improve the odds, perhaps, the Speaker swore in newly elected Representative Joseph Smith of Pennsylvania. Smith, by the way, is a Democrat. Susan Spencer, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
The Senate also votes today on a somewhat different Republican tax cut plan. Republicans control the Senate, so the plan's approval there is assured. No matter which version the House passes, both chambers will have to work out a compromise. CIA Director William Casey goes before the Senate Intelligence Committee today. Members have raised questions about his past business practices, but CBS News correspondent Phil Jones reports it now appears Casey will survive the criticism and will remain as CIA Director. And the Air Traffic Controllers Union is winding up its vote counting on a new contract, and the final tally is supposed to be made public in Washington this afternoon. Union leaders predict the 15,000 members who voted by mail will overwhelmingly reject the tentative government contract. That's our report from here. Now let's go back to London and Dan Rather. Dan?
Thank you very much, Bob Sheeper. Here in England, in Liverpool today, many shops were closed and boarded up. Not a sign of respect for the royal wedding, but unfortunately a sign of a third consecutive night of street violence, violence which claimed a life. The first death in this month's riots. Terry Drinkwater reports on the fire this time.
Last night's rioting was by far the worst of the last 3 nights. Hundreds of youths massing on street corners taunting police, who moved in quickly and early with massive force. And then came tragedy. A police van, trying to disperse a crowd in a dark street beyond here, reportedly went out of control and ran over a 22-year-old white man. The victim was David Moore, and he was apparently a bystander. He died later in a hospital. His was the first death in the nearly month-long series of disturbances in Britain. Word of his being hit spread, and then so did the burning and more bold assaults on the lines of bobbies protecting themselves with plastic shields. Scores of police were injured, several severely. They were hit by bricks and boards and blocks of cement. But why this riot in Britain, and particularly now? The Tux's chief constable blames what he calls marauding gangs of criminals hell-bent on destruction. People in the neighborhood say the root cause is unemployment. At dawn on this bleak day in Liverpool, it became clear how widespread the property damage was. Cars and trucks overturned and torched. In areas too dangerous to let a camera be seen, there was sporadic looting today. While British elsewhere are celebrating today, here there is worry of more rioting to come tonight, particularly because of the death of the young man who was killed here last night on this spot. Terry Drinkwater, CBS News, Liverpool.
At Buckingham Palace, the wedding breakfast, stroke lunch, we put that stroke in it because it is afternoon, is now underway. The official wedding cake presumably has been cut by this time, cut by Prince Charles with his sword to cut the wedding cake. Now, for those who like the subject of wedding cakes in general, I know David Frost is one of your long suits, for example. Yeah. This is a different kind of wedding cake. Oh, listen to the bells. Bells of St. Paul's Cathedral. Let's interrupt for just a moment to hear them. Healing the celebration, yes.
1,000 different variations. So we may have quite a long break.
And we'll try to talk over them and pick up our conversation about the wedding cake. It was just such a moment. We've had so many of these glorious moments today that all of the crowned heads of state have now finally made their way into their automobiles and made their way away from St. Paul's Cathedral. Some of them, indeed most of them, going to a luncheon away from Buckingham Palace. Many of the crowned heads of Europe are at Buckingham Palace itself. And we were talking about the wedding cake. Told it's a marzipan-covered fruit cake of a sort that's traditional at British weddings. Now, in the United States, we're not accustomed to wedding cakes that are fruit cakes. This cake, in fact, I think was made back in May because it's much like a Christmas fruit cake, filled with fruit, nuts, mixed in with rum, and they wanted to give it plenty of time to age a bit. And one says plenty of time, a number of weeks to age, so it'd be just the right taste for this wedding. It's several layers, candied fruits, coated with white icing, laced with rum. It's about 200 pounds on 5 tiers, 4.5 feet high. I'm so sorry we can't show you the cake, but having been allowed inside Buckingham Palace for some extraordinary photographs a little earlier in the day, I think it'd be asking a bit much to intrude on that family wedding breakfast inside. But the baking took 9 hours in a ship's oven, with baking done by 4 bakers and 2 others who worked on the decorating. The bakers are from the Royal Navy School, as you would expect, someone of Prince Charles's naval background.
That's right, and the guy who did it, Chief Petty Officer David Avery, said some Navy rum in it, but not too much because we don't want the guests getting paralytic, he said.
And Lady Diana is a teetotaler, so this will be a very rare touch of rum, yes.
Princess Diana is a teetotaler.
Absolutely. Princess of Wales is a teetotaler. You're quite right.
Tom Fenton is outside the palace with some well-wishers, and Tom, we wanted to get to you while before the well-wishers disperse there, while waiting for the soon-to-be honeymooners leave Buckingham Palace for Waterloo Station. Tom?
Dan, I have here a lady from Australia, Melbourne, who had never seen the Queen before.
Yes, and it was the most exciting night of my day of my life. Really exciting. I've still got the goosebumps. England is just so beautiful.
Did you come here to England just for this?
I came to see family, but the wedding is the very special occasion in my life. But I still think seeing the Queen was the most exciting thing to me.
What do you think of the bride?
Very beautiful, but and all brides.
Yes.
But I think the people and the feeling, I think they're very patriotic.
It's a very well-behaved crowd.
I think it's wonderful. I was frightened that there'd be trouble, but it's just wonderful that they didn't cause any trouble on this day.
Yes, I noticed we're standing here among gardens that they haven't even walked on the flowers.
No, they're very good. And I think I'm only hoping they'll continue this day and not cause any trouble. My family didn't want me to come today. They thought we might be blown up by a bomb. I've been up all night. I've been here all night, and I'd do it again. I'd stay 2 nights if I had to. It really is the most exciting day of my life.
Thank you very much. I have here a gentleman, I believe, from California.
Yes, my name is Dr. Ryden Richardson. I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a research chemist on the loose, and I saw the most magnificent fireworks display last night, as has the Americans beat.
As an American, what do you think about all this royal goings-on?
Well, it's a tradition that the English cannot easily let loose. I'm glad we're loose of it. And for each his own.
I get the impression sometimes, though, that the Americans are as big or bigger monarchists than the British. They love a show like this.
Well, we have Hollywood as our show, and we have outstanding people in politics. I think we always gravitate to the unusual personality, and there's a variety of outstanding people in the USA.
What do you think about the bride?
She's a lovely lady. I'm very impressed.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Dan?
Tom Fenton outside Buckingham Palace, where we had Prince Charles and the Princess of Wales, along with other members of the royal family, including the Queen and the Queen Mother, come out 3 times on the balcony to greet the crowd. The crowd is now beginning to disperse as the wedding breakfast is underway inside Buckingham Palace. You will next see the royal couple when they leave Buckingham Palace, starting out for Waterloo Station, again by coach, by carriage. They'll travel by train from Waterloo Station and then on down to Gibraltar, where they'll get aboard the Britannia to begin their honeymoon. But more about that and more from David Frost and Lady Antonia Fraser when our coverage of the royal wedding continues.
Do you know us? You know our songs? Shine, little glimmer, glimmer, glimmer. But our faces hardly get a glimmer of recognition. So we carry the American Express card. Without it, we'd be up a lazy river without a you know what.
To apply for a card, look for this display wherever the card is welcomed.
The American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
Good investments don't walk up, bite you on the bottom, and say, we're here. Finding them takes good old-fashioned hard work, research, the kind they do at Smith Barney. Smith Barney is among a handful of top investment firms singled out for their work in research. Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
Want to see how you can spice up your iced tea? Start with your regular tea bags, then add 2 Lipton flavored tea bags and brew up a delicious pitcher full of orange and spice iced tea or tasty cinnamon iced tea. Take your pick of a whole bunch of Lipton flavored teas. That's good. Try great tasting Lipton flavored teas and spice up your iced tea.
I used to think a bologna sandwich was fine, and then I got a taste of the rich life.
I always liked my bologna sandwich. Then I got a taste of the rich life.
This is the Rich Life, the delicious, meaty, flavorful life of Louis Rich bologna. All Louis Rich cold cuts are rich in protein because they're made from specially seasoned lean turkey. Once you get a taste of the Rich Life, you'll never go back to the same old sandwich.
The rich life is a very good life for my big brother and me.
In London, as the wedding breakfast continues in Buckingham Palace, David Frost, I know that you have been at several occasions with Prince Charles, and you've spoken of his sense of humor. I wonder if you could give us is any quick anecdote spring to your mind that demonstrates his very quick wit?
Well, I think the thing is that it's really, we read about his sense of humor and you sometimes wonder, is it all written for him? And what occurs to me is one experience where I had where it was proved to me that it doesn't. I mean, what happened was I was speaking to introduce him, and I happened to launch, as he could never have known, into 2 or 3 stories about Toastmasters, those guys in scarlet livery who introduce people, you know, in this country. And he couldn't have known I was going to do that, but as soon as he got up, he told a story about how recently he'd been in Merthyr Tydfil at luncheon, where the Toastmaster in scarlet livery had decided to announce him by giving him all of his titles. Well, of course, he's got a great many of them, so this guy stood up and said, "My lords, ladies and gentlemen, pray silence for His Royal Highness Prince Charles, Prince of Wales, Duke of Cornwall, Duke of Rothesay, Earl of Carrick, Lord High Steward of Scotland, and, what is more, Earl of Linlust." Now, at that moment, Charles stood up and he said, just before he spoke, in the moment of silence, a Welsh voice could be heard at the back of the room saying, "Oh my God, he's brought the whole bloody aristocracy with him." Now, pure ad lib, great the line coming from him. You know. Impossible that anyone could have written that for him. No, and he said afterwards that it was something that had just recently happened to him. Couldn't have known it was coming. He's got that ad lib quality that makes him so attractive and puts himself down beautifully.
Lady Antonia Fraser, through history, what monarchs have had the reputation of having the best senses of humor?
Well, I think the last King Charles II, he was a very dryly witty man. On Restoration Day in 1660, when the monarchy came back to Britain after Cromwell, everybody cheered and shouted in the streets, exactly as they have done today. And he turned after 11 years of exile and said, "It's obviously entirely my own fault I've been away so long, because clearly everybody here has been longing for me to come back forever," which was a very witty remark.
His modern namesake, Prince Charles, heir to the throne. Prince Charles's sword is wielded mostly in ceremony. His real source of strength, as we mentioned, a razor-sharp wit, wielded to disarm his critics and to delight his friends. He's a prince without much mandated political power, but he is not without influence. Tom Fenton tells us now about the life and times of Prince Charles, the man who would be king.
His full name is Charles Philip Arthur George Mountbatten Windsor, but his friends call him Sir.
He could hardly have anything that resembles a normal life.
No, he doesn't. In fact, I do feel sorry for him in that way, because everything he does is under a spotlight. He's like...
Arthur Edwards, palace photographer for a London tabloid, has a grudging respect for the man whose footsteps he has dogged for the past 6 years.
As you say, yes, he is.
Well, in what's called American efficiency, as you know, we are the can-do nation. The first thing that has gone wrong this day is our videotape containing the profile that Tom Fenton had prepared on Prince Charles has fouled up. You know what they say, to err is human, but to really foul up requires a computer, and this was a computer-driven videotape. We'll hope to get back to that profile of Prince Charles in a moment.
Today, I must say, everything went absolutely according to plan. You know, spot on, wasn't it? Everything was on time today in the ceremony. I thought some of the fireworks last night did tend to come out in the wrong order. I thought for a minute that the display last night had been planned by G. Gordon Liddy, but I don't think it was, in fact. But that's the only time. Today, everything bang on schedule here.
Well, with one or two absolutely charming little touches which weren't on schedule, which is that Lady Diana, as she was, when instead of saying, "I take thee, Charles Philip Arthur George," which are the Prince of Wales's names, she said, "I take thee, Philip Charles Arthur George." And then charmingly, she looked a little uncertain, and I know she was thinking, did I get it in the right order?
I hope we can replay that piece of the videotape sometime during the coverage, because it was a wonderful moment.
Oh, magic moment. And the only thing that Prince Charles, as far as I could tell as we watched it, did was that he promised to share not just all his worldly goods with the Princess of Wales, but all his goods. Now, does this mean she got a better deal or not such a good deal?
We decided it was better because he'd get all his spiritual goods as well.
So he's sharing those too.
Lady Antonia Fraser, I don't think we can remind particularly the younger people in the United States, and I don't mean to be patronizing, but as you know, we're given to studying a great deal of United States history or individual state history, Texas history, California history. We don't always know as much world history as we should. That in Great Britain, you have a separation between the head of state and the head of government. The Queen is head of state, the Prime Minister is head of government, whereas in the United States, a President of the United States is both head of state and head of government. Could you briefly outline to us the advantages of the separation and the disadvantages?
I think the advantages of the separation are that we don't change our monarchs. We are able to have an elected government. We can elect a new political party into office every 4 or 5 years, whenever it feels like it. Margaret Thatcher's not been Prime Minister really very long, but our monarch goes on, so that she, in this case, can be a form of continuity. The present Queen has seen many, many Prime Ministers come and go. That, I think, is the advantage, the continuity. The disadvantage is that any office which can be regarded as empty, you could say the monarchy is without political power, simply symbolic. Any office can be held by some people to be unnecessary, but in this country we like it the way it is.
As the wedding breakfast continues inside Buckingham Palace, I want to mention to you that while it may be some little while before the couple leaves by carriage for Waterloo Station to begin their honeymoon, that we will be having for you in the upcoming minutes of our coverage some highlights from the wedding and the glorious processions of this morning. So if you have time and the information, we do hope you'll stay with us. Our CBS News coverage of Royal Wedding Day in London will continue in a moment.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
Smith Barney executives continually learn about the art of investing. Precious little about selling. You don't sell clients, you work for them. You work very hard researching the right investments. And when they're right, no one has to be sold. Smith Barney, they make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
Hey, what's that? Bursting with great taste. Surprise, Henry. It's Cycle dog food. New Cycle, a delicious new mixture of red, brown, and golden nuggets. Oh, don't worry, Henry. Cycle still has just the right nutrition for your stage of life. But now it's bursting with a great new taste you'll love. Uh-oh, you missed a piece. New Cycle, bursting with a great new taste.
Germac introduces a new conditioning secret.
Germac's new instant conditioners, I think they're sensational. My hair feels so clean. And look, it's so shiny, full of body, healthy looking. There's a new Germac instant conditioner just right for your hair, too. That's Germac's secret. Every conditioner, every shampoo is professionally formulated to meet your hair's special needs.
Germac's new instant conditioners. The trade secret for beautiful hair.
CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue after station identification. This is CBS.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to have an audience with the royal family. Don't be nervous. They're models of simplicity, down to earth, easy to communicate with. Despite all their duties, they just go on and on, quietly, clearly, calmly. It's all breeding, you know. Presenting the royal family of reliable copiers. There's a royal copier with precisely the speed, features, and price you need. The royal family. The office is their castle.
Think about your job as a career. You want good pay. People who look up to you for what you can do. You want the chance for advancement, to move ahead. So don't just leave your future up in the air.
Call the Atlanta College of Medical and Dental Assistants for information on careers in the allied health fields and this free booklet.
WAGA-TV, Atlanta.
A CBS News special report continues. The Royal Wedding. This portion sponsored by the investment firm of Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it. And by the Lewis Rich Company. And now from London, here again is Dan Rather.
Good morning again to all of you who have been with us through this morning, through the royal wedding and the wonderful events following that. And good morning to those of you who are just joining us. I'm reminded of the writing of one of my favorite short essays, John Leonard, who said, marriage is one of the few ceremonies left to us about which it is impossible, or at least self-demeaning, to be cynical. So be joyful. Tom Fenton is outside Buckingham Palace with people who are by no means cynical and by all means joyful. Tom?
Joyful indeed, Dan. I've got a young lady here who, how old are you?
10.
Did you see anything at all?
Yes, a lot.
What did you think?
It was great. It was lovely, very colourful. And there was a lot of people around. No more than anybody would expect.
Is it the sort of a day that you thought it would be when you came here?
Yes, very much.
Do you like Prince Charles and his new princess?
Yes. She's lovely, and so's Prince Charles.
Is your mother here with you?
Yes.
Could I speak to her?
Yes.
May I ask you a question? Why did you come here?
To see the wedding.
No, but put up with all this, the pushing and shoving, when you could have stayed home and watched it on the television.
No, but you wouldn't have the atmosphere, you know. So it's really very enjoyable, you know.
How did you feel? Was it at all like your own wedding?
I was going to cry, just ready to cry. Yeah, I heard we were standing just outside Buckingham Palace here, and I heard on somebody's radio, I heard the service, and that's when I felt emotional, you know, whenever the Archbishop was asking them to take their vows, and he was wishing them well and hoping everybody would uplift them during their married years and that, you know. So I thought it was very, because...
Tell me, do you like the royal family?
Yes, very much. Yes.
Do you think Britain would be different if it had just a president and not a royal family?
Well, it wouldn't be the same, you know. It wouldn't just be... No, it wouldn't just be the same for me, anyway.
Thank you very much. There's a young man over here. One of you. Here, a Scotsman. Why are you here? Why did you come here when you could just as well have stayed in Edinburgh and watched the whole thing on the television?
Because I live here.
Well, you could still have stayed at home and watched it on television.
I did. I came along after the wedding. Came along to get into the crowds and see what it's like in the crowds. Enjoy the festivities of it.
And how do you feel?
Oh, it's lovely. There's a great atmosphere. I didn't think it would be like this, but everybody's so happy, and it's a great thing to see in recent times, really. The happiness that everybody's got and the jolliness about it all.
Is it because the British are patriotic, or is there something special about the royal family?
Well, there's a lot special about the royal family, but it's tradition, really, isn't it? It's somebody we always look to. We always look up to the royal family. There's someone special to us. There's someone special to the world, I think, really.
What do you think about the Princess of Wales?
Oh, she's lovely. She's beautiful. Not much else one can say. We don't know too much about her, really, at the moment. We haven't heard her much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dan?
With members of the crowd outside Buckingham Palace. Most of the crowd is now dispersed and gone back home to their television sets or gone to lunch, awaiting the time. We know not exactly when, but it'll be quite a few minutes yet before the royal couple leaves Buckingham Palace by carriage for Waterloo Station. Certainly something you'll want to see, and we will be showing you videotape highlights of the wedding and the various processions from the morning as we go along. Should mention that in the background here from our location at St. Paul's Cathedral, the ringing of the bells, what we call the full ringing of the bells, has started now. We had a half hour of the bells pealing earlier to celebrate the royal wedding. Now there will be count them, 4 hours of these bells pealing in the St. Paul's Cathedral, sounding out the celebration throughout the kingdom, the marriage of the Prince of Wales to now the Princess of Wales. Now, those of you who have been with us for a few minutes know that a short while back, we tried to go to a prepared profile of Prince Charles, who he is, how he handles himself, some sense of the texture of this man, but we had videotape problems. Now we're going to try it again. Tom Fenton tells us about the life and times of Prince Charles, in Kipling's words, the man who would be king.
His full name is Charles Philip Arthur George Mountbatten Windsor, but his friends call him Sir. He could hardly have anything that resembles a normal life.
No, he doesn't. In fact, I do feel sorry for him in that way, because everything he does is under a spotlight. He's like...
Arthur Edwards, palace photographer for a London tabloid, has a grudging respect for the man whose footsteps he has dogged for the past 6 years.
As you say, yes, he does everything. He puts 100% into everything, and he does want to please people. He does want to show, you know, that the royal family is interested in the workings of this country.
Prince Charles's only constitutional duty as Prince of Wales is to inherit the throne when it falls vacant. That could be many years away. In the meantime, he works very hard at being the heir to the British throne, carrying out a grueling schedule of over 1,000 public engagements a year. At times, he seems to be trying to prove that he is worthy of the office that he can expect to inherit automatically. It's not because he tries so hard, but because of who he is, that the people he meets reacts as if he were a superstar. Fairly early in life, Prince Charles realized what he called the ghastly truth that his future was predestined, that he could not be like other men because he was born to be king.
Buckingham Palace, which for 62 years has seen no royal birth. His Royal Highness the baby is born behind these windows.
Broadcasting the news that all have waited for is night program announcer Franklin Engelman.
It has just been announced from Buckingham Palace that Her Royal Highness, the Princess Elizabeth, Duchess of Edinburgh, was safely delivered of a prince at 9:14 p.m., and that Her Royal Highness and her son are both doing well.
Prince Charles grew up in vast palaces, frequently separated from a mother who traveled so much in her role as queen that at times the little prince seemed not to recognize her. Aware of her own lack of education, the Queen and Prince Philip decided he would be the first Prince of Wales to go to school outside the palace. He later won a university degree at Cambridge, where he demonstrated the sense of humor that is one of his predominant traits.
This is most exciting, ladies and gentlemen. I've never seen anything quite like it before. I think I got quite a large one here. It's very, very large indeed.
Prince Charles seems to be anxious to avoid the playboy reputation earned by previous princes of Wales, notably Prince Bertie, who dragged the royal name through sex and gambling scandals before becoming Edward VII, and the Duke of Windsor, who gave up the throne to marry a divorced woman. One of the lesser-known characteristics of this Prince of Wales is his highly developed social conscience.
There are still the problems of urbanized existence, which must make talk of progress seem pretty hollow. They are the problems of the inner city areas: bad housing, lack of space, a feeling of living in a concrete jungle. For young people particularly, the frustration often leads to vandalism and violence, or at best a sense of deprivation.
Prince Charles devotes a considerable amount of time to several charitable trusts and has a deep interest in the underprivileged. He has also made himself a salesman for Britain, promoting British industry and defending its tarnished image.
In the last few years, I think it would be true to say that Britain has had an unfortunate image overseas, certainly as far as her industrial relations are concerned. And we are constantly told that we are going to the dogs and finished as a nation and so on by various American television commentators. In actual fact, things are not nearly as bad as they are made out to be.
He's going to go for the dribble shot now, but he's gone for a big cut one. Up to Guy Wildenstein. Prince Charles has got to tap it through. And he has! He's put it in! 5-3!
Although he dislikes the label action man, it aptly describes a prince who feels he must constantly prove himself in a variety of dangerous pursuits. He's an accomplished polo player, a sport that has its obvious risks. A qualified diver, a pilot, a parachutist, and a steeplechase jockey who pushes himself to the limits of his ability. As the most eligible bachelor in the world, his name was linked with dozens of beautiful women until the constant and frequently erroneous press speculation ended with the announcement of his engagement. At the dress rehearsal for this year's Trooping of the Color, the celebration of the Queen's official birthday, Prince Charles sat in for the Queen, playing the role he will one day inherit. There is periodic speculation that the Queen may eventually abdicate to allow the 32-year-old prince to reign while he's still in the prime of life. Prince Charles discourages such speculation, but when the time comes, he will be ready and admirably prepared to become the King of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and of his other realms and territories, head of the Commonwealth and defender of the faith.
Tom Fenton with the profile of Prince Charles. In a moment, our CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue.
I used to think a hot dog on a bun was fine. Then I got a taste of the rich life.
I was always happy with hot dogs. Then I got a taste of the rich life.
This is the rich life, the delicious, meaty, flavorful life of Louis Rich hot dogs. The hot dog that's rich in protein because it's made from specially seasoned lean turkey. Once you get a taste of the rich life, you'll never go back to the same old hot dog.
Personally, the rich life is the only life for me.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
The New York Stock Exchange. Trading is over. Some tally their profits, some lick their wounds, and some still look for the ultimate financial formula. For over 100 years, Smith Barney has used only one investment formula, good old-fashioned hard work. Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
If you think you need extra strength pain relievers for headache relief, you should know this. A new medical study shows the amount of pain reliever in extra strength Tylenol is no more effective for headaches than Bayer aspirin. The fact is, there is no medical study proving that any pain reliever you can buy gives more headache relief than Bayer. Not Anacin, Excedrin, nothing. Why pay for extra medicine? For headaches, nothing gives you more relief than Bayer. Nothing.
That's no way to treat a lady. For years, we've thought nylon panties with a cotton lining were a solution. Well, they're not. Nylon traps moisture and cotton stays damp, so when you put them together, that's no answer. Now there's you. You, the revolutionary new panty that lets moisture evaporate. You panties are made with Lita, a silky new fabric that breathes like your skin, so you stay cool and comfortable. You just started a revolution.
The bells of happiness continue to peal at St. Paul's Cathedral in London. Lady Diana Spencer, by marriage now the Princess of Wales. The press has already dubbed her Lady Di or Shy Di, but she can also be Sly Di. During the early stages of her courtship with the prince, she sought to keep the press at bay by saying that she was dating a Charles Renfrew, Baron Renfrew being one of the prince's titles. Tom Fenton now takes a look at the woman who won Prince Charles's love and the hearts of her country.
In connection with the marriage of Lady Diana Spencer, we're showing you some of the things connected with the wedding. In other words, we will be passing the little kindergarten where Lady Diana used to work, and you can see the name on the door, the Young England Kindergarten. And that was the little church hall where she used to look after children.
Bus tours now trace the footsteps in the life of this 20-year-old woman who never accomplished anything of note until she suddenly achieved world fame. Her nanny remembers her as a happy, relaxed child at Park House on the Sandringham estate, where she grew up with the royal family as occasional neighbors. She was still quite young when her mother left the family for another man in one of the most publicized divorce scandals of the 1960s. Lady Diana was packed off to a series of upper-class boarding schools where she is remembered as a pleasant but very average student.
I used to say, stop fidgeting and don't chatter just like I do to these children. Don't bite your nails and get on with your work. She was full of fun. She had a great sense of humor. That was apparent then. And she was conscientious little girl, average, intelligence, just like any of these children.
It was her family that made her different from other girls. Her father inherited one of the great homes of England, along with the title of one of the most illustrious families, related not only to royalty, but with American connections as well. Charles Kidd, editor of Debrett's Peerage.
Obviously, she's not descended from George Washington because he had no children, but collaterally, she has been worked out to be a 8th cousin 7 times removed.
From her Scottish, Irish, and American ancestors, she inherited a strong extrovert character. When Lady Diana moved to her own apartment in London's fashionable Kensington, instead of following the usual debutante trail, she became a babysitter and worked at a nursery school. She was an occasional guest of the royal family, usually as a companion for Prince Andrew. Last September, when a photographer spotted her watching Prince Charles fishing in Scotland, her ordeal of trial by publicity began.
Is there any possibility of any announcement of your marriage in the near future? Can you tell me? Can you tell me if there's any possibility?
I'm not going to say anything.
Right, but Prince Charles did give us a hint himself. He said we wouldn't have to wait too long.
She rarely showed the strain.
So Prince Charles has chosen his bride, the future queen, and her name is no surprise. The prince proposed to Lady Diana Spencer 3 weeks ago. She accepted, she says, without hesitation.
At the age of 32, Prince Charles had finally chosen a wife and future queen. The nation applauded his choice. Lady Diana very quickly slipped into the royal routine with a style and grace that made it seem as if she had been born for the role of Princess of Wales. In the months that led up to the wedding, she was under great pressure from cameramen and reporters, and it was only at the end that the strain began to show. Even the usually unflappable Prince of Wales was annoyed.
It's not much fun, actually, watching polo when you're being surrounded by people with very long lenses, poking them from all directions, actually, the entire time. And then taking a photograph, which is quite easy to do, and saying, you know, looking bored. And I think all this adds up to a certain amount of strain each time. And it told eventually. Hardly surprising. And so I would only hope that after we get married, it'll be a bit easier to come to a polo match without this kind of, you know, intensity of interest.
Lady Diana resumed her public appearances the next day, determined to carry on despite the pressure. Her proud father, Errol Spencer, has no doubts about her ability to fill her new role.
You take it all in her stride. I think she'll always be like that. She's very practical, Diana, very down to earth, very practical, very good housewife. And incidentally, when she was a baby, she was a superb physical specimen. She'd won any baby prize there was going.
Lady Diana has found her place in history, already immortalized in Madame Tussauds Wax Museum and in the British National Portrait Gallery, as the woman who finally met the rigorous standards that a young Prince Charles set for his future wife some 12 years ago.
You've got to remember that when you marry, in my position, you're going to marry somebody who perhaps one day is going to become queen. And you've got to choose somebody very carefully, I think, who could fulfill this particular role. Because people like you, perhaps, would expect quite a lot from somebody like that. And it's got to be somebody pretty special.
For Prince Charles and the British people, Lady Diana is that someone special.
Tom Fenton with a profile of the now Princess of Wales. The newspapers, by the way, over the last 24 to 48 hours have been headlining such things as Hi Di and Have a Nice Die. Gives you some idea that the reverence for which the British are justly famous hasn't been completely washed away with the spectacle and pageantry of this day. Now, we're going to take time away for a few messages here in just a moment or two, and after that, we'll be showing you highlights of what happened earlier this morning, the processions, the wedding itself. When's the last time you had a chance to see a princess in a glass carriage or hear the great choir sing? We'll be showing you all of that, letting you hear all of that, sort of test your imagination with the way things were and are when our CBS News coverage of the royal wedding continues in a moment.
For the best of times, for the worst of times, for what's been, for what will be. For all the years and all the tears, for what you mean to me. Because
sorry I'm late. Happy anniversary.
A diamond you remember forever.
The diamond anniversary ring, the gift that says you'd marry her all over again.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
Good investments don't walk up, bite you on the bottom, and say, we're here. Finding them takes good old-fashioned hard work, research, the kind they do at Smith Barney. Smith Barney is among a handful of top investment firms singled out for their work in research. Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
That's Jane Russell, starlet, full-figured then and full-figured now.
And today, we gals know how to keep our full figures looking pretty. Under the smoothest fashions, try the Playtex 18-hour seamless bra. Not a seam showing to spoil the smooth look. And the unique fabric that stretches for real support, real comfort in the 18-hour bra makes 18-hour girdles control comfortably. Try Playtex 18-hour bras and girdles. Full figures never look better.
In London, outside St. Paul's Cathedral, as the bells continue to peal, and at Buckingham Palace, about 2 miles from here, inside they're continuing to have the wedding breakfast. Yes, it's afternoon in London, but they insist upon calling it the wedding breakfast. The wedding cake has been cut by Prince Charles with his sword. The prince and the princess, now the Princess of Wales, is the former Lady Di. They'll be leaving on their honeymoon by coach for Waterloo Station a little bit later in the afternoon. But there was majestic ceremony mixed with personal simplicity this morning in the wedding of Lady Diana and Prince Charles. And here is another look at the service as we watched it this morning. We're about 7 minutes away from the scheduled beginning of the matrimonial ceremony.
There we saw a close-up there, which we hadn't really done until now. The bridegroom flanked by Prince Andrew on the left of your picture, but by Prince Edward on the right. His two brothers, his two supporters. Rather than the best man in royal tradition, his two supporters.
Procession is moving by way of the central aisle to the Great Dome. At the same time, the bridegroom and his supporters are moving from the Dean's aisle .
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here in the sight of God and in the face of this congregation to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony, which is an honorable estate instituted of God himself, signifying unto us the mystical union that is betwixt Christ and his church, which holy estate Christ adorned and beautified with his presence, and first miracle that he wrought in Cana of Galilee, and is commended in Holy Writ to be honorable among all men, and therefore is not by any to be enterprised nor taken in hand unadvisedly, lightly, or wantonly, but reverently, discreetly, soberly, and in the fear of God, duly considering the causes for which matrimony was ordained. First, it was ordained for the increase of mankind according to the will of God, and that children might be brought up in the fear and nurture of the Lord and to the praise of his holy name. Secondly, it was ordained in order that the natural instincts and affections implanted by God should be hallowed and directed aright, that those who are called of God to this holy estate should continue therein in pureness of living. Thirdly, it was ordained for the mutual society, help, and comfort, that the one ought to have of the other, both in prosperity and in adversity, into which holy estate these two persons present come now to be joined. Therefore, if any man can show any just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together, let him now speak, or else hereafter forever hold his peace.
I require and charge you both, as you will answer at the dreadful day of judgment when the secrets of all hearts shall be disclosed, that if either of you know any impediment, why ye may not be lawfully joined together in matrimony, ye do now confess it. For be ye well assured that so many as are coupled together otherwise than God's word doth allow are not joined together by God, neither is their matrimony lawful. Charles Philip Arthur George, wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love her, comfort her, honor and keep her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all other, keep thee only unto her, so long as ye both shall live?
I will.
Diana Francis, wilt thou have this man to thy wedded husband? Forward.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
For better, for worse.
For better, for worse.
For richer, for poorer.
For richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health.
In sickness
and thereto I give thee my troth.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
I, Diana Francis.
I, Diana Francis.
Take thee, Charles Philip Arthur George.
Take thee, Philip Charles Arthur George.
To my wedded husband.
To my wedded husband.
To have and to hold.
To have and to hold.
From this day forward.
From this day forward.
For better, for worse.
For better, for worse.
For richer, for poorer.
For richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health.
In sickness and in health.
To love and to cherish.
To love and to cherish.
Till death us do part.
Till death us do part.
According to God's holy law.
According to God's holy law.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
And thereto I give thee my troth.
Bless, O Lord, this ring, and grant that he who gives it and she who shall wear it may remain faithful to each other and abide in thy peace and favor and live together in love until their lives end. Through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
With this ring, I thee wed.
I thee wed.
With my body,
I
thee honor.
I thee honor.
And all my worldly goods with thee I share.
All thy goods with thee I share.
In the name of the Father.
In the name of the Father.
And of the Son.
And of the Son.
And of the Holy Ghost.
And of the Holy Ghost.
Amen.
Amen.
Let us pray. O eternal God, creator and preserver of all mankind, giver of all spiritual grace, the author of everlasting life, send thy blessing upon these thy servants, this man and this woman, whom we bless in thy name, that living faithfully together, they may surely perform and keep the vow and covenant betwixt them made, whereof this ring given and received is a token and pledge, and may ever remain in perfect love and peace together, and live according to thy laws, through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Those whom God has joined together, let no man put asunder. For as much as Charles Philip Arthur George and Diana Francis have consented together in holy wedlock, and have witnessed the same before God and this company, and thereto have given and pledged their troth either to other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving of a ring and by joining of hands, I pronounce that they be man and wife together, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost, bless, preserve, and keep you. The Lord mercifully with his favor look upon you, and so fill you with all spiritual benediction and grace, that ye may so live together in this life, that in the world to come ye may have life everlasting.
Amen. We're nearing the end of the wedding ceremony. A fanfare will be sounded by the state trumpeters of the household cavalry from the Whispering Gallery as the bride and bridegroom, attended by Lady Sarah Armstrong Jones, with thunderous applause and cheers. The crowd stretches back for blocks. 462 feet of red carpet from the door to altar and back. This same carpet used for the Queen's Silver Jubilee celebration in 1977. Into the open carriage. Lady Sarah and India Hicks there with no mean problem with that train there. Lady Sarah, the daughter of Princess Margaret, India Hicks, granddaughter of the late Earl of Mountbatten. The Queen now emerges from the cathedral. The Queen looks down on her son and new daughter-in-law in the open carriage below. Wonderful moment there as Prince Charles helped her pick up a bouquet and put it on her lap. The Queen Mother. The Queen there looking to see that everything was okay there.
The Princess of Wales, I was going to call her Lady Diana. She whispered in his ear.
The Duke of Edinburgh and the Queen Mother. The Duke of Edinburgh there watching just like a member of the crowd. Prince Charles and the Princess of Wales leaving St. Paul's Cathedral as the bells peal. In the 19...
This was the scene at the bottom of the steps, coming out of St. Paul's Cathedral, the Queen with the father of the bride, Earl Spencer being helped just a bit down those last few steps because of the leg trouble he's had in recent years. And then into the Queen's open carriage for the ride back to Buckingham Palace. As the trumpets blared and the crowd roared. And the Queen's carriage made its way back to the palace. Just behind the open carriage of the Prince Charles and the Princess of Wales, the former Lady Diana Spencer. Our CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue in a moment.
This is CBS.
Oh, if I were 10 again, you know the jeans I would want? Levi's jeans. Because now they have what never was when I was 10. Levi's jeans size 7 to 14 made just to fit a girl's figure. Smaller in the waist, longer in the legs. Levi's quality through and through. Levi's jeans. Just for girls. That's the dance I'd dance if I were 10 again.
This is the Atlanta College of Medical and Dental Assistants. It doesn't look like a college on the outside, and it's not like one on the inside either. Come on and I'll show you. At the Atlanta College, you learn by doing.
For your copy, that's 872-9000.
WAGA-TV, Atlanta.
A CBS News special report continues. The Royal Wedding. From London, here again is Dan Rather.
The clouds continue to move in, but no threat of rain as the wedding breakfast continues at Buckingham Palace, and London awaits the departure from Buckingham Palace later this afternoon of Prince Charles and Princess Diana for Waterloo Station. They'll be going by carriage from the palace to the station for the beginning of their honeymoon. The bells continue to peal from St. Paul's Cathedral as they have for the better part of 45 minutes now, and will continue for the next 3 hours and 15 minutes to sound the celebration throughout the United Kingdom, and as far as television and radio can carry the sounds of those celebrations to an estimated audience of something in the order of 700 million people. One of the thoughts that occurred a little earlier in the day when that wonderful anthem written by the Welshman at Prince Charles's request for this occasion was sung in the cathedral. And I don't think any musical composition has ever had an introduction before a wider audience. Americans have always had a great affinity for this special land, a relationship that Bruce Morton now considers.
This royal throne of kings, this sceptered isle, this other demi-paradise. Well, Shakespeare was prejudiced, probably, but this is a pretty place. Still, that's not it. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. Shakespeare again. But we're not brothers, of course. Our grandparents may have come from Sweden, or Africa, or Japan. So that's not it. Except that maybe, in a sense, that is it. Wherever we come from, some part of us feels we come from here. Our journey as a country started here, at Runnymede, where one privileged class, the feudal barons, forced some concessions from a more privileged person, the king. The journey toward liberty started here. Americans have always had a special feeling about Magna Carta, and an American president is honored here where it was signed. We went further, of course. English men and women who found freedom here too limited went to Massachusetts, seeking more. Fellow seekers from many other countries followed. And when we rebelled, finally, it was the British we rebelled against. Their tea in Boston Harbor. Their king, no longer ours. It's a little like fathers and sons. We grew up loving the old man, but we came to be rivals, too. When we were old enough, we went off and started a life of our own. That doesn't mean we don't care, though. We seem to care very much how the old place, the old system, survived. We want to make fun of it some, of course. Imagine all that fuss for some prince who isn't in charge of anything anyway. Pretty silly, a whole country going bananas over two ordinary-looking people getting married. We want to make fun of it all, but we sure do want to watch it happen. The Redcoats are coming. The Redcoats are coming. The Redcoats are still coming, of course, swinging down the street every day for the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace. Americans watch them every day, shooting off flashballs instead of muzzle loaders. We fought 2 wars against them, but we fought 2 wars with them. And those were a lot more recent. We remember them. They remember us. These are American war dead, buried at Cambridge. We may sometimes laugh at each other or quarrel, but in a funny way, we're kin.
Bruce Morton with a sensitively done piece about how we all have our historical roots and some of the symbolism that has been happening today. And hearing the bells peal back at St. Paul's Cathedral reminds me that in that cathedral, of course, is an American chapel where First Lady Nancy Reagan went the other day to lay a wreath for the names of 28,000 American men and women who died in Britain during the war. Their names are on a book there. It's impressive, to say the least, to know that the pages of that book are turned by hand, 1 page every day. Every day they turn a page. Our CBS News coverage of the royal wedding will continue after first please these messages.
That's no way to treat a lady. For years, we've thought nylon panties with a cotton lining were a solution. Well, they're not. Nylon traps moisture and cotton stays damp, so when you put them together, that's no answer. Now there's you. You, the revolutionary new panty that lets moisture evaporate. You panties are made with Lita, a silky new fabric that breathes like your skin, so you stay cool and comfortable. You just started a revolution.
Johnson & Johnson presents a small miracle. Johnson swabs with layer upon layer of softness, securely wound so the tip won't fray. Small wonder Johnson swabs are different from other swabs. Johnson swabs won't fray and leave stray fibers behind because they're securely wound to prevent fraying. Try something a little remarkable. Johnson swabs with softness securely wound so the tip won't fray. Johnson swabs, the small miracle.
You know this house? There's one on every block where all the kids play. And there's a mom kids can depend on to make days fun. That's a mom who depends on Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid pre-sweetened. It's about half the price of soda, and soda doesn't have vitamin C or those special Kool-Aid fruity flavors.
Skating and Kool-Aid, wow! Well, Mom, you sure know a lot about fun. Yeah!
Moms depend on Kool-Aid like kids depend on moms. Kool-Aid brand soft drink mix.
At my mouse parties, my friends want diet cheese, but not all diet cheese products are alike. Some have more calories than you think. That's why I serve Lightline from Borden. Lightline has 1/2 the calories of processed American and says so. If a diet cheese product doesn't say half the calories, it could have more. So when calories count, count on Lightline. Delicious. And now there's new Swiss flavor Lightline. It has a delicious nutty taste like processed Swiss cheese, but with half the calories.
The wedding breakfast continues at Buckingham Palace. The bells continue to peal at St. Paul's Cathedral. And the thought occurs that the British monarchy goes back 1,000 years or so, and as you might expect, quite a few kings and queens have passed through London in all of that time. What Charles Osgood didn't expect was to have to tell you about them in considerably less than 1,000 years. But Charles accomplished his mission with the aid of the Elizabethan Room at New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art.
Hello. My job is to tell you all about the monarchy of England in about 4 minutes. That's a pretty tall order, considering how many kings and queens there were. Here's a list of them. And here's King George III, way down here near the end. George III was the one we Americans rebelled against in 1776. Yet as English kings go, he's a Georgie come lately. Prince Charles is someday expected to become King Charles III. Let's hope he has better luck than King Charles I. He was beheaded in 1649. His son, Charles II, became king when the Stuarts were restored to the throne, hence the term restoration. The very first king, assuming that Arthur was mythical, was Egbert I. He reigned from 829 to 839. Then came the Ethels, Ethelwulf, Ethelbald, Ethelbert, and Ethelred I. There was another Ethelred who was called Ethelred the Unready. He came between Edward the Martyr and Edmund the Ironside. Edmund the Ironside should not be confused with Edmund the Deed Doer, or Edwy the Fair, or Edgar the Peaceful. Kings had wonderful nicknames in those days. My own favorites are Athelstan the Glorious and Harold the Harefoot. Things started getting really serious with William the Conqueror, 1066, and all that. He began the reign of the House of Normandy, which included his son, William Rufus, his other son, Henry, and his grandson, Stephen. After that came the Plantagenets, Henry II, Richard the Lion-Hearted, John Lackland, so-called because he lacked land, Edward Longshanks, so-called because he had long legs, a couple of other Edwards, and Richard II. The Lancasters were all Henrys, Henry IV, Henry V, and Henry VI. Henry VI was only 8 months old when he was crowned. No wonder he was a weak ruler. Then came the House of York, with Edward IV, Edward V, and Richard III, known as Crookback, though presumably not to his face. We don't really know whether Richard III was as mean and rotten as he's cracked up to be, but no question, some of these kings did give Shakespeare some ideas for some swell plays. The Tudors knocked off the Yorks, and along came Henry VII and Henry VIII. Henry VIII was an interesting character, to say the least, but you better not cross him, as some of his wives and best friends found out. Henry's daughter Mary gave her name to the Bloody Mary, and his other daughter Elizabeth gave her name to the Elizabethan age. Not a bad age to give your name to. She was followed by the Stuarts, interrupted briefly by a try at a commonwealth with the Cromwells. And after the Stuarts came the Hanovers, 4 Georges, a William, and Queen Victoria, who ruled for 64 years, right into this century. Her son, Edward VII, married Alexandra, the Princess of Denmark. And now the royal families of Europe were all related. The Kaiser in Germany and the Tsar in Russia were cousins, as were the Emperor of Austria and the King of Belgium. Edward was in the House of Saxe-Coburg. His descendants changed that name to Windsor. That brings us to George V, whose son, Edward VIII, would abdicate so that he could marry an American divorcee, Wallis Simpson. That made Edward's brother, George, the king. And when he died in 1952, his daughter, Elizabeth II, was crowned. Obviously, we've had to skim over a few things, and we are not able to show you film of all the kings and queens of England. But there are drawings available, and so, with the help of artists down through the centuries and a little music by Delibes, here then is a quick glimpse of what they all looked like right up to the heir apparent.
John Houseman for the investment firm of Smith Barney.
Being born with a silver spoon in one's mouth is not enough. How quickly it can tarnish in today's topsy-turvy economy. When it comes to growth and the preservation of capital, many prudent investors look to Smith Barney. Smith Barney, They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it.
Want to see how you can spice up your iced tea? Start with your regular tea bags, then add 2 Lipton flavored tea bags and brew up a delicious pitcherful of orange and spice iced tea or tasty cinnamon iced tea. Take your pick of a whole bunch of Lipton flavored teas. That's good. Try great tasting Lipton flavored teas and spice up your iced tea.
Mr. Goodwrench, can I get an oil change, filter, and lube job in a hurry?
Sure. I'll do it while you wait.
Mr. Goodwrench knows you don't have time to waste, so he can offer while you wait service on many popular jobs. And he has the special GM tools, GM training, and genuine GM parts available to back it up.
All done? That was fast.
Well, time is money, Sam.
Keep that great GM feeling.
Where Mr. Goodwrench works.
With genuine GM parts.
Well, in this fairy tale, we didn't see a frog turn into a princess. I should say we didn't see a frog turn into a prince, shouldn't I? Didn't see a frog turn into a prince, but we did see a lady turn into a princess. Certainly what we have seen today from another perspective is escapist drama with patriotic overtones and a lot of fun. The spectacle of all of this underscores what most people regard as the basic function of the monarchy, a sense of unity, continuity, and history. We'll be back shortly, within the hour, with the trip to the honeymoon.
This has been a CBS News special report. The Royal Wedding. This portion was sponsored by the investment firm of Smith Barney. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it. This is CBS.
This meatloaf's so juicy, it's too good to be called just meatloaf.
It isn't called meatloaf. It's called Great Loaf.
Great Loaf, meatloaf and gravy mix.
Mom, meatloaf with gravy. It's too good to be called just meatloaf.
It isn't. It's called Great Loaf.
Great Loaf is more than a meatloaf mix. It has a gravy mix that cooks right with the meat for lots of flavor inside, lots of flavor outside.
Meatloaf.
Nope, Great Loaf.
It's Great Loaf.
Pardon me, ma'am.
What are you doing?
Towel's not clean.
Yes, it is.
Smell it.
I think it's clean.
How can you tell if a brown towel is clean? Good question. You can tell.
I'm sure that's the case. Incidentally, this has all gone much better than the case of Caroline of Brunswick-Wolfenbuttel, who was married to a Prince of Wales in, the mid-1700s. Actually, he took one look at her. It was an arranged wedding and had to have a brandy of snifter and 3 men to support himself. Spent the night with his head in the hearth, quite drunk. She wasn't very taken with him. They separated after 21 days. We don't expect that to happen in this case at all. Everything has gone extremely well indeed. lead. Eric Burns now has a report for us on an earlier balcony appearance by the royal couple and their families.
Charles Philip Arthur George, wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love her, comfort her, honor and keep her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all other, keep thee only unto her, so long as ye both shall live?
I will.
Diana Francis, wilt thou have this man to thy wedded husband, to live together according to God's law in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love him, comfort him, honor and keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all other, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live?
I will.
It was a long ceremony, more than an hour, and near its end,
I pronounce that they be man and wife together, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
the man and wife left St. Paul's Cathedral together for Buckingham Palace, where they found half of London, it seemed, waiting for them. Their response was to hold hands for the crowd from the balcony, after which, time for thoughts of honeymoon. For today, this is Eric Burns, NBC News, London.
Let's go back to New York now, where Bob Jameson is standing by with the other news of the morning. Bob?
Morning again, Jane. In the United States, attention is focused on Washington, where President Reagan faces his toughest congressional battle yet, as the House of Representatives takes up the tax cut bill today. We get details from Carol Simpson, who's standing by live on Capitol Hill. Good morning, Carol.
Good morning, Bob. The big debate over the tax cut is just about to begin in the House of Representatives, with both sides still saying the vote at this point is a toss-up. Either side could win. But an obviously disheartened House Speaker Thomas O'Neill a few moments ago told reporters that the president's blitz on behalf of his tax cut may have turned the tide against the Democrats. The nationally televised speech, the advertising campaign, the avalanche of public reaction, which flooded Capitol Hill yesterday with telephone calls and telegrams, is taking its toll. Speaker O'Neill said that he was calling members all night, as late as midnight, and found that the small edge the Democrats had on the tax cut vote was fast slipping away. O'Neill charged that the phone calls were orchestrated by big business in America. He mentioned Monsanto and McDonnell Douglas, saying that they use their switchboards to flood Capitol Hill with phone calls on behalf of the president's tax cut. He also accused the president of making deals and of threatening members to ensure his victory. There will be 6 hours of debate before a vote is taken later today on the tax cut, and it's expected during that time both the White House and Democratic leaders will pursue their arm-twisting methods right up to the last minute. Bob?
Thank you, Carol. Deposed Iranian President Bani Sadr surfaced this morning in France, where he was quickly given political asylum. France granted asylum on the express condition that Bani Sadr not engage in any political activities. Nevertheless, the former president told reporters he intends to encourage resistance to the rule of Ayatollah Khomeini. Iran's official Pars news agency reports that as many as 5,000 people have been killed in a major earthquake in southeastern Iran. The quake measured between 6.5 and 7 on the Richter scale. Wayne Williams has been charged with only 2 of the 28 murders of young blacks in the Atlanta area, but published reports in Atlanta say that fibers found in Williams' home link him with more than a dozen of the killings. More on the story now from Bob Jimenez.
This is the result of a police search of Wayne Williams' home after his arrest. His bedroom and office left in shambles. Fingerprint powder smeared everywhere. Police cut drapes. They removed an entire carpet. A bedspread was taken. Police say that evidence has produced synthetic fibers that match those found on the bodies of Nathaniel Cater and Jimmy Ray Payne, whom Williams is accused of killing. Homer Williams, Wayne's father, believes police are wrong. He says his son killed no one in the house because he would have known it. The fiber evidence, he says, is not substantial, and he asks police.
God,
why would you just pick a person for convenience?
And that's what they've done, you think?
I think that's what they've done.
Prosecutors say privately that the fiber evidence is good enough for a conviction. And investigators now believe that fibers found on at least 15 victims are similar to those fibers found in Wayne Williams' home. Bob Jimenez, NBC News, Atlanta.
Since Willard Scott is in London, Cliff Morrison is here to give us details of today's weather on this side of the Atlantic.
And it was beautiful over there, too, wasn't it? It was a great day for the wedding and no rain, but certainly we're expecting some rain throughout the nation. And let's go to the satellite. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about. A large area of thunderous storms moved off the coast, and they are going to continue to move off the coast of Virginia. And we also have some showers moving across the Midwest, but that's going to occur later on today. I guess we're not going to see that satellite, are we? Maybe not. Oh, the afternoon temperatures. Well, okay, that's good enough. Temperatures getting into the 80s and 90s throughout the Southwest, and yes, indeed, up to and over 100. 108 degrees in Phoenix, Arizona, and they say that's cool for this time of year. Cooler, okay. Hot temperatures there, of course, hot and humid throughout the South, and some more severe thunderstorms popping up, yes, this morning and later on today throughout the Dakotas all the way down into Nebraska. And some very thunderous storms, as I told you earlier, moving off the coast of Virginia, caused quite a bit of stir over the night. Heavy rains, too, through Pennsylvania and parts of Virginia, 2 to 3 inches of rain. And record low temperatures, too, 49 degrees in Milwaukee, 52 degrees a record low in Chicago. And that's the way it goes here in the States. Now let's go back to London and Jane Pauley.
Thank you, Cliff. But what's the weather in Queens? Well, actually, I could turn and ask Nancy Alexander, because only hours ago she was in Queens, and so was her son, Stephen Michalski. Nancy is in London as we speak because you knew the answer to this question. What is the dog associated with the royal family?
They're the Welsh Corgis. And actually, I almost blew the question because I answered Corgi. And the woman on the phone said, just a minute. She went away to consult with someone, and she came back and said, not enough information. And suddenly it came into my head that they were Welsh Corgis, and I said that, and she said, okay.
Now, this was a radio station contest.
Yes, WMCA.
They wanted you to say that. Now, how did you happen to know? Well, like, I'm sure that at least once I heard Corgi. Oh, sure, Corgis. But I wouldn't have known the Welsh business. Why do you happen to know so much about?
I'm an Anglophile. I've just been interested in England for many years, and I read a lot about it.
Are you English?
No, not English.
What are you?
American.
But I mean, if you went back several centuries or so forth, were you?
Russian, Polish, Russian, Polish.
Why did you pick?
I don't know. I've often tried to go back and find out, but I'm not sure why. I guess I read some early stories that caught my imagination, and
well, you're the person that we've got to ask. When all the British have been asking us as they look at our television coverage, why are the Americans so interested in our royal family? And I guess I would have to say, well, let's ask Nancy Alexander. What is it about this wedding that's so fascinating in America?
When I saw her walking down the aisle with the train, just that long train, it just seemed like a fairy tale, and I think maybe it goes back to childhood when we read about princes and princesses, and of course we have nothing like that in America. But yeah. They do it so beautifully here. Pageantry is incredible.
And you need some pageantry. Are you starved for it?
I suppose we do. I guess we do.
You don't see enough of it on the 4th of July in Queens? Yeah? Now, really? Your son, Stephen, is sort of nodding off on us. You didn't have a last night. You arrived this morning on a plane after a very long flight. Are you sure about what day it is?
I think it's Wednesday.
What does jet lag feel like?
It feels like being very tired.
You arrived at London time about 6:30 this morning. Have you done anything? What have you done between airport and?
Well, we had a car and a driver, and he said he couldn't drive around this area at all. So I suggested Hampstead, which I had never seen, and we drove around Hampstead for about 45 minutes. It was quite lovely and not crowded.
Have you had a chance to unpack your bags?
We did unpack, yeah.
Well, that's an important part of the trip. Now, Stephen, you brought your camera with you.
Right.
I didn't want you to come up here and not get some kind of snapshots. I would assume.
Do you want me to include you in it too?
Well, not necessarily of me, but that you might, our cameras and our location might be. So if you'd like to look into that camera and take a picture of it,
sure,
and play ultimate tourist,
okay,
then you just go. Feel free. Focus. Well done. I think that's a first, at least on our coverage today. Yeah. You weren't the big fan of the wedding, though. You were not the Anglophile. Have you been moved at all by the wedding?
Well, I think most American kids, they have the attitude it's just another wedding. You know, it's they can't understand what's going on here. And before I came over, I had the same same kind of attitude. It's just a wedding. You know, why are they on all the covers of all the magazines in the United States? Now that I'm here, I realize it's something very important to the English people. You know, it's part of their tradition.
You're 22 years old, though. You can't tell me that you didn't give a second look to a picture of Lady Diana.
Well, she looks okay.
She looks okay. That's how they talk in Queen. Thank you both for being with us. I hope you have a good trip. We'll be back after a message.
Johnson & Johnson presents a small miracle. Johnson swabs with layer upon layer of softness, securely wound so the tip won't fray. Small wonder Johnson swabs are different from other swabs. Johnson swabs won't fray and leave stray fibers behind because they're securely wound to prevent fraying. Try something a little remarkable. Johnson swabs with softness securely wound so the tip won't fray. Johnson swabs, the small miracle.
That's no way to treat a lady. For years, we've thought nylon panties with a cotton lining were a solution. Well, they're not. Nylon traps moisture and cotton stays damp, so when you put them together, that's no answer. Now there's you. You, the revolutionary new panty that lets moisture evaporate. You panties are made with Lita, a silky new fabric that breathes like your skin, so you stay cool and comfortable. You just started a revolution.
Besides tears, what more do you want?
You.
Not if you were the last man on earth.
I'm the only man on earth for you.
Harlequin presents Novels of Love. Harlequin, #1 in great romances by some of the world's most romantic authors.
No one touches the heart of a woman quite like Harlequin.
You've won. I belong to you completely now.
Read Harlequin novels and fall in love. No one touches the heart of a woman quite like Harlequin.
Join Barbara Mandrell, Country Music's Entertainer of the Year, and the Mandrell Sisters with entertainment's biggest names: Kenny Rogers, Dottie West, Glenn Campbell, Bob Hope, Roy Rogers and Dale Evans, Jerry Reed, the Charlie Daniels Band, Mickey Gilley, and B.J. Thomas.
Yummy.
It's TV's hottest variety hour, Saturdays on NBC.
St. Ives, a tough private eye who gets caught in the middle and has to fight his way out. Starring Charles Bronson and Jacqueline Bisset right after Chips, Sunday on NBC.
Ceremonies such as those that we're seeing here today from London and our special expanded edition of the Today program represent a part of the royal life that is known to all of us, to members of the public. But there's a good deal more, the private life of England's royalty, whether it's Queen Elizabeth now or Prince Charles as king in the future. State documents traveling from the seat of England's government to Buckingham Palace, and in a horse and carriage. A quaint custom? Perhaps, but state secrets and government details belong in the hands of the monarch. They arrive daily, at vacation places, even at sea on the royal yacht. Because even these days, the Queen is more than a symbol. Every day, she reads state papers and signs all bills. None can become law without the royal signature.
Prime Minister, Your Majesty.
Once a week, she meets privately with the Prime Minister, here with Harold Wilson in 1969. She is briefed on public and secret state matters, because if an elected government cannot agree on a Prime Minister, she would decide which party gets the next opportunity. Since British elections are not held regularly, they're called, it's the Queen who must agree that an election is required. This duty was very important during World War II. The Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, knew he could no longer govern. King George VI declared it would be too complicated during a war to hold an election. He asked the politicians to agree on another prime minister instead. That's how Winston Churchill came to lead England so inspiringly as the war went on. In war, too, and always, the monarch is the head of the armed forces. Not much power, but a great help to morale, and the British believe a deterrent to military takeovers of their government. There are other duties. Head of the Church of England, which means the royal family must be especially careful to obey church rules. Elizabeth's uncle, who would have been King Edward VIII, left the throne, of course, to marry a divorced woman. Not permitted in the church, therefore not permitted to the king. Queen Elizabeth's sister, Princess Margaret, lost her first love, Peter Townsend, for the same reason. The Queen invests all new knights, in fact, those receiving all high honors. This is how Britain honors those of whom it is especially proud. More familiar to Americans is the role of the royal family when it travels as ambassadors of goodwill abroad and as reminders of the British way of life and the British way of business.
I ask you to rise and drink to the health of the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil.
None of these duties, however, is as important as the symbol that the monarchy represents to Great Britain and to the world. Whether on simple occasions or on a visit to Northern Ireland, the monarch gives the country a sense of pride and purpose.
Those with different beliefs and aspirations understand that if this community is to survive and prosper, they must live and work together in friendship and forgiveness.
As bombs fell on London during World War II, the royal family stayed on in London, in danger, and inspired the English people. A monarchy is no better than the monarch. Queen Elizabeth and Prince Charles are both much admired as individuals. As long as either reigns, it seems likely the monarchy will thrive, much in its present form. Their decency and dedication suit the British. However, whether the job becomes eventually obsolete will depend on the children of Charles and Diana, and on whether those children can sustain the symbol of the British monarchy, a symbol and a spirit which so dominates the image of today's Queen and of tomorrow's King. We're back here on our set of today overlooking Buckingham Palace and the crowds that remain in the square here in front, just in front of the Queen Victoria Memorial, awaiting now the departure from Buckingham Palace of the happily married couple. This morning, the Prince of Wales took a Princess of Wales, who was formerly Lady Diana Spencer, with us. Watching all of this is Robert Lacey, of course, who is author of Majesty and has been following, as a journalist in London, the comings and goings of the royal family for some time. And also Tina Brown, editor of Tatler, one of the highly provocative magazines in the city of London. You call it a comic book for high society. We think more of it than that, after all. Tina. What about Prince Charles? Robert, if he were to become the King of England and read those documents every day that are delivered to him in the red boxes and so on, do you think that he truly could become more of an activist king? It has happened in Spain, for example, that Juan Carlos has really been able to hold the government, so to speak. I mean, he's been a kind of a rallying point for this elected government. Is Prince Charles made of the same stuff?
I think he is. I think that we have to make a distinction. King Juan Carlos hasn't got involved in politics, but when, strangely, on the very same day that Prince Charles's engagement was announced, there was a coup d'etat, or an attempted coup d'etat, King Juan Carlos stood firm by the Constitution. Now, that's different from getting actually involved in politics. This is clearly something that the monarch may have to do more of in the future here. One of the things that's happened in recent weeks has been the surprise showing of a new party, the Social Democratic Party. What that may well mean in the future is that we will have no simple two-party system. And in that case, as we were seeing on the film, it is the monarch who chooses which of the various parties has the chance of forming a government, and that's quite a responsibility, and it's going to fall on his shoulders.
Can he lean into the government to do something more about, say, Northern Ireland or the situation in the inner cities?
We know that's something the Queen has done in the past. When our soldiers first went to Northern Ireland, it was a difficult political decision. The Prime Minister at the time, Harold Wilson, was rather embarrassed by it. The Queen said that the men who were fighting in Northern Ireland, whatever the rights or wrongs of it, and losing their lives, should get medals, should get recognition. And this is one of the things the royal family stands for, public service, and the importance of that. Something politicians perhaps tend to play down sometimes.
Well, what about Lady Diana? Recently in that interview that we saw last night, she was asked about what her interests are, and she said, well, children, of course, but then she allowed, well, I'm only 20 years old. My interest will develop with time. Is she likely to become an aggressive, socially aware aware individual, or well, she perhaps not?
One of the very few members of the royal family who's actually had a job, and as such, teaching in a kindergarten. She has genuinely experienced the teaching of children. And I think, although it would be a shame if she suddenly got pigeonholed as token child interest in the royal family, I think she probably will develop in that way, and let's hope she does go all out for campaigning for spastic children and the disabled and so on.
But at that, her experience at the Young England kindergarten, those were very upper-class children, and 3 days a week she was at the kindergarten, and 2 days a week she was nanny for a very rich American boy. So her experience is clearly with rich people.
Privileged children, I agree. Well, perhaps that she can change that, and during the next 10 years it would be marvellous if she developed in the underprivileged area, perhaps going into places like Brixton and Toxteth and getting interested in them.
We're going to continue with all of this during the course of the next couple of hours here on NBC, and we will be back in just a few moments with the model of the place behind me, Sir Hugh Weldon, to explain who lives and works where inside Buckingham Palace. This is the royal wedding on NBC.
It's the big sale from TNT Carpet.
How big is it?
Bigger than the Empire State Building.
That's big.
Savings big enough to burst the Superdome. The big sale from the biggest vinyl and carpet company. Enough vinyl on sale to cover Texas. Enough carpet on sale to cover Cleveland. Completely.
Thank goodness.
The big sale with big savings right now at TNT Carpets. We put you on top of the pile for less.
The Hungry Bull. Where else can you get a 50-item super salad bar? 4 hot vegetables, and best of all, our quality meat is cut fresh daily, never frozen.
Satisfy your hunger for a place that's warm, ready to welcome you. Ready to serve you as you walk in the door, with having hot food and salad galore. Come on in and find yourself full, cause you'll always be satisfied at the Hungry Bull.
The Hungry Bull for your hungry family. At the American Fitness Center, you'll find the best physical fitness program in town, period. Complete with the best exercise equipment, the most modern facilities, and professional counselors to guide you on your way to looking and feeling better. And rates will never be lower. Visit the American Fitness Center nearest you now and register for 10 free vacations for 2 in the Bahamas, courtesy of Bahamas Air.
It's not very far from what you are to what you can be. American Fitness Centers, the energy source.
Get thee to Turnage Place now for the long-awaited Antique Spectacular. Antiques 50 to 70% off and more. Spectacular savings in every category. Super selection of antiques, including 7 new spectacular shipments, hundreds of values. Sale good through this weekend, but hurry in now. And don't miss the Antique Spectacular of the season. Turnage Place Antiques, 10th at Brady, Atlanta.
Now 10:24 in the morning in the east coast of the United States, 3:24 here in London, where we are still awaiting the departure from Buckingham Palace of the Prince and Princess of Wales on their wedding trip. They'll be going to Broadlands, which is the home of the late Lord Mountbatten, a great uncle to Prince Charles. Now let me show you well, if you watch television in America, this is a very familiar English face. Sir Hugh Weldon is with us. He is explaining on our American television sets things British to us all the time. We're going to have us with today to talk about some of the great traditions that we're witnessing here as well. It's gone awfully well, don't you think?
It's gone marvelously, I think. Well, the whole day has gone well. The great thing about it has been cheerful.
That's the nice thing, indeed. You were saying to me the other day there's an awfully nice feel about London, and it's continued right along.
The fact of the matter is that the reason why these things go well is because they do belong to a tradition in that sense. People think that tradition means men in funny uniforms and those horses, don't they? But the actual fact is that as far as London is concerned, and as far as England is concerned, the actual tradition of theatre and drama and all that sort of thing was pageantry for the first 500 years of English history. See, the first 500 years of history from 1066 until the end of Henry VIII's time, all that time, all art, all popular art, all stuff of that kind was public ceremonial. And London, places like this, was built in order to have theatrical places in which this could take place. The reason why there's a Mall, the reason why there's Trafalgar Square, the reason why there's a great place in front of St. Paul's Cathedral is in order that great spectacle should take place. And that great spectacle the authors of the realm, the poets of the realm, the composers of the realm, the architects of the realm, for the first 500 years of history, and then since then, built in that way in order that this sort of stuff should take place. So that it's very basic. It's the old it was the television of medieval England, and as a matter of fact, goes on being fairly persistent now. Rather a long answer to a simple question.
Well, no, that's quite all right. But I want to show you something. We've talked about some of the other traditions. Let's take a look at a place setting.
Yes.
And you can describe that for us as well, the kind of place setting that you would find at a dinner table inside Buckingham Palace.
Right, got it.
I dare say.
Funeral march. We'll take it straight up. Right. And get rid of it quick. Right.
I guess that's for a bit more than a peanut butter and jelly sandwich there.
It certainly is. That's for a very, very, I filmed that, and that was for an extremely special dinner. On the other hand, there's been an extremely special lunch taking place today, hasn't there?
Yes, there has.
I imagine it must have been something along the same sort of lines. This is...
antique?
Well, oh yes, it's all, mind you, it isn't as antique as all that, because Charles I had a lot of this stuff in the 17th century, and he pawned it all because he had to pay his troops in the Civil War, the 17th century. Most of this is 18th century.
Now, this is for great ceremonial dinners of one kind or another.
Yes,
they eat more like ordinary people Monday through Friday.
Yes, they eat rather modestly, as a matter of fact, I should say, Monday through. It's a modest family.
Yeah,
it's
very
a good word for them.
Yes.
Yeah, they're modest. No, this is for a special dinner.
I did read about a cook who works in the kitchens there, in which she made the mistake of making something with a little garlic one time, and it was sent back instantly, saying almost anything is acceptable, but not garlic.
Well, damn it. You know, not in France. Good Lord, right, limits. Yes, I don't know where that's so. These, one of the curious aspects of life inside the household for the supervisors and works of art and so on is that a lot of these sorts of pots and pans, if I may so put it, I mean, a lot of this cherished crockery is used all the time, you see, but in fact, in any ordinary place, there'd be a museum. And the great thing about Buckingham Palace and Windsor and all these other places is that they're full of the kind of stuff that you normally find in museums, but they're used, and it's that, I think, that gives them life. 600
rooms in the palace. How many people are working there full time? Do you know offhand?
I should think 300 or 400. There aren't quite 600 rooms, I don't think. Now, there's the centerpiece they're now putting up.
But even now, if you're, as they say, even if you're seated below the salt at that table, you wouldn't mind much.
No, I don't think you would. No, to be below the salt is to be quite high on that particular table.
One of the great problems that they've had here in the past 48 hours, of course, is how to deal with the protocol of all these visiting heads of state and the other crowned heads who have come here, with the exception of King Don Juan Carlos of Spain.
Of Spain, as we know.
Did not come.
That's right. Mind you, they're very experienced in that kind of stuff, aren't they?
Yeah. Fresh flowers grown in the gardens.
Yes, it's all their own flowers. It's all their own stuff. You see, all that kind of stuff, and those great tureens and so on they're putting down, full of flowers. They were wine coolers made by Serve. They'd be worth what, $50,000 a piece, I suppose. Now,
it is at that table that you wouldn't pick up any utensil, I would think, until you made sure that the Queen was using the same one at the same time. I'd be very cautious.
Yes, I'd be a bit cautious too. Yeah, I quite agree with you. Yes, that's a
Here is a model now of Buckingham Palace that we're looking at, and to orient you, this is the facade that you see at the when you come here.
Along that?
Yeah, that's right behind us right now, the kind of ceremonial front, and then they come out on the
That was the last part of the palace. That's only been here, this part, for about 150 years. It was Queen Victoria, really, who put that on.
Now here are...
Inside...
These are the living quarters here.
Yes, along there are the living quarters. The second floor, that's all. Or what we call the second floor. You call it the first floor. Up there. They're very modest.
Prince Charles only had, what, a couple of rooms there?
That's right.
But he had a little staff to serve him dinner and so on.
Oh, sure he did. I don't doubt.
He didn't have to go out to...
No use being Prince of Wales unless you have dinner served for you, is it?
And here's the old and original part now.
That's right. The original house, you see, Buckingham House, the 18th century house, was just that little part there. That's the original house. And now you go through that house. They are now all public rooms. And you go and where they hold receptions, investitures, levees. No doubt they're having lunch there now. And you go through that into the garden. And these are the gardens out here. And that's where these garden parties take place. They do an awful lot of hospitality.
What, 40 acres of gardens, I think?
Yes, huge gardens. They're right behind us.
Yeah.
See where we are sitting now here.
And a lake back there, even.
Yes, with flamingos.
Well, I should think that you ought to be able to afford real flamingos as opposed to the plastic stand-up kind that you put one rod on.
Real flamingos, you certainly get there. They're pink and they're very pretty. And what's more, for some reason, I don't know why, if you go to a garden party, it's extremely difficult not to go straight to the flamingos, because there's something nice about flamingos.
There's something very nice about you, Hugh Weldon, as well, and it's grand to have you with us this afternoon.
Thank you.
I know you've enjoyed things here as well.
Yes, I certainly have.
And we've enjoyed sharing your enjoyment. We'll be back right after this message.
Many women around the world look younger than they are.
Nicole Urbain, I'm 38.
I'm Avis MacArthur, and I'm 40.
These women share the secret you know is oil of Olay. Each drop is similar to the fluids abundant in younger skin.
It's true. I'm 31.
Share the secret of oil of Olay. It can help you look younger, too.
How old am I? 41 and a half.
This is a brand new way to remove nail polish. Safe and clean. It works almost as fast as you can say, Pretty Nails Polish Remover. See? No cotton, no mess, no hassle. And the new Pretty Nails way even saves you money over the old-fashioned method, because one jar lasts for several months. What could be simpler, quicker, and more economical? New Pretty Nails Remover with lanolin is at your favorite cosmetic counter now.
I started using Suave when I was in school.
And let's be honest, it's because it didn't cost a lot. Once I was on my own. I tried some of those expensive shampoos and conditioners, but they weren't better than Suave, just more expensive. So I stayed with Suave. Today, I know women who spend a small fortune on their hair. I don't. Suave just makes me look as if I do.
Suave makes you look as if you spent a fortune on your hair.
To feel like an insider at this week's royal wedding, you have to read this week's People and meet some of the people who made it all work. People like the grandmother who made Lady Di's wedding garter, the English silk farmer whose cloth became the wedding gown.
People like the coachman getting them to the church on time.
The people who made their bed, king size, of course.
People like the cake maker who's in the Navy.
And other everyday people who talked about the royal couple.
Plus a revealing story about what Joan Baez is up to these days.
And very serious criticism of the Beverly Hills diet. So treat yourself.
Treat your family
to this week's People, where you're invited behind the scenes at the wedding of the year.
Welcome back. 3:30 in the afternoon here in London. It's about 10:33, actually, where you are on the East Coast of the United States. And as we have repeated right along now, if you're just joining us, we expect in about a half an hour the Prince and Princesses of Wales to leave Buckingham Palace, and not by a side entrance, but they'll be coming right out the front door again, and they'll be taken by coach to Waterloo Station, where they'll be placed aboard a train, and then they'll go aboard the train to Broadlands, which is where they'll spend the first 2 days of their honeymoon. We'll talk more about all of that coming on. Robert Lacey, author of Majesty, journalist who follows the royal family. Jane Pauley, who has been following the royal family almost as closely as we all have here for the last 6 weeks or so, right?
Sure feels that way.
I want to tell you, our computers have absorbed a lot of information about all of this. The pageantry of Great Britain and the royal family has been great fun.
How old is India Hicks?
Oh, here we are. 14 years old. 17-year-old Larry. And she's also on the cover of this woman's magazine. It is Tatler. And Tina Brown is the editor of all of that, has been with us through it all as well. Now, I must say, you pay attention to all of this all the time, but you've had to do a little boning up, too. Please tell us.
I must say, I'm suffering from computer overload.
Well, I think that we all are. The day has gone off extremely well so far from all points of view, from the point of view of the royal family, most of all, from the point of view of this country, which supports, as it always has, this constitutional monarchy, from the point of view of Scotland Yard, no security problems, point of view of Jack Scott, the BBC meteorologist who promised it would be a dry and warm day. And there were crowds all along the procession route, as you might expect, 600,000 by Scotland Yard estimates. We have standing by now NBC News reporter Diane Weldon to report on just how crowded it was.
For many in the packed crowds along the parade route, the only way to see anything was through tall cardboard periscopes.
But I can still see.
Thousands had waited through the night for a glimpse of the procession, only to be pushed back into the crush at the last minute.
I brought a stepladder over there, but it proved of no value at all.
For some, the heat and excitement were too much. The St. John's Ambulance Brigade treated hundreds for minor injuries and fainting, but most recovered quickly. Doreen Ellis, who lives in the north of England and has been to London only once before in her life, expressed feelings shared by almost everybody.
Oh, great, great. I could cry. It's marvellous. It really is. It's wonderful. To be able to really see the Queen and all this happening. And you come to think from Charles I, it happened then. And you can still come back and see the guards and everything. I think this is what the world and the country needs. I do. I think it's marvellous.
And so it was. Diane Wildman, NBC News, London.
Place to come back to when the honeymoon is over. It's not a split-level ranch house, and, well, it's not new, but it's nice. It's in a village that has been there for a very long time. Eric Burns has a report.
It was here before Shakespeare first took pen to paper, before the Magna Carta, before even the Norman Conquest. Tetbury, Gloucestershire. There is no stream or river or lake near this town, which means there's no water power, which in turn means that the Industrial Revolution passed right by Tetbury without so much as a shift of gear. To this day, in fact, there is hardly any pollution of any kind in Tetbury. It's a small town, population about 5,000, and a trusting one. When greengrocer Mervyn Warner closes up shop for afternoon tea, he leaves his vegetables outside the store, confident that no one will take them. It was an important town to Americans 3.5 decades ago because much of the planning for D-Day was done in Tetbury, right about here, where the laundry now dries on the line. The royal couple will live about a mile outside of town in Highgrove House. It cost £1 million, which is almost $2 million, and it used to belong to the son of former Prime Minister Harold Macmillan. The people of Tetbury are delighted about their new neighbors. They persuaded the post office to issue a special commemorative stamp in their honor. And
when the engagement was announced, we decided in this town, the council, that it would be nice to give a present from everyone in the town as opposed to several separate presents. And we looked for something that could be seen by everyone. So we decided upon new gates for Highgrove.
To pay for the gates, the people of Tetbury are taking up a collection.
The cost is about, well, it is £2,640, and the money is coming in very easily. We've got about £2,000 of it now.
Have you contributed any money yet for the royal wedding gift?
Yes.
Have you contributed any money yet toward the royal wedding gift?
No, not at the moment. I will do, though.
I don't contribute to any royal gifts. They've got much more money than I have.
I've estimated that it will take me around 500 hours of forging to make these gates.
Hector Cole, blacksmith to the prince. Is he nervous about his royal commission?
Well, they say we may be invited up for the hanging, and I have said, well, it depends which hanging, the gates or mine, if they don't fit, so...
There is a present in addition to the gates that the people of Tetbury plan to give the prince and his bride. Privacy.
Yes, I think that's right. I think people would just, treat them as everyday people.
They come here for a bit of rest, and I think they'll get it. It'll be the tourists more than anything bother him, I think, than the local people,
And the tourists are already here.
Well, it's definitely brought more people to the town. There's no doubt about that at all.
One of your colleagues was quoted as saying that it's a lot easier now to get run over by a car in Tetbury than it ever was before.
It's always been a bit of a hazard, but that might well be true, yes.
Tetbury, Gloucestershire. Older than Shakespeare, the Magna Carta, the Norman Conquest. And now, just about to begin, yet another chapter of its history. For today, this is Eric Burns, NBC News, saying so long from Tetbury.
That is, by common consensus, by the way, the worst of the souvenirs being sold here, and it's probably one of the most popular as well because people can't wait to take it home and say, look what I found when I was in London. Tina has been down in that very neighborhood, that kind of Tony neighborhood where the Prince and Princesses of Wales will be living now. They have some fairly contemporary neighbors, don't they? People who like good times.
They do indeed. There are two kinds of neighbors for the royal couple. There's the grand, elderly, sort of very, very upmarket crowd, like the Duke of Beaufort, who's 84 and is master of the hunt, plus Princess Anne, Princess Michael of Kent, whose house is incredibly haunted, so haunted that 6 previous owners have got shot of it as soon as they possibly can. And then just across the border in Wiltshire, there's a very much sort of younger, slightly more swinging crowd. There are people like the Earl of Pembroke, who has Wilton House, and he's always in a polo neck sweater and plimsolls, but your dress is still laid out for dinner by the butler, so there's a wonderful mixture in his house. And then there's Lieutenant Colonel Andrew Parker Bowles and his wife Camilla. He is the colonel of the household cavalry who you saw today, the Blues and the Royals. They're very hunting and shooting and fishing, but very young and swinging.
Now, will they be able to mix with the prince and princess?
Well, I think they already have. I know that Prince Charles has taken Lady Diana, or the princess as she now is, to dinner at the Parker Bowles house. And I think he'll be continuing to do that. Lady Tryon also has a house there.
Prince Charles is, though we always have to point out he doesn't really do anything for a living, is a very hard worker and strikes me as very disciplined when he does apply himself to his papers or whatnot. Does he like playboys?
Well, I think Prince Charles has a life of crowded monotony, and I think that he enjoys those amusing friends that he has got, like Nicholas Soames. I think he rather looks for friends to be a diversion rather than a kind of...
with the Irish. Tom, forgive me for interrupting you.
The Queen there doing some quick stage direction there.
Yes, the woman in Her Majesty in the azure dress with the azure hat was giving quick stage directions as to who should stand where.
Prince Andrew, was he getting some confetti there?
Yes, and look at it's such a family scene. Look at the child on the shoulders of the adult.
Now, what you are seeing, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, is something extraordinary. The royal family is not accustomed to allowing cameras into that kind of scene, except on rare occasions, this obviously being one of them. And what a marvelous vignette that was to see the Queen saying, Andrew, you stand over here.
Yes. A very rare sight, that close.
Out come the Blues and Royals. Lady Antonia, do they throw rice on such occasions in this country?
We're going to know very soon. Royal rice, if I can pronounce that one.
You can see in the back King Constantine there, and
here is the royal couple.
Oh, look at her. She is wearing a hat, but what a pretty hat. It's a sort of tricorn, like a lovely kind of highway woman.
I don't know about rice, but they are throwing confetti as they leave Buckingham Palace.
And her dress is the color of cantaloupe melon. Short sleeves and a frill around the neck. What a pretty sight, with feathers in it.
Let's just take in the sight and sound for a moment. Buckingham Palace they come. A coach procession will cross the Thames to Waterloo Railroad Station to take the train to the Broadlands.
And the blue and silver hearts inflated there at the back of the carriage.
Tom Fenton, we're not close enough to see, and I don't presume that you may be, but are there any rose petals in sight?
Those are rose petals that were being thrown at them. That's quite right. There's a lovely costume that the Princess of Wales is wearing. It has an Elizabethan, a Tudor effect, especially the hat.
So when just before they left the palace grounds, those are rose petals being thrown over the carriage.
You may also have noticed the balloons that someone has tied to the carriage in the buckets. In lieu of old shoes and tin cans, I guess. There's still a fairly good-sized crowd here. They've waited for this moment. They've been here, many of them, since
wonderful. In the back of the coach, the balloons attached there on the bumper, as it were.
Inflated hearts, yes.
I suppose that's instead of an old shoe, and a good deal more appropriate.
I have to say to you, I'm a little surprised to see that. I didn't think they'd do that with a royal coach. I love the touch, but I'm pleasantly surprised.
Not a bad touch. Charles, who has a sense of humor.
Delightfully informal. And Lady Diana, now the Princess of Wales, looking, if it's not sacrilege to say so, even more beautiful now than I think she did in her wedding dress.
Yes,
perhaps more relaxed.
I think we'll be arguing about that one. I think her going away outfit is absolutely ravishing. I think it shows she is going to be the fashion leader that everybody's hoped.
The balloons, as I think you tried to point out just a moment earlier, David, in the shape of hearts on the back of the coach. Tom Fenton, they should be just about passing your station now, I figure.
Dan, they have just passed, in fact. I can see them going down the Mall, following the same route that they followed individually on the way to the church. There's a just married sign on the carriage. I don't know if you can see it.
Now, you're kidding me about that.
No.
Do you think they know the balloons are there? Do you think
I'm pretty sure they do, and I'm sure they don't mind.
But we haven't seen the just married sign, Tom.
Right. When they get down to the end of the Mall...
There it is on the back.
There you are. Not bad, huh? There's a good shot. You can see the entire sweep of the Mall.
Buckingham Palace in the background, statue of Queen Victoria in the middle foreground, procession itself in the foreground.
They are going to turn at just about the spot where those blank shots were fired at the Queen last month. They'll go into Horse Guards Parade.
The Princess of Wales. How would you describe that hat, lady?
Well, I think the colour is the colour of sort of cantaloupe melon or peach colour. It's some kind of fruit, I think.
It looks in color very similar to the shade and color that First Lady Nancy Reagan wore to the wedding ceremony.
Yes, it is, and a very pretty colour in both cases. Though the hat's rather different. Nancy Reagan's hat was more of a boater, I think, and this is a tricorn. But it's a most becoming shade on this wonderful summer's day. I noticed she's wearing a pearl necklace, whereas, of course, as a bride, she wore no necklace at all, just a very simple neckline.
It must be a daunting prospect for the star of this show, the 20-year-old now Princess of Wales. But until Prince Charles proposed to her in February, she was just another London working girl, hardly a Cinderella. Her wealthy aristocratic family can trace its history back to Charles I, but certainly no Grace Kelly. She shared a flat with 3 girlfriends, did her shopping in local supermarkets, and looked after small children. Now, a few months later, here she is, playing the lead in a production that would have to be the envy of every theater in the world.
Well, it's interesting you mention Grace Kelly, because Princess Grace, I don't know whether she's had time for a few words of advice about this transition. She made it herself. She's one of the honored guests. She's been staying at Buckingham Palace, and so maybe she's been a source of advice. But as in the case of the movie High Society, this occasion is also characterized by the phrase true love.
Lady Antonia Fraser, what would you guess may be among her biggest difficulties in adjusting to her role as the Princess of Wales?
Well, I think she'll want to remain a young girl or a young married woman. I think she'll want to preserve the family life to which she's every right, and she'll want to be at her husband's side, and that is a very difficult thing to do for any young woman. I think she's not going to have the privacy. People are going to be asking almost immediately, when will she start a family, or that kind of thing. She won't have that privacy that any young woman can expect. But we've been very struck by her composure, with the exception of one incident on a polo field, which was just one tiny pre-wedding bout of nerves. She's had a marvellous composure and sweetness. The British have certainly very much taken her to their hearts.
I'm reminded that Prince Charles said a woman not only marries a man, she marries into a way of life, a job. That's a direct quote from the Prince.
They're now in, they've turned into Horse Guards, and they'll...
A wonderful touch that is.
Prince Charles.
Who was that?
Prince Charles as a
Prince Charles at an earlier... Oh, look at Prince Charles and the Queen. This was at Waterloo Station when at that time, future Queen, the Princess, was leaving, the Queen Mother. The year on this, and help me along here, Antonia Fraser and David Cross, was in 1947.
I don't think it was, no, not 1947, because that was the year the Queen was married. So it must have been, I think, in the early 50s.
A little bit later.
Yeah, that's Princess Anne in the white.
I'm sorry we don't have the details on this videotape, but it's marvelous scenes at Waterloo Station. And
there he's going to school for the first time, Prince Charles. There's, I think
some of these now are from other stations too.
Various,
as he grows up, you see the characteristic hand going into the left pocket.
What you're seeing is, and one reason we're having some difficulty with it, is BBC videotape. The videotape and film is in chronological order of various leavings.
There's a new train, the Lady Diana Spencer.
Yes.
Now, I think we may be live back at Waterloo Station, are we?
I would think by now they're probably...
Yes, this certainly is live coverage. You understand that we're providing narration over the BBC's coverage, and that's the reason when that chronological order of old film and videotape came up, it threw us just a bit, but it was marvelous to see those scenes of Prince Charles growing up as seen in railway stations. Now
they're still, I think, here in Whitehall at the moment.
For those of you just joining us, this from London, as the sun shines through, Prince Charles, the new Princess of Wales, in procession from Buckingham Palace to Waterloo Station, in their open coach. And what you see at the rear of the coach, blue and white heart-shaped balloons tied to the rear of the coach. And we hope to get another shot of it soon, right on the back of their carriage, a Just Married sign. It's magic.
This is where they're coming now into Parliament Square, and where they will be passing, as we said, Westminster Abbey and the Houses of Parliament.
Tom Fenton, we haven't seen much of Prime Minister Thatcher today, and I would have to assume that part of the choreography of this day was to see the Prime Minister early at the church, and that's about all.
Dan, rather, the Prime Minister was having a lunch of her own. Those who weren't invited to the palace, that is to say the members of the family and European royalty, were invited by Mrs. Thatcher to a huge banquet at the Bank of England, which is not very far from 10 Downing Street. And I think that's the main reason why you haven't seen her. Also, as you pointed out, this is a royal day. It's a family affair in spite of everything. And I think Mrs. Thatcher didn't want to steal any scenes.
Perhaps one of the most famous landmarks in the world, Big Ben, to the right of your screen. Big Ben, the clock high atop the Houses of Parliament. The procession, just in that area now, you can see the tops of the Houses of Parliament in the background as the horses come into the foreground of your television picture.
And as they leave Waterloo Bridge, they will just have to traverse York Road in order to get to Waterloo Station. York Road was never really intended, I don't think, for a historic broadcast like this, and researchers from all over the world have desperately tried to find something significant about it, and more or less failed totally. They have found one building of note, which is inscribed under the patronage of Her Majesty and Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Wales, which would not have been possible for more than 80 years, but is now possible. That was Queen Adelaide back in 1831. But apart from that, this is York Road, or in a minute or two, it's going to be York Road's one moment in history.
And as the carriage passes out of sight of the Houses of Parliament, Lady Antonia Fraser, earlier today we saw the Prince of Wales, the future king, kneel before the Archbishop of Canterbury. Of course, when the Prime Minister comes to report to the Queen or to the King, the Prime Minister kneels. All of that's symbolic of every man, even a king or queen, even a Prime Minister, knowing that power must yield to some higher power, even in the case of the Prince of Wales, Charles and the Princess of Wales. They'll board the train in Waterloo Station for the short ride to just outside of London. It's not a long train ride at all. Again, you can see the heart-shaped blue and white balloons attached to the rear of the coach. The postilions, which is to say that this coach directed by the outriders, not by someone actually on the coach itself. The blue and white balloons attached to the rear of it, and on the back, that Just Married sign. Waterloo Station has a lot of what you in Britain might call recent history, that is history of, 100 to 150 years, David.
Yes, it's very, very busy. In fact, it's the largest station in Britain. It's got 21 platforms and apparently 4,121 trains moving each day. It is not revealed how many of them move on time or how many are delayed. But basically more than 200,000 passengers every day use this station. When it started, I think it was July 1848, they had 7 trains a day. And they, no doubt, some of them were late even then.
But perhaps best known as the place from where many of Britain's youngest and finest went to 2 world wars. World War I and II.
Well, there have been many memories from what you were saying about St. Paul's earlier, and we only caught a glimpse of the cenotaph, which commemorates 2 world wars, of course, in Whitehall, but many echoes of that and of the cooperation between English and American servicemen in the fight against Nazism.
And they're arriving at Waterloo Station now.
I noticed the balloons have Prince of Wales feathers on them, which must have been specially made.
Now, Lady Antonia, I confess I don't know what a Prince of Wales feather is.
Well, it's a triple feather, and it's the sign of the crest of the Prince of Wales. When we get close to those balloons, you'll see these white feathers. They're very charming. You'll see them are on the blue balloons. I wonder who had those made.
Tom Fenton, if you're still with us from your location at Buckingham Palace, from where this procession began, as all the processions today, well, not all of them, most of them have started, I wonder if we know anything about the security for this train ride. While it's a short train ride, that any train ride under the circumstances of present-day Britain, given the difficulties in Northern Ireland and elsewhere, do we know anything about the security along that train track?
They have not said anything at all, I think on purpose, but you may be sure that every inch of that track has been inspected before the train will go down it.
Now the Prince and Princess out of the coach and near the train at Waterloo Station.
Meeting the managers there of Waterloo Station. Their moment of glory, too, of course.
Of course, ladies will now curtsy to the Princess of Wales for the first time. They didn't curtsy before she was royal. The gentlemen are bowing. This hasn't happened up till the time of her marriage.
Now, Lady Antonia, First Lady Nancy Reagan did not curtsy to the Queen at their meeting the other day. And there was some ripple of criticism in the British press about that.
Well, I think when it was explained that as the First Lady of the United States, that she gave a sort of acknowledgement of the Queen, everybody felt happy about it. They understood it wasn't intended to be rude, merely Republican.
The Princess of Wales boards the train. Now the third lady. She outranks all but the Queen and the Queen Mother. She will be the, if Prince Charles, as expected, ascends to the throne, she will be the 48th Queen of England. Actual title will be the Queen Consort. Royal restrictions. She will never be able to call Charles by his Christian name in public. Can never arrive anywhere unannounced. She has many royal ceremony duties, and friends must now call her ma'am and curtsy to her. Aboard the train in Waterloo Station now.
For incurable romantics who want to examine the happiness the couple are going to enjoy, we are told that Prince Charles is a Scorpio and the Princess of Wales is a Cancer. I don't believe that stuff myself, but if you do, you can draw conclusions from that.
And in the 17th century, to do the horoscope of the king was treason, David.
That train pulls out of Waterloo Station. Nice wave through the train window there. Now they're on their way for a stay at Broadlands, where Prince Charles's mother and father spent their honeymoon time, at least the early time. From the Broadlands, the couple will fly on August 1st to Gibraltar, where they'll board the royal yacht Britannia for a 2-week Mediterranean cruise. Gibraltar has been that British enclave in Spain since 1713, and going back that far is the argument that in the end kept King Carlos of Spain and the Queen from attending these ceremonies here today. David Frost, Lady Antonia Fraser, Tom Fenton, what has been called the wedding of the century, one of the great spectacles of our time, is over. The spectacle that swelled and then crescendoed this morning fades. As it does, you might think, of all the hoopla with the $1 million cost of the wedding, that the wedding would cause some controversy, some criticism. You might think that, and you would be wrong. In this realm, this day, there is little controversy, and the criticism, what little there is of it, is muted. The London Daily Mail put it in an editorial address to what it called those sensitive souls who can't reconcile pricey pageantry with the drabness of most people's lives. Addressing itself to those people, the paper said, this summer we've had terrible riots and unemployment is rising, and the wedding will do us good.
Seems to be a very popular figure. Have you ever met her?
Oh, yes, I got to know her quite well. When I was, for 6 years, I was rector of Dundee University, which is very difficult to explain away. You're elected to that job, otherwise I wouldn't have. But it's a new university, or it was then, and she was the chancellor, and I was the rector. And when we first arrived at this brand new university, there was a Scottish sergeant major of the Corps of Commissionaires who unlocked a room and said, I'm afraid, Lord Director, that for the time being you'll have to share this room with the Queen Mother. And she went deep red and said, oh, I don't know whether I can. Which was adorable. She's very like that. She was very funny. And in the old days, she insisted on offering you very sticky and expensive sweets. And she wouldn't take no for an answer, even if it was for dental reasons or obesity. She wouldn't. She said, have that one, it's awfully good. And as soon as you got in your mouth and your teeth were encased in toffee, she would say, what is your opinion of T.S. Eliot? So they see the funny side of things very quickly, which I suppose they have to, really. And I was all very touched by any contact with her.
I hope that they all have a very good laugh tonight and a relaxed evening as well, and I hope you do as well, and we're awfully grateful to you for having been with us here on today for what has been a good long coverage of this royal wedding, but it's been made much easier by your presence, Peter.
You're very sweet. I hope to see you in New York.
I hope so, too. The royal wedding on NBC will continue.
At the American Fitness Center, you'll find the best physical fitness program in town, period. Complete with the best exercise equipment, the most modern facilities, and professional counselors to guide you on your way to looking and feeling better. And rates will never be lower. Visit the American Fitness Center nearest you now and register for 10 free vacations for 2 in the Bahamas, courtesy of Bahamas Air.
It's not very far from what you are to what you can be. American Fitness Centers, the energy source.
The Hungry Bull. Where else can you get a 50-item super salad bar? 4 hot vegetables, and best of all, our quality meat is cut fresh daily, never frozen.
Satisfy your hunger for a place that's warm, ready to welcome you. Ready to serve you as you walk in the door. With having hot food and salad galore. Come on in and find yourself full, cause you'll always be satisfied at the Hungry Bull.
The Hungry Bull for your hungry family.
At Allied TV Rental, we've got what the big guys have. Brand name TVs, stereos, and appliances. We clear monthly rates, and rent applies to ownership with all service included. But we offer these fine products along with professional service and a big friendly smile. So call Allied TV Rental. Forest Park, call 366-4740. Dorville, 452-8601. Smyrna, 436-6660. Call now and get the rental service you deserve.
Get thee to Turnage Place now for the long-awaited Antique Spectacular. Antiques 50 to 70% off and more. Spectacular savings in every category. Super selection of antiques, including 7 new spectacular shipments, hundreds of values. Sale good through this weekend, but hurry in now. And don't miss the Antique Spectacular of the season. Turnage Place Antiques, 10th at Brady, Atlanta.
Well, as Robert Lacey was saying, you could still give the royal couple the leather waste baskets that they wanted but have not yet received, or you could give them a more memorable present. Some presents to royal couples are so memorable that they're still talking about them after, what, 50 years. Sir Hugh Weldon is back again.
The most memorable presents in that sense, I think, is the doll's house that they gave Queen Mary, as you say, 50 years ago. And that doll's house is a house actually for dolls. There it is.
This is a miniature we're looking at.
Yes, and it's on the scale of 1 to 12. Everything is, and it's in Windsor to this day. Thousands and millions of people have seen it over the years. They pay to see it, and all the money goes to charities denoted by the present Queen Mother. That's now the front of the house, doll's house, draws up in that way, as you can see. There it is, drawing up. And inside that it reveals a room. Oh, damn it, we've lost the room. There it is, we've now got it again. Inside is revealed a room. Now, what is there inside that room? It's the library. Everything there is there. Yes. Oh, no, that's a bedroom. There's the library, and there are the books. Now, those books are all real books, and they were written for this doll's house by Joseph Conrad.
The Queen Mother.
We're looking at the
Queen Mother is just past us. The Queen Mother going back to Clarence House.
And this present, the dollhouse that we're looking at, was given to her predecessor, Queen Mary.
That's right. It was given to her predecessor, and she is now in charge of that doll's house. She's going back to Clarence House, but of course...
Everyone remembered their lines. The luncheon, we presume, went well indeed. The happy couple now off on their honeymoon. They have left London by train for Broadlands. Eric Burns now with a report on this long but festive day.
Queen Elizabeth, her son, and her soon-to-be daughter-in-law were joined this day by the royal heads of Europe, Margaret Thatcher, Nancy Reagan, the King and Queen of Tonga, at St. Paul's Cathedral for what has been called the wedding of the century.
We are gathered here in the sight of God and in the face of this congregation to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony.
Prince Charles said before the wedding it would move him to tears. And he was right. It did.
And in the fear of God.
I pronounce that they be man and wife together. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
At the palace. This is what all the people wanted. Late this afternoon, the newlyweds left on their honeymoon. There will be no crowds there. For today, this is Eric Burns, NBC News, London.
And now let us say goodbye as well. Thank you, Eric Burns, to Willard Scott, who's spent this day in Trafalgar Square. Willard?
And as you can see, things are still going on in full circle right here at a good old Trafalgar Square. But it's been a great day, and thanks for being with us. Tom?
Thank you, Willard. Thanks especially to Tina Brown of Tatler Magazine, Robert Lacey, author of Majesty, coming out with a new book, by the way, about Saudi Arabia. And Jane Pauley, we'll see you tomorrow morning. We'll all be back here, right?
Oh, sure, right.
We also want to say and offer our own very best American wishes to the royal family and to the Spencer family. We're happy that this day has gone as well for them and to the larger family of this exceptional country, England, and the people who tomorrow face their troubles once again. We hope that they can do it with a little better feeling about their past and their present, and maybe get on with the future. We'll see you tomorrow.